So for one, when I say you guys shouldn't use the word logic because none of you know what it is. None of you have the right tools to do it. I haven't even taught you that yet, which is what I'm trying to do over time, right? Because you're not introduced. Unfortunately, on YouTube, the Black community is not taught this. That's why I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to introduce you to things that you're not gonna get just by breathing air because you're human. When you guys say logic, what you're really talking about is what makes sense to you practically. You're not talking about how to make an inference properly.
Exactly.
How to go from point A to point B inference-wise. You guys don't know it. You guys freestyle it. And because you get it right so often, right, you think that is the right way to do it.
We do get it right quite often, actually, right.
Yeah, you can get it quite often, but
we do it practically. You're correct.
Yeah, that's what science is. It is practical. But so it's not logic, it's practical. It's practical. It's not logic. So you're using the wrong word.
It's both.
You shouldn't be using that word. That's a
no absolute one or the other. It's both.
No, there is an absolute.
Oh, yes, it is. No.
Yes,
we use both when we construct and analyze the fields endeavor that constructs and science.
Can I ask you a question, Roy Chess? Really fast. I'm gonna ask Roy Chess a question, and then we're gonna move on to I'm gonna ask Roy Chess a question, then we're gonna move on to Dwayne.
Yeah, we got to move on, Roy Chess. Let's move on.
I got a question, Roy Chess. Right. So, would you say the practical way of drinking water out of a glass cup is logical and not practical, or practical, not logical, or both?
It has to do with practical. It has nothing to do with logic.
So, can you logically drink from a glass cup any other way?
Again, you're using the word wrong. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm asking you the question, Brother Roy Chess. Answer the question. Can you logically drink from a cup logically any other way?
There's 47. That makes no sense. There has nothing to do with
that's
logic.
My point. That's exactly my point, Roy Chess. Thank you.
No, you're using the word wrong.
Great job, brother.
Real fast. So we're gonna go ahead and get to Dwayne. We're gonna go down here and get to darkness, and then we're gonna get to to a word from our sponsors. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Okay. I appreciate it, brother.
Hold on, OTK. Hold on 1 second. OTK.
Everybody want a piece of that one.
Hold on, OTK. Go ahead, Dwayne. Hold on, Roy. Hold on, y'all. Let's get some structure. Go ahead, Dwayne. Then we're going from a word from our sponsors. Go ahead, y'all.
I appreciate it, Humble Mystic. Yeah, so I wanted to get to the brothers earlier. Quantum, I believe his name was, and Brother Jose. Brother Jose, by addressing a problem, if you're listening, maybe you might not be on the panel, but
no, I'm right here. I'm right here. I could hear you.
All right, okay. Just by saying that you can identify what you feel is a problem doesn't mean that you have a solution. You're just talking about a problem, and that's only half the battle. We as men, we should also provide a solution anytime we call out a problem. You say religion is this, scripture is that, well then provide a solution. To the brother Quantum, I like what he did. He gave a Gnostic perspective, or at least he asked questions that led me to the Gnosis. So in terms of time, space, and movement, it is deemed that the ineffable light is what we call it, which is what you could say God. That's Romans 3:23, where it says, all things fall short the glory thereof. Meaning, even the word Father falls short the glory of this thing that we're trying to talk about. It is beyond our ability to comprehend it, but there's a difference between nothingness, as in there's nothing, versus unknown. Unknown suggests that it's just outside of your reach of observation and understanding, but there might be some existence there, some entity there. It's just outside of your span of reach. Doesn't mean it's nothing, right? So once we establish that, the Gnostics, and I'll land my plane here, the Gnostic approach to what the brother said about, well, if it's outside of time, space, and movement, then we can't really apply these definitions. You are correct. The scripture gives us God and gods, singularity versus duality or plurality, meaning more than one. When Christ talked about the Father, he was speaking of the law of the two witnesses. That's why he says, I alone do nothing. I testify of my Father. Through my Father, I do all things. Through me, you have to get to the Father. Once again, taking us back to the wisdom and knowledge, which is good and bad, up and down, left and anything you can think of, it has an opposition to it. That's duality. So if we go outside of duality, right? Because anything in between, anything inside duality is good, bad, or indifference. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I just don't really think much of it, right? That's indifference. That's like hot and cold, then you get lukewarm. Man and child, you get woman. Light and shadow, you get dim. So when it comes to anything outside of time, Ecclesiastes chapter 3 spoke of that, saying there's a time for everything. And notice it spoke duality. It said there's a time to build, there's a time to destroy. There's a time to kill, there's a time to heal. It was telling you that because time itself is a construct of duality. It's a construct of knowledge and wisdom. When you go outside of the knowledge and wisdom, now you're dealing with the ineffable, aka the unfathomable. That's where the Father comes in. We call it the Father, even though the Father is falls short the definition of what we're trying to say. We only say Father because that's the best thing we can come up with. It's a provider, a defender, and it's strong, it's dominant. So I hope that would kind of answer his question a little bit on why it is intelligent brothers like us wrap ourselves with the ancestral testimony, which is the scripture. I use my plane.
Can I respond to that,
Mystic? Really fast before you respond. I just want to give a huge shout out to the big boss man, A1. I want to appreciate you for allowing us to, utilize your panel for getting our voices out here, speaking this, this raw intellect to the people, only the way that we can kick it. You feel me? And with that being said, I want to also, and I already know my man A1, we want to give some appreciation to the people that's in the comments. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate y'all engagement. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make this even more worthwhile just down there engaging, having your own little commenting we talking about, you feel me? And to the people on the panel, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. All you got brothers are some sharp brothers. And every time I speak, I hear y'all evolving. I hear y'all updating. I hear y'all going to do your own research. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we need in our community, and we need more of it. So, I want to just tip my hat to all you brothers. And with that, we're going to move on to a word with our sponsors.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Most definitely. And commercials done by yours truly, brother A1. Amazing job. He got a lot of more content coming, a lot of more commercials coming. And we putting that working on the back end. With that being said, we're going to go to Brother Quantum. What's up, Brother Quantum? You've been quiet lately. What's up with you, brother? Let's see if he there. He probably not even there. Quantum.
Quantum, what up, brother?
He probably ain't there.
My bad. I was muted. My bad.
Oh, all right.
Hey, what's up? No, I'm good. I don't know. Is we still talking about the topic we was talking about?
I mean, hey, dive into what you want to dive into, bro. You want to continue to talk about it? You can go ahead. You can switch it up if you want. Yo, that's cover is fire right here. Hold up. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm about to say, move your head. I ain't trying to look at That's a fire cover, though, Zion. That's a fire cover right there. But go ahead, brother Quantum. You can dive into whatever you want to dive into, bro.
Yeah, man. Just let me respond to what I heard. Because I heard a lot of ideas introduced, and I want to bring the conversation back to clarity through my lens. First, there was a lot of discussion about DNA and biological fathers, hybrid bodies, and whether Jesus had an earthly father if he had a physical body at all. This is the and I ain't saying this to nobody. Remember, I'm not trying to knock nobody. I'm talking about, to me, in my eyes, this is what I'm talking about when I start saying, like, I understand the direction of that argument, but I just got to point something important out to everybody. Biological details of the story are not like a philosophical foundation of the issue. And that's always what I have to look at first. Whether someone claims Jesus had a human father, a divine father, a mixture of both, a deeper question is whether that idea that we use it to explain reality is coherent in the first place, man. That's all. If the framework itself ain't coherent, then debating the biological details inside the framework don't solve the deeper problem. The second thing I heard is the claim that people in here don't understand logic. I pulled up my transcript. I was going to tell you to share it, but I don't even want to share my transcript. Right, Chet? People understand logic.
No, they don't.
It's true that logic is a field of study and that we should, he say people shouldn't be using the word because it's a field of study unless we have formally studied it. And I agree with the part that the statement and disagree with the other part. It's true that logic is a field of study. I agree with that. And it has formal rules of inference and systems of symbolic reasoning and a long philosophical tradition, Roy. Chess, we know this. But the existence of formal logic does not mean ordinary reasoning suddenly becomes meaningless.
Thanks.
I'm going to say that one more time for you, Roy Chess, because you
One more
don't.
time, please.
Because, and with your logic, you can't even believe what you think that you believe because your logic tells you that don't nobody understand it. But I'm gonna say that one more time.
Go ahead.
We're going to church today.
The existence of formal logic does not mean that ordinary reasoning that regular people have who might not have, they still have regular reason. It don't suddenly just become meaningless. People can reason with these things without having to go and have logical studies. Every person who moves from one idea to another is already participating in regular reasoning. Formal logic just simply refines and disciplines the reasoning. So don't say that people don't understand. The issue here is not whether somebody studied logic in a classroom. The issue is whether a concept we're using is inherently coherent. You can see that without any studying. Now, let me explain where I see the real philosophical tension in the conversation for Roy. On one side of the discussion, we hear that belief is a key element. On the other, in other words, a person must believe in a particular story in order to resolve the problem of sin. You have to believe in it, which means you have to insult your intelligence no matter what you see. And
Facts. That's fire.
You are actually asked to just be a participant in insulting your own intelligence because what you see, that creates a difficult situation. Because if belief is placed beyond examination, then we can't ask whether the ideal is coherent itself. But philosophy begins with exactly that point. My philosophy does. My philosophy asks whether the concepts we are using are actually something that hold together when we examine these things. And we've been examining them for years. That's why I say we have to change and we have to update. from these these self-sabotaging beliefs. My interest ain't to attack no one's religion. I told y'all that. It's just to examine the conditions that must already be present. I'm gonna just stop right there, man, because I could go on for days.
That's a nice way of saying ripping the pages out of your Bible.
I don't.
He put it in a nice way.
I just
listen, man.
It is.
Talk about your religion. I'm gonna just shred your book.
That was amazing, bro. That was amazing.
That's why I don't like when people address me about scripture. I say, look, I'm not going to go against what the scripture teaches. It teaches me not to bear false witness. So if someone's like,
right,
how tall was Jesus? What color was he? What did he? Where was he at this time? I only go by the letter of the testimony. I go by what I can prove, what is written down. If it's not written down, it's not testified. That's up for theology. You know.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I operate.
So I got a question.
So let me.
Hold on one second. I got a question for you, Dennis. How old was Jehoiakim when he became king of Israel?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Jehoiakim.
Yeah.
I don't know offhand. I'd have to go into the scripture to get that if it's there.
Now it's there. It's there. The issue with it being there, though, mind you, you just said you only go off of what's written, right? So now in this book that y'all think is a perfect book, in a book without error, right? It's written in 2 Kings and Samuel and 1 Samuel. In one phrase, it says that Jehoiakim was 8 years old when he became the king of Israel. The other ones say he was 18 years old. Now I'm asking you, which one of those are true?
Yeah, that's a good one there. So the way I go about that, mind you, I don't have the answer to that initially right now, but the way, because there's other examples of that, of what you just said, where one thing says one thing says another. Is I look for anything that's supposed to be inspired by God, because I accept that man wrote the Bible, man wrote the scripture. It's flesh and blood that wrote it. It isn't some like alien that came down. But the way they work is they work in principles of irrefutable truths and things that we examine on a finite level, but we understand there's hidden factors behind it. And then they address those factors. Well, I go through all the books. Like when I go to the scripture and the Bible and I see, let's say, like you said, an example of where one says 8, the other says 18. I say, what do all the other prophets say? What do the non-canonical say? Is there any non-canonical that address this matter? And if I can't come to a conclusion to that, I just find out how I do the best I can to find out how each number is represented through all, and I cross-examine all the prophets.
Here's another one for you, right? Who actually enslaves the Israelites in Egypt?
Nobody.
No, watch this. I'm asking because in the Bible, when you look at it, right, it's a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, right? A Pharaoh, by the way, right? A Pharaoh of Egypt knew not Joseph. And then when they do the Exodus, where do they go? They go through the city of Ramses, which lets us know that Ramses was the Pharaoh, or it should. Some other people say other people, but it should let us know that Ramses II was the Pharaoh. But then when you get on later on, right? And somebody's, I think it's Moses, somebody that's speaking about this was happening to him in the past, and somebody come and correct them, like, you know what? It wasn't the Egyptians that enslaved you in those days; it was the Assyrians. So that begs a bigger question: well, who enslaved the Israelites in Egypt? Was it the actual Egyptians, or was it the Assyrians? Because if it was the Assyrians, then why not in the book of Exodus, right? Did it not identify the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph as an Assyrian? Why was he classified as an Egyptian? Now, why is that important? That's important because during the time the Assyrians was in rule of Kemet, they made themselves distinct from the Nubian people. Whereas we can see their distinction amongst the Commission people who sought themselves to be the same as the Nubians. So now we would have had a clear distinction of who was there who've enslaved the Israelites if the Exodus was a true story. The issue there, however, is we don't have no evidence for neither one to be true.
Exactly. That and that's the point. So let me respond to what Dwayne was saying to me before. I understand what he's saying, but at the end of the day, that book is not my ancestral knowledge. Because you can't take a book that's 3,000 years old, and that's only a part of the civilization I'm talking about, which is Kemet. That's just the unified part. That don't count the pre-unified part of Kemet. So you can't take something that's one part of the civilization that I'm talking about and tell me that's ancestral knowledge. It's not ancestral knowledge to me. Because they have buildings, mummified remains, pieces of artwork that's older than the whole biblical culture that you're talking about. So that can't be ancestral knowledge. Just like when they talk about this Solon, who was a Greek philosopher.
Answer the question the brother asked, man. I'm going to your diatribe.
I can say what I want to say.
Let him land his plane. Let him land his plane.
Just hold your horses.
Let Jose land his plane.
Right. I'm answering what he said. He said ancestral knowledge. But I'm saying to me,
he's taking us into the Congo.
If you have Plato recalling one of the ancestors, Solon, who spoke to an old Kemetic priest, and the Kemetic priest said, "Your knowledge is not ancient to us. You are children to us." So, all of you guys who are talking philosophy, my ancestor told all of them, he said, "Oh, Solon, you are a child." So why am I repeating baby talk and trying to make that something important in the context of my ancestors? They didn't respect that. They told you don't know nothing.
You better let them know, You better let them know,
Catastrophes. Talk about catastrophes that deal with reconstruction and things of that nature. So don't bring philosophy to me and tell me I must accept that what my ancestor said. You are a baby. You're on breast milk. Get out of here with that.
Similar behind the ears.
So that's what I'm telling anybody who wants to bring the Bible and philosophy. That's baby knowledge.
Wait,
Don't belong
who said anything about philosophy? Why are you bringing philosophy?
Especially if you think a man walking around with half, with a half of you.
Hold on, y'all. Before we get to
Frankenstein.
One mic. We got Brother Capone up on the panel. What it do, Brother Capone?
Frankenstein
What it do, my guy?
Hey, shalom, peace to the panel.
Shalom, brother, peace.
Hey, you been in them comments, Brody? What it do? Let's get it in there. What you got to say?
Yeah, what book, chapter, verse you talking about with the Assyrians? When you say the Assyrians are the ones that enslaved the Israelites in Egypt. You're talking about the one in Isaiah, or I think it's Amos. It's one of the two. That's talking about what happened in 2 Kings. But yeah, that's my question. The Egyptians are the ones that enslaved the Israelites, not the Assyrians.
That's you, humble. Shout out to GDN, man. Shout out to A1, man. Always posted in the
A1.
You know
what up, Brody?
Shout out to A1, man, and the debate league. You know what I'm talking about? Not only debating, but also, can we call this logical or logo?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
My bad.
Who? Okay, so I see a scripture right here, right? This Isaiah 52.
Uh-oh.
So it
Let's go
says,
with it.
"For thus
Isaiah
says the
52
Lord
and 4.
God, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian oppressed them without cause." So when it uses the word Assyrian, it don't necessarily mean the nation of Assyrian. This is like an epithet for a king.
Yo, what?
No, this is
Sometimes
an epithet. This
the
is an
Bible uses
epithet for a king. They call, look, I can show you instances where it says the word Assyrian and it's not talking about a
not
literal
talking about
Assyrian.
yeah, right.
We know
The
they're
Bible
not
does
talking about timeout. When he say it was the Assyrian who oppressed them without cause, right? After
Right.
the first, now mind you, he's talking about a group of people in history, and he's talking about a place. Before this time, right? What place he said the first time, right? So he have to be talking about the time that Joseph
No,
was
it's
in
not.
Egypt.
It's
What
not.
other time? Hold on, time out.
So that
Other
so that was
time was they in Egypt besides Joseph?
well.
The
This,
Hyksos.
but no. So listen,
Yo,
humble. Right here, that
Damn.
the first. So you see the semicolon. So the first part is talking about when they sojourn in Egypt. The second, when they say the Assyrian oppressed them without cause, they talking about when the Assyrians carried the children of Israel out of the land,
out of what land?
out of the
Shout out
land
to
of Canaan.
Sojourner Truth, man.
So why are they talking about Egypt if he talking about Canaan in the next thing? And why
Because
is it
this
in
is
the same verse and
because
not a different verse?
because this is the trials and tribulations of Israel. He's saying, look, y'all sojourned in Egypt, right? And when y'all was in the land, the Assyrians oppress y'all. Like when you read this.
Wait, so let's make some sense of this. We're gonna try to make some sense of this, right? Hold on. Pull this up on the screen real quick. Because we're gonna try and make some sense into this.
Yeah. So
put it in
ChatGPT. Egypt.
Humble.
So
Humble.
was the Assyrians
Yeah.
ruling Egypt at this
Humble.
time, bro?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Humble.
Yeah.
You have to explain to him that there's a time during the 25th dynasty when the Assyrians took over from those people. So they're making a reference to that particular time.
Who did they take
Yeah, so
over
that's in
from?
Second
Who did
Kings.
the
So that's
Hold on one second.
Assyrians
Hold on
did
one second.
rule.
One mic. I'm about to read something to y'all. So we
Yeah.
can all
No,
see it.
they
So
They
y'all
act
know I
like
ain't
he
making
got so
nothing up.
much info, bro,
He's
but he
talking about
don't.
the time when the Assyrians
Hold on.
came against the
All right.
children
So
of Israel.
listen. This is Isaiah 52 and 3, and then we go down to Isaiah 52 and 4. Right? It say, "For thus saith the Lord, ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. For thus said the Lord my God, my people went down after time into Egypt." So he's talking about his people going down into Egypt.
That's a
To sojourn
semicolon,
there,
right? That's a semicolon, right?
Okay, hold on one second. He said to sojourn there. So
Go ahead.
right here, because what we're talking about, hey, I'm about to hit the Roy Chess move. We're talking about suppositions, presuppositions, right? What connect? So we know from right here, the sentence before, right, that he's talking about his people sojourning in Egypt, right?
So what does
hold on one second. So that means that we can trace this line right here to the first time we see his people sojourn in Egypt, which was during Joseph's time, right? Now,
the first part is right.
It say, okay, hold on. It say, "And the Assyrians oppressed them without cause." Now, what happened during Joseph's time? Well, what happened during Joseph's time was
you inferring that.
Hold on one second. There after Joseph died, there up came a Pharaoh who did not know Joseph. And what did it say in Exodus about this Pharaoh who did not know Joseph? Why did he enslave? Now, mind you, the people who were enslaved didn't know why they was enslaved. But why did that Pharaoh enslave those people? Because he was in fear that they were going to grow too large and overpopulate them. So he enslaved them. He oppressed them. That's what this is talking about. We can't then say, okay, well, he's talking about Egypt in this sense, but then he's talking about the land of Canaan in this sense. How does those two concepts even coalesce even in a verse that's going on here? Mind you, Isaiah is speaking here.
Right. So let me break it down for you. You see that semicolon there, right? That means that these are two independent thoughts. These are not two thoughts that go with each other. These are two independent thoughts. So these are two separate incidents, two separate events right here.
Right.
One of them when they sojourn in Egypt, you use the logic, you use logic for the first part of it, but for the second part, you inferring that this is talking about. I mean, you are implying that the second part is talking about them still being in Egypt. Well, no, there's an instance. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. There's like the brother had said, in the 25th dynasty, the Assyrians started to rule. Well, that's around the time where the Assyrians carried the children of Israel away. Now I'm gonna reference. We can go to 2 Kings 17. Right. So let me pull it up. It's 2 Kings 17, and it's gonna tell you the king of Assyria, Salmanassar. That's what they talking about. 2 Kings 17.
Thank you, Humble, because I was just on there.
Hey, Humble, no research on the panel, man.
So here we go right here. So here we go right here. 2 Kings 17 and 3. Against him came up Salmanassar, king of Assyria, and Hosea became his servant and gave him presents. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hosea, for he had sent messengers to sow. This is a name of a king of Egypt. He had sent messengers to sow, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore, the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years.
Okay.
So right here,
now watch
this is what Isaiah is talking about.
Okay, now watch this. It say what do semicolon means in scholastic breakdown? A semicolon is a punctuation mark used to connect two closely related independent clauses in a single sentence. It is stronger than a comma but weaker than a period. Semicolons are used to separate items in a list when those items contain commas, making the list easier to read. They can also replace a comma between two clauses joined by a coordinating conjunction when the sentence might otherwise be confusing. For example, I have a big presentation tomorrow. Semicolon, I need to prepare my notes tonight. Okay, let's use this example right here.
Wait,
right?
hold on, humble.
Hold on, Capone.
Go ahead.
It say I have a big presentation tomorrow. Semicolon, right? Now, I need to prepare my notes tonight. Need to prepare my notes tonight is exactly is referring to the I have a big presentation tomorrow.
Hold on.
We got I'm going back to the Roy Chess. Here we got a presupposition and we got a supposition. So now let's insert what we talking about from Isaiah 45, right? It say, my people went down in the land of Egypt to sojourn there, semicolon, right? So we hit that bam, right? It was the Assyrians that enslaved us in those days was after a semicolon. So after a semicolon, we know that it was the Assyrians who enslaved him in Egypt. We know he's talking about Egypt because it's the semicolon. It's connecting these. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
So you just
Big
messed up,
facts.
right?
That's big
So
facts.
No, I
two
did
two
not.
things.
I told
Hold
you
on, hold on,
I told you.
OTK. Hold on,
That's big
OTK.
facts, though.
This is my
That's big
last
facts.
statement on this, right? He just messed up. So one thing is you need to know what an independent clause is. That's one thing. The second thing is the scripture uses a conjunction. That conjunction is in, so it's semicolon in. So it's relating two separate events, two separate thoughts. That's what independent clause means. They can stand on their own. They don't need
But in the same place, correct? But in the same place, though, right?
no, it's
Hold
two
on,
different.
hold on.
It's two different thoughts, man.
Let me
But
come in
it's
here for
it's confusing because it's a primitive English and it uses the quote the
no,
punctuation,
it's
and
not.
that's what's throwing people
No,
off.
it's not.
Oh, no, bro.
Hold
No,
on,
bro.
let me say something here. Hold on, let me say something here. Let me say
Yeah,
something
Jose,
here. What
you
the
next, Jose.
first
You
reference?
next,
Hold on. The first reference has no historical basis about any Joseph and any Pharaoh. The second one has a historical basis that the Assyrians ruled in what they're calling ancient Egypt. That is why it is that is why people are focusing on that.
Wait, hold
The first one has no
on.
historic basis.
Hold on.
The
So
second
the
one has the
first one,
basis of
so the
Assyrians
first one
ruling
don't have.
ancient Egypt.
So the
No, it
first
has no
one had.
historical basis. No, it does
So
not.
the first one had no historical basis, but the
No.
second one does. That means
Yes.
that means the sentence is contradicting itself in one sentence.
No, it is saying that when the children of Israel were in Egypt, it was under Assyrian rule. It's a historical reference.
No, it's
There's
not.
a history.
What
Why don't you
scripture
read
are we
before you
talking
talk?
about?
It is a historical reference.
Yeah,
You don't know that
that
because
is
you're
what it's
talking too
saying.
much.
That's
No,
not
no.
what
I'm
it.
telling
How
you. I
y'all
looked it
can
up.
get?
No, listen to me.
Put that in
I
Chat
looked it up.
GPT
I looked it up.
and let
It's a
Chat
historical
GPT
reference.
break it down because
I
these
looked.
punctuations.
I
I'm
looked it up.
telling
I
It's a
y'all,
fell
I
out. I
historical
just
fell
reference.
out
gave
for a
y'all.
minute. Could y'all
The
tell us?
Assyrians
Could you,
ruled in ancient Kemet. That's a fact. That
Yeah,
has nothing to do with your belief.
yeah. That's
what
what
are we?
time is talking
What,
about. Then it's not talking about the time when the children of Israel was in
I
the
thought you were
Capone,
was
trying
talking
to
you
about
hear
in
explain.
yourself, did you?
Exodus. It's not
That's
talking
what
about
I
the
You hear
thought
time
you
of
were saying.
yourself.
Exodus.
They are
Yeah,
not
that's what I
two
thought you were
different
trying to explain.
hey,
situations.
what's the discussion? Are we talking about a scripture in particular?
That's,
No,
that's what I
hold
thought.
on.
What I'm saying,
Hold on. Let me
hold
repeat
on.
myself,
Everybody,
Capone, because you didn't hear me.
one mic.
I
What I'm
said the
saying,
Y'all
connection.
chill out.
Hold on. The connection between Egypt and Assyria is that during the 25th, sometime during the 25th dynasty, that dynasty was defeated by the Assyrians, and they ruled for a certain period of time. That is
right?
why it is not two separate clauses. They're
Right.
talking
So
about
that's
the
what.
same thing.
Okay, well then, okay. If it, I concede to that, but the sentence is talking. The whole sentence is talking about the Second Kings event, which is what you just spoke of. That 25th dynasty rule.
The Bible doesn't mention the 25th dynasty. They know that because they have extra biblical evidence. The
Man,
Bible
bro,
doesn't talk
you
about that.
either gonna concede to the evidence. First, you said it's a historical. You gonna either accede to it or not,
The
bro.
Bible doesn't mention the 25th dynasty. We know it's the 25th dynasty
But
because
you
of
said,
historical documents the Bible
hold
mentions.
on, y'all. Hold on,
The
Zion.
Bible
You
does
just
not
heard
say
him
that,
just
Capone.
say
The
that
Bible
the
doesn't say
second
that.
sentence
I heard him.
is
The Bible
referring to
doesn't
the
say that.
25th dynasty
He's
when
not
the
saying it's
Assyrians had
historical with
ruled.
the Bible.
The Bible
Whoa.
doesn't
He's
say
not
that. They
saying it's
get it
historical with
outside
the
of the
Okay, so
Bible.
Bible.
but
The
I'll
Bible
say this
doesn't
Brother,
though.
mention
leave
any
the
So
Bible
dynasty.
out of that historical
humble. I'm gonna
shit.
say this.
Don't. The brother never
The
said that.
sentence. Now I'm looking at it in the
Give it up.
references.
Give it up,
The
Capone.
sentence is
You can
not
forget it.
talking about when the children of Israel first went into Egypt. It's talking about in Second Kings, which would be around the 25th dynasty. You can count the lineage of kings. So it's talking around that time when the Assyrians besieged Israel, and they also went out through Israel. That's why they throughout the other lands. That's why I just read that in 2
So you
Kings
saying the people of
chapter
the Bible is
17.
writing during the time of these things are happening, or are they writing in the past, or are they writing in the future? Which one?
Well, Isaiah is in the 6th century, so Isaiah
No, but
is
is he
writing about
writing? Is
something
he
that
writing? Is he saying something that's in the past and then saying, "Look, this is how we end up in this," or is strictly speaking about now, here and there? So
no,
is
that's the
Isaiah
past. No, he
speaking
talking
about the
about something that was
now?
past. He talking about something past. They had records. They had records about
Okay.
this ruling of the Syrians in the book in that
Okay,
book of
so
Kings
now,
where
now
when
that
it was
he's
being
talking about the
recorded.
past, can that be a
That's a
problem
great
with
question.
us?
Yeah, that's a good
Because
question.
that will
Yeah,
mess our dates up. Can that be a
right.
problem? Right there. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's a great question. Because
Yeah. Yeah. I don't see why not. If your starting point is wrong, your conclusion gonna be wrong. So that's what I'm saying.
What?
Right there when he say that the Assyrian, he's talking about because you had Jews that was in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You had them. You had the Elephantine Jews, and you had Jews all throughout Egypt, right? So right there, he's talking about when the Assyrians came and what they came against Jerusalem, and they went and we know through other records that they and through the Bible it tells you that they went throughout the whole land, the whole area, Syrian Empire. So yeah.
So Capone.
So
So
did
So
you
Capone,
the
you,
did
so
you,
the
you
you,
or
verse
you,
is
did you
not
not
talking
get
about.
out
I
of
just wanted the
reading? Hold
verse
on,
is not
y'all.
talking
Let me
about the Exodus. That's
GD
the
and
main
Capone.
point that I
Hold
want to
on.
make.
Hey, GD and
but you,
Capone, let me ask you one more
but,
question. Out of that
but you,
reading that you got, that my brother Humble read, and your own reading that you read, did it
Right.
say that the people was not underneath Assyrian captivity, or was the Assyrians ruling? Yes or no? Out of all that
Yes.
you read, did you not read
Yes.
that? Is that
No.
not
No.
what Humble said?
No. But what Humble
Hold
is
on.
saying. Go ahead.
Hold on. I know we don't need to mistake what Humble was saying, but what I got from it, Humble was giving a statement, and Humble was like, yo, the Israelites, or the so-called Israelites, was up underneath Assyrian slavery or whatever like that. What he was saying, you know what I mean, Assyrian rule in Egypt. You said no.
Right.
So
Because he's
now when we
conflict.
read these things, hold on, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So now
Go
when
ahead.
all the documents that they brought out just now, I see that no matter what, no ifs, ands, or buts around it, whoever was ruling them, they was called the Assyrians, and they was in Egypt. That's what I got out of all of that. So you know what I mean. Let me know if I'm wrong, Humble.
but,
I don't want to mess up your
Right.
question or
Right.
what you're
So
saying, but I thought I thought
yeah, but you
that's
gotta
what
be
I heard
careful
from
with.
the jump, bro. Go ahead.
You gotta be careful with Humble because he say one thing and then he conflated. So he the part of the Assyrians ruling, like I said, that's true.
I gotta be careful
The
with you
part
too,
about the
GDN.
Joseph, the
I gotta be
Israelites
careful
being
with you
hold on,
too.
because he said
You
because
just
you
contradict
got
yourself about
because
Hold
5
on, let him
minutes
land
ago.
his
no, I
plane.
didn't.
I'm gonna
No, I
let
Go
you
didn't.
go.
ahead.
I stayed on my point. So he'll tell you like, oh, the children of Israel was in Egypt during the time of Joseph. And then he'll say, in the Assyrians rule. So he'll say the Assyrians are the ones that oppressed the children of Israel during the time of Joseph, leading up to Moses to the
no,
Exodus.
no, 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 no,
That's what
no,
he,
no,
hold
Capone,
on,
no,
brother.
He
Hold
ain't
on,
never
brother. We're
said
going to
that.
deal with what's historical and what's
No,
not.
he ain't never
Let,
say that.
that's
Hey,
not what he
GD and
said. Hold
Capone,
on,
he
that
ain't
Capone.
never
is
say
what he
Hold
that.
on,
said.
Capone. Hold on,
So
hold
what
on,
he
hold on.
went, hold on, listen,
That's not what
hold
he
on, y'all.
said.
Y'all
Oh,
gotta let me finish, bro.
Hold on, let him
Listen,
land his plane.
yeah,
Let
but
him
I
land his plane.
can't let you
I
fly
talked
your
to
Can I
Humble
plane,
respond
about
now?
this
bro. He
plenty of
didn't
time.
say that,
Listen,
bro.
Hold
I
on, let him
spoke
land his
to
plane, y'all. Let him land
I
his
know
plane.
y'all, I know you Humble y'all mans, bro. I talk to Humble on a day-to-day basis. We spoke about this plenty of times.
No,
I
you
know
my
what he
man.
mean when he say this. It's brothers that say this and they unlearn and they need to read more, right? Because What we just pointed out that's talking about the time during the Second Kings event, right? But what Humble does, Humble will say, oh, this is during the time of Joseph. We know Joseph lead up to Moses, which leads up to the narrative of the Exodus, right? So, so with that, now you're going to think, oh, the Assyrians are the one. It wasn't the Egyptians. The Bible was lying about. Which one is it? That's what he asked the brother. Is it the Egyptians that oppressed them, or is it the Assyrians? So now he throw a conundrum in where you know, you got to pick. If you a biblical scholar, now you got to pick. Well, I don't know, right? So now it's a contradiction. But it's not a contradiction because it's talking about the Exodus is talking about one period of time. And when Isaiah is speaking, Isaiah is talking about another period of time. He's not talking about the Exodus.
But the poem.
Okay. Humble, you understand what he's saying, Humble? Humble, go ahead and reply. You understand?
I got y'all. Watch this. I'm about to kill him like this. Hold on, right? I will put it up on the screen. I got too many tabs open already. Watch this, right? So I went back to it, right? So Isaiah 52:4, the full scholastic breakdown. My people went down. Here's why I'm giving the breakdown I'm giving. We have to read. See, Capone ain't reading. My people went down at Egypt, and he said, my people went down at the first into Egypt to sojourn there, which lets us know that this is the first time that his people went into Egypt. So we can't just say, oh, well, we think it was during this time. We think it was during this time. We think it was, no, this is the first time his people went into Egypt. Now, what was the first time his people went to Egypt? When Jacob and his family migrated into Egypt in Genesis 46. This is the first time we see his people in Egypt. Now, what happened in Genesis 46, all going the way down to Exodus, right? So in Genesis 46, Jacob and his family migrate to Egypt. Israel lives there as foreigners to sojourn there to live temporarily. Later, right, they were enslaved under the Pharaoh. Now, watch this. Here's the scholastic point right here. This event right here is the Exodus story. And the oppressors. Bam. So this is why I say, well, they must have got something wrong. Because if this is letting us know that this is the Exodus story, no, mind you, let's get back to that semicolon that he don't want to deal with. He keep talking, it's two different clauses. Yeah, they two clauses, but the clauses must be connected. So if this is talking about Egypt, this must also be reflecting on what this is talking about. So this must also be talking about Egypt. This can't then be talking about Canaan or another landmass or Israel. That makes no sense to the first sentence that it was talking about. Why would I say my people went down into Egypt, but then they enslaved us 3,000 years later over in Africa? That don't make no sense. Like we have to make sense of these things, bro. Right? I can't be enslaved. I can't be enslaved.
Read the next verse. Read the next verse, Humble.
All right. I'm gonna read the next verse. But the reason I had to bring that out and the reason I had to put so much emphasis on that is because Capone is correct. Me and him go back and forth with this all the time, right? But what Capone fails to realize is I know more about his scriptures than he do because I actually read his scriptures. Right? I won't miss the word. Listen, I won't miss the words when we first went down in Egypt. That word first there lets us know it's an indicator in what time period they're speaking of. This is why I can go back to Jacob, because that's the first time we see the Israelites in Egypt.
You implying that that's what that means, bro.
So who was in Egypt before Jacob?
Listen, it doesn't matter, bro.
Jacob.
Abraham went down to Egypt too, but that's not the point. The point is, what I'm saying is, you are applying that that's talking about when the children of Israel was in Egypt.
No, Capone. That's not what he said.
Listen, hold on.
He
No,
said,
that's not
Hold
what he
on. Now
said.
that ain't.
That's not
Hold
what
let
on.
me
he
Hold
jump
on.
in
said,
here for a
GD and
second,
All
Humble.
Capone.
right.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Let
I'm
me jump in
Jose.
here
done.
for a second.
Okay.
Hey,
Let me jump in
Jose,
here for a
can you
second.
clear
Let
it
me
up
jump in
for
here.
us, Jose? Clear it up,
No.
Jose. And then
Let me jump in
y'all
here.
got to let
Okay.
GD and Capone respond
No.
now.
Y'all
Jose,
got it.
clear
I'm
it
gonna
up.
go
Hold
ahead
on.
and
I want to interrupt him respectfully
Go
and
ahead,
explain something.
Jose.
What Humble is saying, they have a story about Joseph going into Egypt, implying that was the first time, right? And that story has no historical basis
This
whatsoever
dude
to
just
begin with.
disrespectful, bro.
Now we have a story that has more historical basis that said that this is actually saying in the text that this is the first time they went into Egypt, and they're talking about an actual historical event. So this has more credence to people outside of the Bible than Joseph's story. Whether it's true, whether they conflating, whether or not this happened, you can look it up that the Assyrians took over from the 25th dynasty, and they put in vassal rulers. That is why you hear them focusing more on that than the Joseph story has no historical reference.
All right.
So
Y'all
you are
let GDN
arguing an
respond, man. Y'all
invalid
let GDN
academic
respond,
point.
man. I thought Abraham, y'all fucking me up
Hold
right
on,
now because I thought Abraham was the first in
respond. But before we
Egypt.
let GDN respond, hey brother
Yeah.
A1, don't just
Yeah.
cam down casually like you just wasn't up here cammed up.
Yeah,
So
I know, right?
we
A1
saying
up
you
in
big
there.
boss
This
man. We saying
motherfucker
you
on the
Brody.
runway. Yeah, he on a runway, Humble. This nigga on a runway, right?
I'm walking around in some
himself and
Crocs
shit.
and some jersey shorts, man. It's just a cool
Hey, that's an
afternoon.
AI, Humble. That was an
I was
AI
looking
just
for
now, Humble.
Bro, hey, what up, bro?
what's
What
up
up?
with
What
you,
up? Hey,
Sadiq? How
go
y'all
ahead,
feeling,
Capone.
man?
Go ahead. It's on you, and then we gonna get back to darkness.
Yeah. Hey, that's y'all billing like a motherfucker. I thought Abraham was the first one in Egypt that was an Israelite.
Nah, he
Or
went to
Hebrew or
Abraham.
something. So
Abraham went to
y'all
Egypt to
killing
see
it right
Jacob.
now. Yeah, y'all
So what I'm
killing
gonna
it
say
right now.
is the scripture is it's a little bit complex, and then you have these instances with the punctuation, how they punctuate the sentences and stuff, because it is primitive English that you have these complex sentences. I ran into a couple of it's one in Genesis 6 and 4. It's another one in Corinthians. It's all throughout the Bible. So that's one thing. So I put this in Chat GPT, right? So
No.
Chat
You gotta cam up
agrees
to
with
show us what
me.
you put in
Hold
chat.
on, look.
You be
So
scamming.
Chat GPT agrees with me. So
No.
it says the scripture, right? And it says Egypt is referring to Israel's descent into Egypt in the days of Jacob and Joseph, which eventually led to slavery. Assyria is referring to a later oppression in exile under the Neo-Assyrian Empire, especially during the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BC. So that's what the Chat GPT says.
So now here's the issue with that. Here's the issue with that.
So hold on, let me conclude. Let me
Hey,
conclude.
GDN.
So that was my initial stance that it was talking
Did it
about
say Nordic?
two
Can you pull it up on the screen so we can read it for ourselves?
northern Israel, not Nordic.
Yeah, Northern. Okay, can you put it up on the screen, man? Sometimes we like to read for ourselves, man, so we can get our own
So I put it in
conclusions,
Chat
man.
GPT and I just asked I just put the scripture. I ain't even asked the question. I just put Isaiah 52 and 4.
Oh, Chat GPT. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So
what
now
I'm
y'all
saying
got
is
somebody else. So now y'all got somebody else telling y'all what the scriptures mean.
no.
What
What I'm saying
Okay, I'm
is
just making sure.
I had that initial stance. Now, when we went into the whole semicolon thing, is we should know this stuff. This is basic English. A semicolon in a conjunction or a semicolon with a conjunction could put together two independent thoughts or clauses. This is basic English. They don't have to relate. It could be in one instance in another one.
English, though.
No, they have to relate.
They don't have to relate. That's the point of the semicolon.
No, you can't use
It's no
English thought.
relation. It's
Yeah,
independent.
you can't use English pronunciation and English thought when
Semicolon
you're
is to
using a
show
book that
relation.
was before English,
A
before they
semicolon is
even
not
know about
used to show
American English,
relation.
bro. You can't do that now.
A semicolon is used to separate two independent thoughts. Roy
About the
Chat.
same
Let's
subject.
let's
Two
get it. Let's get it.
independent
Let's
thoughts
get it.
about the same subject,
I've been to
correct?
English Comp 1 and
Roy
2.
Chat, give us an understanding on
Wait,
when you
just
use
say
the
my
Yeah.
man, I'm
semicolon.
But
telling
you
you.
know what he
No,
just did? You know what he just
Well,
did?
I'm gonna say this. They could be. It could be for two independent clauses. Um,
The same subject.
or they could be. Or they could be two.
Same
Or
subject.
they could relate as well. That's what the conjunction is for.
yes, that's correct.
But
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 they
but
talking about
but
the same thing then, correct? So they talking
but
about the same thing then,
Sometimes you
correct?
can use in,
There is
but
no
you can use
sometimes.
in as an addition. You can use and could be like a either or thing as well. Like I
Yes,
mean,
Yeah,
not like either or,
definitely.
but like I
but either
say,
or
Definitely.
correct. Either
me
or
and
correct.
you, right? We two different people.
Yeah.
You
So
see
here's
what
I'm
I'm
the
a
saying?
writer,
issue.
bro.
Okay,
I'm a
okay, watch
writer.
this.
I
No,
write
hold on.
poetry. I write
One mic,
poetry
watch
famous
this.
out here in South Carolina. So I know what you're talking about with
Right,
these
but watch this
punctuation
though.
marks and all of that, though, bro. Bro, when we talking about their language over there, you can't add our style of the way that we using it today in modern terms and then
Right.
correlate it to what that is, man. That's like
but
doing what the
OT
Bible tell you not to do. Don't add
No,
in and don't take
right.
away.
Now
but
watch
Yeah,
this.
OTK
Now
was
watch
going
this.
too
Hold on,
okay.
far.
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Watch this. Now here's the issue I had with this, right? This book was transliterated, and translated from another language that didn't
That's
use
right.
quotation marks, right? So why didn't the scholars that if this is how Brother Capone was saying, why didn't the scholars reference it that way to help us understand? Because that was the quotation marks for, and all that other stuff was for anyway in the Masoretic, right? It was to help us clearly identify what each thing is saying so the common person can read it. So then why, when they transliterated in English, right, they didn't distinguish the if it's put there the way that Capone is saying, why didn't the authors that put into the King James Bibles distinguish the two? Why they simply put a semicolon there if those were two separate events? Why did they put a semicolon instead of putting these two separate events in two separate verses?
But
Because we
humble.
know that everything that has to do with one
This
verse
dude
all
Jose is
deal with
funny,
one another.
man.
But humble. The original translators did not write the King James Bible. It's written in modern English. So
No,
You
what
I'm
go,
they're
not.
you
doing
go
is
Go ahead.
keep taking his thing.
they're
Correct.
using
It's written in
what they think
American
would be.
English. It's written
Hold
in
on, they're
American
using
English.
whatever. They're
Is,
using
hey Jose,
what they
is you
think.
trying to
Hold
brainwash
on,
us,
Gatsby.
man? You trying to
Hold
brainwash
on,
us or
Capone.
something?
They're using what they think would be proper punctuation. It's not a
Right.
commentary.
Right.
Their job is not to explain. Their job is to
Right.
give a quote unquote translation. And I'm going to tell
A
Capone again.
transliteration or translation, correct.
No, transliteration is not the same as translation. The two are not the same.
Oh
So
yeah,
they
they
hear
put
so they got
transliteration too with American English, bro. I can prove it. Let's go. Go ahead.
Hold on. No. They're not the same. They're not the same. They've never been the same.
I didn't say they was the
Transliteration means,
same.
hold on.
I said
Transliteration
and.
means
Hold on.
so let
transliteration.
me explain.
God
So
damn, Jose.
transliteration is writing down something where you have translation, right?
Capone, we're not listening to you. Capone,
I
we're not
said
listening to you because
and.
you're clearly
I
confused
said
about
Hold
language.
on, y'all.
translation and
We gotta let Uncle
transliteration.
Jose land his
The
plane, and
dumbest
then
All
you
right,
Let
can.
go
me
ahead, Jose.
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Let me finish first.
Yeah,
A
go ahead.
transliteration simply means you take something from one form of writing into another.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
in this particular case, a transliteration is a pronunciation key on what it would sound like in English. It has no value in the original language whatsoever. It is a bridge between the original language and English.
Was the
It
Bible
has no actual
transliterated when it
value.
came over here? Yes or no?
Can I finish?
Hold on. Hey, OTK, you gotta let him land his plane.
A
Brother.
All
translation
right, my
is
bad,
supposed
man.
to
But
be
he
a
trying to make me seem
translation.
like a dummy, humble.
A translation means that I take what is written and tell you what the equivalent is in the language that I'm translating to, such as English. That is not the same as a transliteration. If I take a word like adios and put that into actual English, they would say that means goodbye, but it literally means go with God. That is a translation.
Yeah, my bad. I
And
never
the
said they was the same.
transliteration. Right.
I never said they was the same. I
Right.
said and, bro.
Right. Okay. Now, let me get back to Capone, who clearly wasn't listening. We are giving credence to the second Bible verse because it actually has some historical value. The first Bible verse has no historical value whatsoever. So you are arguing, and then when you put it to ChatGPT, you compare the first verse to the second verse. That is not, and you conflated something. You conflated.
No, I didn't. No,
yes,
I didn't.
You did. You did.
All I put in was the verse was Isaiah 50,
right.
52 and 4, and ChatGPT.
And what did it tell you? And what did it tell you?
Else.
Read what it said. Read what it said.
Okay, it says, here is the book of Isaiah 52 and 4. For thus the Lord God said, for thus says the Lord God, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, semicolon, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause. Brief context. In this verse, God reminds Israel of two past oppressions. Two. It says, one, Egypt, referring to Israel's descent into Egypt in the days of Jacob and Joseph, which eventually led to slavery in the Exodus. Two, Assyria, referring to a later oppression in exile under the Neo-Assyrian Empire, especially during the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BC.
Now pause. Pause there.
Go ahead.
What it's doing is it's comparing two different biblical events. They are not the same.
That's what I said.
It's making a connection between the story of Joseph, period, and then it's talking about them being oppressed in Egypt under Assyrian rule.
Wait, hold on. Well, you just did what Humble did. You had it right the first time.
I did do what Humble did, but I'm explaining to you. The last verse is talking about one thing. They're not two separate incidents.
But you said they was you put hold on, Jose. You said that them being oppressed in Egypt under Assyrian rule. But at first you said it's talking about, but you said that hold on. First you said
that's one occurrence.
So what's the second one?
The first occurrence, according to the Bible, was when they were supposedly oppressed under Joseph. That is two different things.
Right.
The Assyrian and the Assyrians were in Egypt. So that is one occurrence.
But wait, no. So you can't connect the two. You can't put the Assyrians with when they was being when they was in when they sojourned in Egypt. If you're talking about two separate events, that's what I'm saying.
No. Let me explain it again.
So what you saying, Capone?
Hold on. Joseph, the incident with Joseph was one occurrence that happened earlier in the biblical narrative. The second one is talking about the Assyrians ruling in Egypt. That's a whole separate occurrence.
Okay, I agree with that.
Well, all right then.
One is earlier and one is later. I agree with that.
That's not what you first said.
That is what I first said. That's exactly what I first said.
No, that's not what.
That's why I read 2 Kings.
You tried to conflate the idea that
Abraham didn't go into
hold on, OTK. You were conflating the idea that the semicolon in between it was saying that the Assyrians were not in Egypt. It's two separate.
Yes, that's what he
be trying to say. And beat you up.
Yeah.
Then you did it. Then
no, I wasn't saying that the Assyrians wasn't in Egypt. The Assyrians wasn't. I'm saying that the Assyrians wasn't in Egypt during the time of Joseph. That's what.
That's not what you said initially. We beat you up and made you change your tune. We beat you up.
No, I never changed. I never changed my stance. I've been this. Listen, the ChatGPT agrees with me. This is. Hold on. Listen. I said the ChatGPT agree with me. It says these are two separate occasions. Facts. One when the children of Israel was in Egypt with Joseph, and two when the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom and later on conquered Egypt. It even tells you in 2 Kings, and I read the 2 Kings event when it said that they didn't give tribute to the king of Egypt or something like that. His name was So or something like that. I
And
even
that's a
read
whole
that.
nother verse too, and that's a whole different verse.
Yeah, but that's what that's talking about. That's what that second part is talking about. That's when the Assyrians came up against the children of Israel in 722 BC, 300 years after David.
And this is how we know that semicolon means two different things, but the same relation.
Well, the relation is the oppression of the children of Israel, but it's not talking about the same people oppressed them.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and
That's what the semicolon.
and this is what I want to.
That's what I said.
I got a shout out
I agree with you.
Shout out to the brother GDN. Shout out to y'all brothers too, man. I've been listening in. The brother GDN is correct. You brothers are having a faulty misunderstanding when it comes to the chronology. You dig what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah.
No, the Bible
He
made
changed his tune when he got beat up.
Yeah, listen, man, listen. Y'all just listen. Y'all just wrong.
Oh, Mike, let him spill.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all wrong. Y'all wrong.
Oh, he could talk because he accuses you, but we can't talk, right?
First of all, hold on, you wrong. Wait a minute. You're wrong on the chronology, and you're wrong when you think that Jacob is the first time that Israel went into Egypt. You're wrong on both points. But my whole thing is when you put it on the timeline. See, that's what the brother GDN did, which debunks whatever y'all saying, because the event that happens with Jacob happens years and years before the Assyrian captivity. But what y'all failing to misunderstand is, and you're making assumptions about Egyptians going into or Israelites going into Egypt. Jacob and the by time the tribes and all them, that's at least 1,000 years after the time that Abraham actually walked the Israelites there.
What? Bro,
yeah, listen.
Hold on, no, time out, Cosmo, because you're not making sense. Hold on one second.
No, you're not making sense.
Hold on.
Abraham walked. Listen. Wait a minute. We heard what you said.
Listen, I just let you land your plane. I got you, Cosmo. I got you.
This is why you're confused, because you keep talking about something you don't know nothing about.
So watch this. All right, hold on, Cosmo. Hold on.
Listen, you don't know.
Went into Egypt
listen,
the first time. Hold on, Cosmo.
Wait a second. Hold on, wait a minute. Because you keep talking about shit you don't know about. If you be quiet for a second, I'll explain it.
But you wrong.
Abraham predates Jacob, Jeremiah, anybody of the 12 tribes, any of that. He walked the Israelites in there per the Bible. We're not making this up.
I'm about to show you where you're wrong at. The first time Abraham goes into Egypt, there was no such thing as an Israelite. So it couldn't have been. So that phrase couldn't have been talking about Abraham in them first.
Listen, it couldn't be an Israelite because Jacob wasn't born.
Hold on, I just sat here and let you talk. You gotta let me spill first.
Don't go about.
Hold on. So clearly, the first time we see the word Israel or a person referred to as Israel that created the Israelites was Jacob. The first time Jacob goes into Egypt was when? Was way after. Nobody's talking about Abraham because we know Abraham wasn't an Israelite. Israel wasn't around during the time of Abraham. So when we talking about Isaiah 54, right? We know Isaiah Israel. Hold on. Listen, this is why. Hold on one second. This is why we got to understand the context on things, right? When we read Isaiah 54, we know Isaiah is an Israelite. So when Isaiah say my people, who is Isaiah's people? Israelites. So we know
every
Ho, let me cook. Hold on. So
you
we
about to
know
debunk yourself. Go ahead.
We're talking about the first time these people come into Egypt. We're strictly talking about Israelites. We ain't talking about Abraham. That's number one.
You're just wrong.
Hold on, Cosmo. Hold on. So now let me go back to GD and Capone. I'm gonna land my plane. Let me go back into GD and Capone. I'm gonna land my plane. So now, here's the issue with GD and Capone, because what he is saying is, right, the people who gave us the English version of the Bible that he read made a mistake, and he's okay with that mistake. He's okay, right? If we're following his logic, he's okay with white people putting in
Ain't got
things
nothing to do with
or making things seem structured the way they really wasn't structured, and then misleading people that's reading that, right? Because we know what a semicolon means, right? So it's like he's okay with that.
Bro, you so long-winded, but you ain't saying nothing. And then did this.
Hold on, Cosmo.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
King James ain't the first.
You just long-winded. You get to the point.
No, I got to the point. So my point with you was Abraham was not an Israelite. Prove to me Abraham was an Israelite.
When did punctuation? When do we get punctuation?
In the Masoretic text.
Right. And listen, first of all, every Israelite descends from Abraham. Every single one of them. So even Jacob. So that debunks your whole idea. Listen, hold on, be quiet. Israelite is not about your blood, son. It's about what you do. And this is what you're not understanding. And regardless to your point was just moot because it was off point. The point is that the people who go on to later in time become Israelites, right? The Hebrews, right? They are the same people. They got marched in thousands of years before the incident with Jacob and them happened.
No, that's not what that. Yo, this nigga dumb, bro. Let me calm myself down.
You can't beat the chronology.
I'm about to go in, bro. You clearly don't read the Bible.
I clearly do.
So
I read it more than you. I know more Bible than you.
Time out.
I know more Bible than you.
Genealogy that
who genealogy come first, Abraham or Jacob?
Hold on.
Yeah, which one come first, Abraham or Jacob?
We know Abraham come first.
Well then, shut up. Yeah,
but Abraham is not so Abraham is an Israelite? Is Abraham an Israelite?
He is the father of them. He the grandfather of
them. I'm asking you, is he an Israelite?
He don't have to be. He's the grandfather of them.
He don't have to be. Now,
he's a Hebrew.
This is why this point.
Are Israelites Hebrew?
Hold on, Cosmon. Hold on.
This is why this
point right here is so important. Yeah. Hold on. This is why this point right here is so important.
One mic.
When we're talking about Isaiah 54, right? We know an Israelite is speaking. An Israelite said when we first got into Egypt, speaking of Israelites. So if Abraham is not an Israelite, then why would Isaiah be talking about Abraham if Abraham wasn't an Israelite?
Listen, you're using semantics, right?
Bro,
to try to that's like saying listen, let me debunk your point, because since you a pan-African anyway, right? A lot of y'all pan boo-boos say because you got a lot of y'all pan boo-boos say because you got African genetics that make you African. Nigga,
of course that
guess
makes
what?
African
Listen, be quiet, Jose, because you always come in with some pointless shit to say.
Because you just said something ridiculous.
The whole thing is
you're ridiculous.
Listen. Hey, hold on. Listen. Hey, hold on.
One mic, guys.
Let me just finish. God damn, just let me finish. Listen, the whole point is the chronology is.
We gotta respect they want.
Listen, okay, right. So be quiet. The whole point is that your chronology is wrong. Abraham in Genesis happens way before the time of Isaiah. And then Isaiah happens way after the time of the 12 tribes and Jacob and all that shit. I don't know. Yeah, you don't know the chronology. You need to pull it up because you look silly talking about Abraham, who is a Hebrew. He ain't an Israelite. How ain't he? You dig what I'm talking about? He's the father of them. Just because the title does, listen, just because the title, that's like saying American Indians, right? That's like saying American Indians who got, or Negroes or Indians who was got mislabeled as Negroes, blacks, and colors are not American Indians just because they got mislabeled as blacks and colors.
Mm.
That don't. You, what I'm saying is your logic don't make your math ain't math. That's all I'm saying. Abraham.
Hey, Roy Chuck, I go that word of the day again. Logic.
He's using it
Right,
wrong.
hold on.
He's
So,
using because it's
once
specific
again,
verse.
let's
I
get
mean,
right here to Isaiah 52:4, right? Since
Why
they
ain't
know
you
that
in Genesis with Abraham?
Be subjective.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
it
being,
goes back to
I'm
Genesis.
being objective.
Genesis, humble.
Objective is Abraham and his seed predate in Genesis predate anything going on way 1,000 years later in Isaiah.
Big fact.
What I'm telling you is Abraham wasn't an Israelite.
I'm saying all Israelites are Hebrews.
I'm telling you, he wasn't.
All Israelites
he wasn't. He wasn't an Israelite.
Are
So
all
Isaiah
Israelites
wouldn't have been
Hebrews?
talking. Now, why is that important?
I'm saying that's
because
semantics.
Isaiah
What
wouldn't
is
have
an
been talking
Israelite,
about
humble?
Abraham.
What is an Israelite? What's the
Humble.
difference between
What
an
is
Israelite and a
Israelite to
Hebrew?
you, humble?
What's the difference between an Israelite and a Hebrew,
Right.
smart guy? Hey,
Yeah,
smart
let
guy.
us know
What's
what
the
an
difference
Israelite
between an
I got
Israelite and a Hebrew?
I got you. The difference between
Yeah.
the Israelite and the Hebrew, right, is the Hebrew came from Eber, one who crossed over. The Israelite came from Jacob, who once wrestled with God, and it's the descendants of Jacob. That's the difference.
Wait a minute.
That right there is the difference. So
Eber?
when we had the Hebrews and the Hebrews,
just-
there was no Jacob and no Israelite.
Listen, hold on. Is Jacob a descendant of Eber? Hadouken.
Eber was not a person.
Of Eber?
Eber was a person.
Eber was not a person.
All of these are people per the. Listen,
Eber
all
was
of these
not a
are.
person.
Hey, shut
this
up.
dude,
Eber was not a
Heard the
person.
story.
You
Eber
stay out of
heard
this,
the story.
Jose.
Eber is a person.
You stay
You
out
just
of
made
this.
that
No,
up.
Eber is not a person.
It is.
Man, listen,
They
man. You stay
called
out of
him.
this, man.
They changed his
Hey,
name
He
to
Jose,
don't know
Ibrahim
nothing.
because
Shut
he
up.
crossed over.
He changed.
There is
he
no
changed-
such person as
He changed
Eber.
Jacob's name too.
You're
And
talking.
listen,
No, you're talking
hey, listen.
too
This
much.
is how you
No.
You think we gonna believe
This is
Be
how you
quiet.
walk
Be
him
quiet
into
for a
the
second.
punches.
All right,
Because,
hold on,
hey,
y'all.
listen. Hey,
Mike.
listen. Hold on. Hey, listen.
Can I talk
This
for a
is how
second?
you.
Let
No,
me talk.
wait a minute.
All right,
This
hold
is how
on
you.
one second,
No.
y'all. One mic.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Let me jump in here for a second.
I just walk him into the punches. See,
Hold on.
listen, he didn't know that
Hey,
Jacob and Judah are both descendants of Eber, who are both descendants of Shem.
Now, can I respond?
Oh my
Can I respond? Can I respond now?
Go ahead, Jose.
He said all of that, and so much of what he said was wrong. So much of what he said was
You can't
wrong.
prove it.
Hold on, can I finish? And
You can't prove it. That's just your opinion. Is that subjective?
No. Can I finish? I'm not finished.
That's your subjective opinion.
I'm not
about to
finished.
change the Bible
I am not
story,
finished.
dog.
Cosmon, can I talk?
Damn.
Can I talk?
Yeah, change the Bible chronological
Hold on,
story.
Cosmo. Let him
Go
land
ahead.
his plane.
Let me
Cosmo.
talk.
Let's let bro rock.
This is what happens when you're reading these strange books that are not your culture, and then you come out here and talk about a chronology and the
Egypt ain't our
reality.
culture, nigga.
Can I finish?
Go
You
ahead,
rest.
Jose.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, Jose.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this: there is no actual definitive chronology of the Bible because the Bible itself is not actual history.
What the fuck is he
It
talking
refers
about, man?
to the whole. Can I finish talking?
Y'all
Or you
got
gonna get triggered?
bro, man.
And you're gonna start a rant.
Ain't real, bro. Damn, man.
Can I finish
Go ahead,
talking, Capone, or are you gonna?
Go ahead.
You don't want the Bible to be. You don't
One
want
mic.
the Bible.
Can I
One
finish
mic
talking?
talking.
One mic, guys.
Let's let
Can I
Jose
finish
land his
talking?
plane.
Right.
Stop muting my
Because
mic.
you
I'm
get
not
triggered.
talking.
Can I finish
I ain't
talking?
mute mic. Oh, your mic got muted when that we supposed to be brothers thing play. It mute everybody mic automatically when the ads play.
Hold on.
Thank you. Let me finish talking before you start to rant. The Bible is not a historical book. It does not have any definitive chronology. What they do is they take these made-up stories and they start to make a chronology from made-up stories. It's not historical. In this particular instance, we have one historical event that we refer to in this whole conversation. The Assyrians and ancient Kemet. Everything else outside of that is not considered historical. So when you talk about Jacob and all of that, that is not considered historical. That's a made-up biblical story that has no real timeline whatsoever. I don't care if you use your keyword subjective, objective. It has nothing to do with history. You can't prove it. So don't come on here yelling and making ridiculous statements like because you have African genetics that makes you African. Yes, that's what genetics is for. It tells you who you are. And if you read a book outside of a watch, you would know that. So don't come on here talking crazy because you don't like because you don't like people talking about the African culture. Your book is not historical, but it's a compilation of nonsense.
Hey, listen, Jose.
Simple as that.
Jose. For you to be talking the way you talk, bro, and you got the name Jose, yo, you ate us straight the fuck up. Next person, go ahead, man.
So what?
Hey, hold on, let me say something. Hey, humble.
This is why you don't get a vote, Jose.
No.
Your opinion
What you
don't
want
count,
me to do,
nigga.
Cosmon,
You
is
ain't
come
one
up
of
with a
us,
fake
nigga.
disingenuous
You not the
name.
homeboy. You not down
That's
with
what you want.
team, nigga. You a op. You a tether, nigga. You come from another.
You see, look at you. That original thought in your mind.
You
don't even know where the term tether comes from, but you're using it.
Listen, you
don't know where I'm from. Ask the question
crimes
first.
and shit.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Now order me a double burger with cheese, nigga.
Ask me the question. Ask me the question.
Hey, Cosmo, funny. He came right on to that.
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Ask me where I'm from before you make a stupid statement because you don't know where I'm from.
Niggas up here.
Gentlemen, one mic, man. Like how are we trying to?
Yeah, damn. Come on, man. We got these dudes up here doing all this talking for us.
CDN, can you
this
mute
all
up?
this we talk. This we.
I gotta jump down.
You cool.
Bro, you not one of us, Jose. And
how do you know that?
Jose, and you supposed to be an Egyptian. You sound like a lost pan goofy to me. Don't talk to me about no history.
Can I respond to you?
That don't got nothing to do with you, Negro. Carry your ass back to Africa.
You don't know where I'm from.
Go help them musty ass niggas over there in Egypt.
You see stupidity?
That's what you need to go do.
You
go
see
help
stupidity?
some of the people in the Sudan.
You see stupidity?
Nigga, that's what you need to do.
You're talking ignorant. You're making
trying to tell us who we is, who we ain't.
I'm talking to you, not them.
What we is, what we ain't. You ain't never been there. So how you gonna help somebody there?
Hold on, y'all, real fast. One mic.
Hey, listen,
we want to.
I'm talking to you.
Hold on, Jose.
Ain't nothing Egyptian about you.
Hey, hold on, Cosmo. Hold on, y'all. One mic, y'all. We want to. Hey, listen. We want to try to remember our decorum. We want to try to remember that we're in Brother A1's, we in his castle right now, bro. So we want to show him respect by showing the platform respect by, having high level of decorum, y'all. So, hey, let's get it in, but let's get it in intellectually.
Okay, let me say this and then I'm gonna be quiet. The individual who I'm talking to
that we can pull up.
Hold on, let me finish.
Can you share anything that we can pull up?
Can I finish?
Intellectually.
There's nothing intellectually
that we can pull
logically, common sense.
Can I speak though?
Please, anything.
Can I speak?
Because all you do is just give your opinion.
You're right. Give your little opinion don't matter for nothing.
Can I speak?
That's all I'm asking.
I am going to. What I was going to say to you is, you didn't ask me where I come from, and you do not know. I never told you I was an Egyptian.
Care.
We don't care, nigga.
You don't care because you're ignorant.
You ain't one of us.
Your system doesn't
That's what we know.
Discipline.
That's all
and
that
to
matters.
Talk to people
you not one of us.
So we don't want to hear you.
Just because you got brown skin don't mean you get a vote.
You talk too much.
You don't get a vote.
Be quiet.
You
There's
mad?
No niggas on
you
this
mad?
panel.
You big mad
There's
because
no
you Africans got caught out there with your little.
You are the only one acting stupid.
This is what I'm telling you. Let her go. Let her cow pee on your head, nigga.
You are stupid.
Listen, we are not of the same culture. We not the same people, bro.
I'm done with you. Have a good night.
I know.
Be done.
Well, be quiet.
I don't
because
want
ain't
to talk
nobody
to you.
trying
This
to
is
hear
not
that
your
shit,
platform.
Jose. That old
This is not your
African
platform.
1986
If you
ass
cannot
Van
discipline
ass
yourself,
shit,
you
nigga.
should leave.
Take that shit. Take that
You
shit
should
back
leave.
to Dr. Ben, nigga. Dig that
You
nigga
see
up.
All right. Let's
stupidity
get
again.
back to some intellectual discourse, gentlemen.
This is what I'm saying. Stop pushing
what's
your.
the topic anyway? Right
listen,
now?
Stop pushing your subjective beliefs. Listen, listen. The whole point is the only thing that's the only thing that's not subjective about the biblical tale, right, is the way it tells its chronology. Right? Nobody is saying it's right. Everybody knows that they say their word was created in 3761 BC. That's the beginning of the Hebrew
calendar. Glasses, A1. Let me get them glasses, A1.
You see what I'm saying? So we know that that's not true, but what we're saying is the time of Abraham far predates the Israel, the whatchamacallit naming, getting his name named Israel. It doesn't never say nobody was ever named Israel before Jacob. And then I asked him what was the difference. He didn't give me no practice. He didn't tell me nothing about no blood. He didn't tell me nothing about what the difference would be between a Hebrew and an Israelite, because there is no difference. They're the same people from the same blood. The only thing about the Bible that they can't deny is the chronology. They say Adam, then it's Abraham and them. And then it come everybody else. Isaac, Jacob.
They can't even deny Ishmael and the Ishmaelites.
Right.
Come
on, man.
Hold on 1 second.
You can't.
The point is when you make the claim. The point is when you make the claim that the Bible is saying that Jacob, when Israel, the people who come out of just that one little tribe of Judah, that was the first time that they had been into Egypt or oppressed in Egypt. You're making a statement that's fallacious. It's not true.
So let's get into it really fast. Okay, so let me get into it now. Number one, he said the first thing that can't nobody disapprove. He said we could talk about a lot of stuff in the Bible, but we can't disprove the chronology of the Bible. Man, what? It say Abraham came from Ur to Chaldea. That's an anachronism right there. A historical anachronism at that. That mess up the chronology right there off the break. That mess up the chronology. So what you talking about chronology, Cosmon? Right? Because we know when Ur was around and thriving, we know there was no Chaldea. And we know when Chaldea in the play.
Wait a minute. What'd you say when Abraham was living?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We even know the very birthplace. The only thing we have of Abraham is faulty information. That's number one. Number two, he said, well, I asked him for a difference and he couldn't even tell me a difference. So watch this, bro. Is it not written in the Bible that Abraham ancestors worship other gods in those days when they was in the middle of the Tigris and the Euphrates, right? They worship other gods. Who was those people? Wasn't those the Eber people? So now when you asking me, okay, well, what's the difference between the Eber people and the Israelites? Well, the Eber people was worshiping different gods. They was worshiping many gods. The Israelite was only worshiping one God. That's the main difference right there. Off the break, off the rip. Another difference is when we look at Eber, right? We know Eber had two sons. One of his sons had 12 sons. We'll never mention any of them, right? But we know Eber, right, is the brother of a brother, right? And later on have Abraham. And then everything falls through that line. So we're not going to sit up here and act like even when we see their chronologies in the biblical story in the ark, that's even faulty. This is crazy, Cosmon, that you up here trying to defend this wickedness right here, bro. This
you done? You done, bro?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
So all right. Now I was quiet. I let you get that out, but you conflated all this stuff that ain't got nothing to do with the topic. The topic is when was the first time the Israelites and these people that go on produce Israelites? And then you double down and debunk yourself, because what you don't know is Abraham only served one God. So did Isaac, and so did Jacob. You're wrong. Guess what? So guess what? If the defining term between a Israelite and a Hebrew is that they served one God, well, the Hebrews and the Israelites only served the God of Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham, which blows your whole ideology out the water, which by the way is still not on topic. The topic is which came first, the Israelites and the Hebrew people walking into Israel and being oppressed with Abraham. Did that come before the time you're talking about with Jacob, or the time did you talking about with Assyria? We're not debating if they're real. We're just looking at the text, right? And one, chronology-wise, happens before the other. If you're trying to say anything other than that, you're just confused. And I relinquished it.
Can I chime in real quick? Because I haven't spoken in a while. I'm not going to get into too deep because I'm not an expert at this, but Humble, I think that there's a semantic issue here. Like, yes. Hebrew was the term that was used first, because I looked it up. Like I could read what I looked up, but Hebrew was a term that was used first, and Israel and Jew came in after, right? So Jew and Israelite are interchangeable, according to this thing I'm reading. But this is, again, using a different word to say the same thing, right? So they're equivalent terms, but they're pronounced differently, right? So if I say Jew, I mean an Israelite. If I say Israelite, I mean a Hebrew. I mean, those are semantics.
They're interchangeable.
Right? So, they're interchangeable, even though that they didn't use them at that time, right? So I get what he's trying to say. They didn't use that word at this particular date, but they're talking about the same.
So is Ishmaelite Hebrews?
Israelites are Hebrews, yes.
Yeah. It's Ishmaelites Hebrews.
Ishmael. Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
No. Oh, so now Ishmaelites not Hebrews, although they come from Hebrews.
Genetically, they are. Yes, they are.
You can't use them interchangeably, but you can use
Hebrews
and Israelites interchangeably.
I would disagree with that. Genetically, they are Hebrews. The Ishmaelites are Hebrews because Ishmael is a son of Abraham per the biblical story.
The first son.
I don't know about that. I don't know. So I'll let those guys. I'll let those guys say that.
Yeah, he's first and per the biblical tale, Ishmael is 14 years older than Isaac.
Big facts.
So that's another word. That's 4 words then that refer to the same people then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? I mean, genetically.
Right.
Then what y'all are saying, so essentially what y'all are saying is the Muslims and the Israelites are both Hebrews.
They all, this is what, listen.
Hold on.
Wait. A light should have just came on. A light should have just came on. This is why they call it the Abrahamic faith.
Hebrews and Muslims argue about them worshiping different gods.
Hey, listen. This is why they call them the Abrahamic faith.
Right, bro.
Yes. Right.
Bro.
You're right about that.
Families.
Ishmael,
but they argue over about I'm right, or it's this God, or it's that God.
Right.
Ishmael started the Muslims, right?
Correct. That's what the Ishmaelites.
Yeah.
No, he's the progenitor of it. He's the Ishmaelite.
He started it though, right?
Yeah. He would have been a precursor. He would have been a precursor to Muhammad
of it, just like.
I see. You're saying Muhammad started it, but
I see. Israelites, and then his son became the Israel. His son. That's how Ishmael was. Ishmael was the progenitor of Islam, but it was Ishmaelites.
Right.
All right. Well, let's ask a real Hebrew Israelite. Hey, Capone.
Right.
Hey, Capone.
Mohammedism and all of that before you had a Muslim.
Well, now he trying to act like he ain't there. Hey, Capone,
he doesn't speak English, man. He doesn't speak English.
Hey, Hey Capone, do Muslims and Hebrew Israelites worship the same God?
No.
Is Muslims Hebrews?
Depends on what's your definition of a Hebrew.
They came from them though.
Hey, I'm gonna leave that up for y'all to argue about.
Well, I think a better question would be GDN.
Hebrew is a corruption, is a English way of saying Habiru, which meant a servant.
Okay.
But later on, but throughout, but hold on, let me tell y'all. So as time went on, the Israelites identified with that term, and they started to call themselves that. That's where you get Hebrews from. You get what I'm saying? Because it tells you in Jeremiah 34, and I think verse 8 or 9.
Wait a minute. So you saying the Hebrew term don't come? So wait a minute. Are you saying the Hebrew term don't come before the Israelite term?
Say that again.
Because the Bible shows us that the Hebrew term was used before the term Israelite.
Well, it says that Eber was the father of the. It says Eber was the father of the Hebrews.
It say that?
Well, it say Shem was the father of Eber. Which one does it say?
It says Shem was the father of Eber in them. He was great grandfather in them.
And Eber was the father of. Do it say Eber was the father of the Hebrews?
No.
Okay, so if it don't say that Eber was the father of the Hebrews, we can't. I know that genealogy go like that. So yes, Eber is a grandfather of what became known as what the people they identified themselves as Hebrews.
Yeah, but
they wasn't identifying themselves.
We talking about the term Hebrew. I'm saying the term Hebrew is used chronology wise in the Bible before the term Israel.
Right, and who is calling who a Hebrew? Are the Hebrews calling each other Hebrews, or are other people calling them Hebrews?
No, the biblical text is calling the people who migrate with Abraham Hebrews.
Right. So Abraham gets called a Hebrew, right?
By Moses.
He gets identified as a Hebrew
by Moses,
by the Canaanites.
No, by Moses.
No, by
right.
Moses.
Okay.
Genesis, right?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Moses, you had Joseph.
Moses didn't call him nothing. Moses would have known exactly what to call that nigga. He would have been
right. But then you have Joseph, when he's a slave in Egypt.
He was a Hebrew, don't mean what his blood is. Just
Potiphar's wife called Joseph a Hebrew. They even called the Egyptians called the women the Hebrew women. You know what I'm saying? So this is a social term.
They were all called
Eber descends from Shem. And Eber is a Hebrew word, like just like the word Hebrew. They both mean crossover in English.
Actually means feather.
Hold on.
That means crossover in English.
So listen, the reason why they say Hebrew is because in the Hebrew language you have a definite article, and that's the hey. So, but
is it an Israelite language?
Hold on, let me. But so the language evolved over time, so that instead of the hey, it becomes the he, and then when they transcribe it in English, it becomes Hebrew, but it means duh. It means Habiru, right? But they transcribed it as Hebrew.
Transcribing Aramaic? Are they transcribing Aramaic?
It don't matter what they transcribe. I'm saying that's how they transcribe.
No, it does matter, bro.
It totally
matter.
Aramaic Aramaic was adopted by these people to write.
No, I ain't asking you. I ain't asking you for your soliloquy once again. Another person with another soliloquy. I'm asking a yes or no question.
It was yes, it was Aramaic.
What was they transcribing, like you said? From what language was they transcribing it in the Hebrew?
Aramaic. Aramaic to me is a misnomer.
Is it an Israelite language?
Aramaic?
Hold up. The Israelite language is Aramaic too?
No, the Israelite language is Phoenician or Chaldean.
The Israelite language is what? Capone, say it again. Say it again.
I stop.
Phoenician.
Yeah, he know what's up.
It's Phoenician. Hold up.
But listen though, man, we touching on look. Y'all going into so many different things, and that stuff requires a lot of studying. So I'm trying to give you the basics. Listen, I'm trying to give you the basics.
So are you saying the Israelite language predates the Hebrew? I ain't even know Israelite had their own separate language.
So first you gotta hold on. There was no language technically called Hebrew. It's one thing we gotta understand.
All right, was it a language called?
Hold on. What the Jewish people did, they resurrected an ancient language, and they called it Hebrew.
Was it a language called Israelite?
No.
All right then. So now quit fumbling around with me, bro. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. What language was the Israelites speaking? Or do the Israelites got their own separate language?
They got their own language. They got their own language. According to the text, I think the text talk about the Jews' language. It talks about the language of Judah. So they had their own language.
I stopped. All right, bro. I stopped, man. I stopped with you, GD.
The language got classified as Hebrew,
bro.
Over time,
you told me the Hebrew was speaking Aramaic, and you say the Israelite language predates the Hebrew. So I was asking you, what language do the Israelites speak? I never heard an Israelite language. I never heard that. So now you got to show me something. Are you talking about Paleo Hebrew?
Well, you gotta understand. Well,
what language are they speaking,
listen. It's complex because you have to understand that where we got language from, where we first get writing and language from, and how that goes throughout everywhere. Because I can ask you the same thing. What language? Hold on, look. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Look, hold on.
Come on, man.
Do we know what language more? Do we know what language more by speaking?
Sanskrit and pictograms, bro.
That's writing. That's writing. That's writing. So someone could speak a language and they can have common writing. That's called lingua franca. You know that, right? They can speak different languages. So they wrote their language in the Aramaic script. You have script, and then you have the phonetics of what they spoke.
So now is Aramaic Hebrew, or did they get it from somebody?
No, Aramaic is not technically Hebrew. Aramaic was used to write.
So therefore, they don't got no original language. Thank you.
No, it was used to write the Israelite language. It's just like how you use English to write whatever you need to write today. Sometimes they use Arabic.
Bro. I use English to write English. Everybody in the world today use American English.
Exactly.
No, that's not correct.
So during the time that they used, during the 5th century, everybody used.
Ain't no other country language or speaking or written language goes around the world than the American English.
No, that's not correct. UK English is not the same. That's not correct.
So I'm gonna do
Ukraine. I ain't say no
I said UK.
Hold on, let me talk to A1. So A1,
I ain't say no UK, bro. Step back.
Yeah,
Step back, Roy
that's different
Chess.
from American English. That's different from American
Roy
English.
Chess. Listen, American English is the #1 language. I don't give
ancient
a fuck whether
Israelites,
it's sign
where they
language.
come
All
from, their
sign language is
language.
American English.
I'm gonna have to do
I
something.
don't give a
That's
fuck.
not correct.
Now we talking lingua franca. Hold up. We talking about lingua franca right now, right? Correct? We talking about language, how you can correlate languages in different places, and you can say, oh, okay, that might have came from over here because we have similar things. So now I'm telling y'all, ain't no other language around the world but American English. That's already around the world, and it's taught in sign language. No other language does that.
That's not correct. Everybody's not learning American English like that. Most people are speaking UK English, especially in the Caribbean.
Hold up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, in the UK, they speak a different. They speak the King's English or something like that.
Yeah, the Caribbean speaks the King's English. Everywhere the English colony, everywhere where England dominated, they gave them UK English.
That's the
like we say water, they say water.
Hold up.
What or something like that.
Roy Chess, do we sign language in the King English or do we sign language in American English?
They could do both. Why can't they do both?
No. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Why can't they do
we
both?
Sign language in American English, bro.
And over here we do, yeah, of course.
We actually sign language in Latin. Yeah, we sign language in Latin. We don't sign language in English because we use Latin letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's all Latin.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's 100% true.
Not true.
No, it's
That's
not.
100% true.
Hey, listen. If y'all don't believe me,
right there.
Soto took sign language.
That's what I was saying. That it takes study. You have to study where language come from, what language is being utilized, what symbols is being utilized.
But GD, GD, I think your chronologically is off. Hebrew comes before Israel, right? Hebrew comes way before Israel. And the word Jew,
there's no that. Oh, you talking about no? You talking about
the word Hebrew comes way before.
You mean Hebrew? You talking about
Hebrew. Abraham was a Hebrew.
Right. Abraham was a Hebrew. I never said that he wasn't.
Right, but you made it sound like Israelite came first and then Hebrew. It's Hebrew first and then Israelite after Exodus.
Right.
Right. I said that this was a term. So Abraham was Abraham
Hebrew who practiced Judaism at that.
So Abraham was the Hebrew, I'm saying that it was a social term. So it had nothing to do with lineage. Abraham was described as a Hebrew. Over time, his descendants start identifying themselves as Hebrews, and it became synonymous with being a Jew. Because we have scriptures where it uses Hebrew and Jew in the same sentence, and is used interchangeably to talk about manservants and maidservants.
Israelite was interchangeable also.
Yeah, Israel too. But this is the thing. All Hebrews are not Israelites. But all Israelites are Hebrews.
You're talking about nationality, though.
You're thinking about this black shit.
You're mixing context there.
No, I'm trying to,
bro. You mixing.
So yes, they are used interchangeably. So
you water whipping.
You're mixing context, though. Yes, you are mixing context.
You water whip,
dog. You water whipping like a motherfucker.
How I said all Israel, Hold on, no. The scripture says this. It says, hold on, no. The scripture tells you, it say all Israel is not Israel. Then it goes in through the lineage. So it tells you that all Israelites are Hebrews, or they identify as Hebrews, but all Hebrews are not sons of Jacob. An Israelite is a son of Jacob.
You're talking about nationality. When you say Hebrew there, You're talking about nationality. You're not talking about the bloodline.
He just read it. He said all
Now I'm not talking about okay, you
talking
saying
about
what the social
nationality.
term?
Yeah, you're talking about the social term. We're talking about the genealogy.
Okay.
Of person to person to person to person.
Yeah, but the genealogy got something to do with nationality, don't it?
No.
No.
Because the nations are the social construct.
Because they got kin.
You can call it whatever you
right. So that's why I said it's a social term. That's why if you saying I'm talking nationality and it's a social term,
yeah.
Then
Right,
I'm on the right page.
No, but Hebrew is not a social term. That's a genealogy. Just like Jew is a genealogy.
No, Hebrew is a social term.
No, it's not.
It's not a genealogy. It's social.
I believe
No, it's
Hebrew
not.
is principality. It's not physical bloodline.
It is. Jew is a bloodline.
So
no,
hold on. So when let me.
Uh-oh. Hey, listen. I think
Gnostic.
Jew is a
Hold on,
bloodline.
Gnostic. I'm gonna let you go right here. Let me.
Don't nobody
chest.
know
So
who
real
they
chest in
is.
Exodus 21.
Go ahead, fight, niggas, fight.
It's dealing with principality.
About to get interesting, extra interesting.
So in Exodus 21, Roy Chess, it says a Hebrew slave. So what is that talking about?
It's somebody who's
in
not
Exodus 21.
So in that
Somebody
context,
that's what?
In that context,
Captivity means they're brought under the law.
hold on.
Under the law.
That's not what that means.
Uh-oh.
It means that
I'll
person was
prove it, but go ahead.
That means that person was allowed to live there among the Jews, but they were not Jewish. Right, so it is kind of talking about an ethnical term there in that context, but the original term
No. So
it's not a social construct. So they
it's talking about a certain type. So
they're not Jewish people.
So
they
this is
allowed people to live among them that were not
I would like to argue that Egypt is
I agree with that.
It's not physical by itself.
In Exodus 21, it's talking to the Israelites, right? And it's talking and it says something about a Hebrew slave. So now you're saying that that's talking about them having people from their lineage as servants.
No.
When I'm telling you, no, that's just a social term. Hebrew is a social term for a servant.
No, that's talking about the land that they called Hebrew. They were talking about an ethnic group there. So it's used twice there. Because
can we look up the term? Can we look up the term Hebrew and just see what it means?
People who were Jews.
It means crossover. It means crossover, like Uber.
Crossover, yeah. But I'll look it up so that way y'all can see it on the screen.
Yeah, I know. It means
trust me, I know these things.
Why are you going by definition?
Using it like it's a noun when in fact it's a.
May I say something in terms of the reason why it means crossover is because once again, it's dealing with principles. It's dealing with like the Exodus. The Exodus actually happens more than once in the scripture. Even when when we were dealing with Isaiah 52, if you read into 53 and 54, going into 54, it's talking about they were in Egypt, escaping the plague, and they settled there for a minute, and then the Egyptians took over and enslaved them, and then the Assyrians come in and take over enforce oppression upon the Israelites. The problem was the Israelites had started to adopt the customs of the Egyptians, and they started becoming wicked. So God used.
Your book skipped thousands of years.
Yeah, but
that's at the same time.
Hundreds and hundreds of years apart.
He's talking about something different.
Look up the.
But hold on. If I go by the word of God, then if I go by outside sources, then that's a different principle dealing with history. That's outside of the word of God, outside of the prophecy of Israel.
Yeah, but you're going by definitions. You should not be going by definitions. You should be going by context.
That is context. Definition is context.
No, that's not context. That's a definition.
Towards context. The definition.
Definition gives context.
By the context.
No, it's not.
Yes, the definition can change by the context.
No, context. No.
The definition of the word can change by the context.
And vice versa.
Yes, but you're using the word definition is context. You're using the wrong word. That the context is how people use the word and what they mean by it. And what you're doing by definition is by using a source. Context is not source based.
Come on,
You're
man.
using an authority.
Well,
Context doesn't require authority.
That's why names are translated in scripture.
A1 got on the
Let's
screen.
read this real quick, y'all.
Okay, what I got on the
Ancient
screen.
people.
Yeah,
A member of an ancient people living in what is now Israel and Palestine, and according to the biblical tradition, descendant from the patriarch Jacob, grandson of Abraham. After the Exodus, c. 1300 BC, before the Common Era, they established the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, and their scriptures and traditions form the basis of the Jewish religion. Number 2, a Semitic language used by ancient Hebrews in modern Israel. Adjective of ancient Hebrews or the Jewish people. Number 2, or of or in Hebrew.
Right. So it don't say nothing about Eber right there, right?
It do. When you go down here, it says to origin.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's gonna say that's because that's the root. That's the root that it comes from.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Aramaic.
Origin. VIA. Latin.
You're doing dictionary scholarship.
Hold up. Stop, Ray.
That's what we gotta define terms.
Hold up.
And we have to go to the etymology of the word. So
No, you do. It goes by context. It goes by context.
Roy.
It does.
Oh, you said it goes by context.
The Bible.
Yeah, so the context. So okay, the context is that Hebrew is a word to describe a person.
No, you're
not
using
a genealogy.
You are using a source.
Hold up.
Wait, if we use it context gotta come from a source.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Establishes context. Right.
No, it doesn't.
It has to be established by somebody.
No, you're kissing up.
Yeah.
No, you're just making it up.
It's not going to create itself.
The Bible goes against those. The Bible goes against history. They're lying.
Even English today goes by context. You can't tell me the etymology of a word. That's why it means it today. That's not how it works.
Right.
Context goes by frequent usage.
Real quick, man. And then
the origin again. You're still doing the kiss.
So in the context of the Bible, so Roy Chess, in the context of the Bible, when it says Abraham was a Hebrew, who is that used to describe a certain type of person, or is that talking about a nationality?
It's talking about a group of people who have his lineage with a belief system. That's what a Hebrew is.
It ain't talking about that yet.
It is talking about that.
That didn't happen yet, though.
What are you talking about? You're confusing history with context. We already established that those words are semantically the same. Hebrew, Jew, Israelite. Without the ethnic group. I don't care about when they used it. The term refers to the same group of people. I don't care what date you put on it. It still refers to the same people. If I say cat in French, it's not the same word, right? But it's the same animal.
So
I get that part. So that ain't my argument, Roy Chess.
Right?
I get that part.
So
if we look at the given translations in the Bible, it will go against pretty much all the history that we're reading outside of the Bible. It goes against all of that. All of that is deception.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
You don't know how to
or the Bible is deception.
Yeah, it does. I'll make an example. I'll make an example.
About real kings, how it's going against the history?
because the scripture says spiritual things will be foolish to the flesh-minded people, to the earthly
Yeah,
ones.
you don't know
So
what you don't understand what that means because you're
yes,
Gnostic.
yes, I do. So I can explain it. Okay, watch this. Watch this.
So why I say
Revelation.
so hold on. Let me
Revelation
ask you a
17 and
question.
15 lies.
Let me ask you a question. Why does it say this? Why does it say?
Let me explain it. Like Genesis 10 and 5 says that the islands are referred as nations and tongues of the Gentiles. Then when you go to Revelation 17, 15, it translates the many waters that surround
All right,
those
let's stop
islands
right. Let's
as
deal with
nations.
that. Is Revelations written by the same person that wrote Genesis?
I'm going by the scripture that lines up with
Okay,
precept,
I
not
understand
by
that,
what
but
other people say.
there's no private
Outside the Bible.
interpretation. Second Peter 1:20. There's no private interpretation. Now,
that's exactly what I'm doing.
Is the person that wrote Revelations the same person that wrote Genesis?
You have Moses and you have John. Which if it's watch this. They're the same.
The answer is no.
They're the same because they followed the law. John wasn't John by himself. He was Elijah.
Man, y'all gotta stop that, man.
Yeah, he's cutting me off. I'm trying to explain, right?
No.
So
You
all of this started in Isaiah 52. I can even explain what Isaiah 52 is talking about when it's dealing with Assyria and Egypt.
No, you can't.
Yes, it is. It's talking about captivity.
Y'all really go.
It's talking about captivity.
No, you can't. You're wrong. Oh my gosh.
Like really wrong.
They didn't even let me be wrong before I was wrong. That's what's crazy.
The context is way off.
You way off. But listen, I was saying that they two different authors, bro. Meaning there's two different contexts right there.
Right.
Yes.
No, that's what's called keeping precept. That's why it's written twice, precept upon precept. Let me. Can I explain? Can I say something, bro?
Let me
Give me
ask
5
you
seconds.
What is a precept?
You won't let me talk. You won't let me talk, man. Why should I answer you?
You said something. What is the
But let
question?
me talk, man. Okay, if you ask me a question, why do you start talking right when I go to answer? So if you precept upon precept twice, line for line twice, every word is established out of the mouth of 2 or 3 prophets. You get your context. Yes, you get your context, not just by reading one scripture alone.
Just let him finish. Damn. He probably don't even got that much to say, but he can't get it out. He's fighting. Let's let him land his plane, and then y'all can clean it up after with everything he wrong about.
Right. So in terms of the scripture, John is Elijah. So John ain't even acting by himself. This applies to all the prophets. Christ says in Matthew 16 and 13, going into 16, he asked it twice. He says, "Who am I like?" They said, "You're like John. You're like John." The other one said, "You're like Elijah." Another one said, "You're like one of the prophets." Because anybody that's keeping their precepts, they're using more than just one prophet to establish context. Isaiah 17, 12, and 13 says that the waters is the nations. Jeremiah 47 and 2 says the waters is the nations. Ezekiel 26 and 3 says the waters is the nations. Daniel 9 and 26 says the waters is the nations. Then you got many scriptures talking about the dry land. And the dry land is amidst the waters. That's earth. Earth, Genesis 1, 9, and 10. Earth is the dry land that appeared in the midst of the waters. 2 Peter 3 and 5 says that the waters created the earth. The earth is merely an illusion, which is dry land that appeared from the waters after it divided and reunited. So when you look at the scripture in context and you read it the way you're supposed to, which is here a little, there a little, keeping your precepts out of the mouth of 2 or 3 prophets, and it's written like that because truth don't stand by itself in this world. You have to have a lie to compare it to so that you can talk about it. Nothing stands by itself in this world. Everything works off 2s and 3s.
And just real quick, is that also historically and chronologically how backdating?
You know they're gonna lie to you, right? Guess what? That definition you did on Hebrew, that's taking us to Israel and Palestine. You really think they the Jews? They really keeping the Torah? Come on, man. It's even in the Bible where it says that Revelations 2 and 9, 3 and 9, where it says you are the fake Jews, synagogue of Satan. Though you're rich on the outside, you're poor on the inside. They're rich. They've always owned everything. And it even says in John 19 and 15, Caesar said, do you want me to crucify your king? They said, our only king is Caesar. So they've been worldly the whole time. That's why Nicodemus said, should I crawl back in my mother's vagina to be born again? Now that's supposed to be a master of the law. That was one of their favorite Jews. And he don't even know how to read the damn book.
All right, let's pass it around and let somebody respond to you. Let's let somebody respond to you.
The brother's all over the place. And I'm gonna read this scripture, right? This 2 Peter's 1 and 20, right? Peter, by the way, for a little context, Peter is the one that Christ left his ministry to. So you're supposed to be listening to Peter, right? So it says, knowing this first, that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of men, but holy men of God spake as they was moved by the Holy Spirit. So I read that to let you know, to show you that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. So that means you can't come up with your own thing. It has to be thus says the scripture, right? So each scripture has its own context. Each writer, they have their own context, what they're writing when they're using certain words. John is thousands of years after Moses. So why would John be writing in the same context as Moses? That makes no sense, right? Another thing, you wrong when you talking about the nations and everything. I already explained that. So anyway, this is the last thing. Precept. I asked you what a precept is. When you said precept upon precept, that's true. That's in Isaiah 28 and 10, 9 and 13, right? So that's true. But you have to understand what a precept is. A precept is a commandment. So when you say precept upon precept, it's just not any line in the Bible. No, you're supposed to go to a commandment in the law. That's what a precept is. And you have to tie that precept to another commandment. And it tighten up the actual message. Last thing, Bible says that the scriptures are for our learning. So the scriptures from before time is for our learning. Meaning everything that happened is you learn is lessons in it. It's wisdom. So a lot of that stuff you just all that jumbled up. John said this. Oh, he was the Christ. This. None of that matters, bro. What we talking about? You trying to point to that to say that they talking about Gentiles is the water and the sea and so every time you see water, you think it's Gentiles symbolically. That's the wrong context, and you making your own private interpretation.
All right, can I respond to that or no? You went to Isaiah 28 and 9, going into 13. 28:9 says, who can understand the doctrine? Who can obtain the knowledge? Those who are drawn from the milk, drawn from the breast. The milk is dealing with the babies, the milk and honey. The wine and oil is dealing with those who are advanced in the word of God. They're keeping their precepts and they've established the principles. So if I go to 1 Corinthians, which is Isaiah 29, 10 and 13, talk about precept upon precept twice, not once, twice, line for line, twice, here a little, there a little, not a lot. Then in Isaiah 28 and 11, it says, with stammering lips and a foreign speech, I shall speak to these people concerning the doctrine and concerning the precepts, as it is written in 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 21. In the law, it is written, with men of other tongues and other lips, I will speak to this people. And yet for all of that, they're not going to hear me, thus saith the Lord, because tongues are for a sign, not for them that believe, but for them that don't believe. But prophesying serves for them that believe, that don't believe not, but believe. Meaning, and once you keep your precepts, it's going to sound weird. It's going to sound crazy, as Hosea 9 and 7 said. 1 Corinthians 14 and 23 says, if the whole church comes together in one place and they speak with tongues, which is the Holy Spirit, and people come in and they don't believe in the word of God like you do, they're going to say you're crazy. That's Hosea 9 and 7 saying the same thing. In the end time, there's going to be a man, or there's going to be a group of people that are going to keep their precepts. They're going to figure out how to really break down these principles, and everyone on the outside is going to go, you're crazy. And the reason why it's that way is because we got history, people on the outside of the book giving us a bunch of nonsense that goes against the book, and it's confusing us. Like when you look at Africa, you see Ethiopia, you see biblical places, but they renamed everything to confuse us, to make us think it's physical. It's not. Even the 12 tribes of Israel come from barren women. The 6 of them come from the woman that was less loved because of the law. Deuteronomy 28, 21, and 15 going into 17. I know these things to prove that the firstborn is spiritual. It's all hidden. It means it's about the faith.
So that means Esau is actually the real spiritual one, and Jacob and Jacob and them is the evil ones, the non-spiritual ones. But them is the people you telling us that we need to be.
No, Esau is red and hairy. If you look up,
you said the firstborn. You said the firstborn is the spiritual.
Right, but Esau lost his birthright blessings to Jacob. Jacob took it over. The promise.
I mean, those blessings come from God. No man can take them.
It's written in the scripture.
No, he got robbed of his birthright.
It's written in the. It's written in the scripture.
It's written in the scripture that Jacob stole it from him.
Yeah, he's a usurper.
Yeah, he used deception. That's why.
So if y'all following Jacob, then y'all following the stolen legacy. That's not really y'all.
No,
that means following Esau is the original, correct?
The usurper.
No, Esau represents is red and hairy. I'll break it down in scripture.
No.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not gonna force y'all. I'll let y'all go.
Color, bro.
You already messed up.
With skin color.
Stop that. No, I'll let y'all go. If whenever y'all ain't afraid of what I'll say, then I'll speak. But I'll let y'all go.
This is how I know y'all God fake. Because as soon as y'all get on that racist, low vibratory colorism to try to prove a point, you already lost. You already lost. Your God has shown itself to be demonic. We know that that's not good today. Basing anything on colorism and acting like you can judge a book by its cover.
Big fact.
Anybody who think that already on the precipice of his own fucking hell that he's making for himself. So y'all be careful when you listen to these people, man, who up these old spiritual groovy gurus and all this stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? Take into really account what they saying. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they getting mad at me right now. They won't even let me talk now.
It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. If you feel that shoe fits, wear it.
I listened the whole time. I showed good decorum. I'm not gonna argue with y'all. When y'all let me talk, I'll talk.
Shit you was kicking, dog. That shit sound rehearsed, practice, and everything because you had line for line, concept or precept. My bag, not concept. Precept.
Y'all brought up
trying to explain a concept beyond precept. Dog, you had them shit right in order. And
so
what does like you do?
I wrote
right?
down some shit.
And then you dissed the brother GD and Capone, and you was like, "Hey, yo, the way you don't understand like how you do, right?" And then the way that woo, dog, that shit was orchestrated, dog. We done heard this shit time and time before.
Heard all this shit before. Let that man kick his shit like everybody else kicked their shit.
Let me
respond
about precept. This is how I know that.
1,000 podcasts.
You good?
This is how I know precepts mean commandments, and it's not just any scripture, right? This Isaiah 29:13. It's the next chapter from 28, right? It say, "Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precept of men." Right? Well, I told you, a precept is a commandment. It's not a scripture. I mean, it's not any old scripture, any line. No, it's a commandment. It's a commandment that's in the Torah.
That's taught by who? By man.
By man.
Can I everybody finish on day?
If I start talking, they're gonna just run over me, so I'll let you
Go ahead
go.
and finish because I want to speak on what everybody's
Man,
been
stop
talking
that,
about.
man. We
So
gave
if you
you a
want
whole diatribe, bro. Stop that, bro.
Yeah, I
Ain't
mean, you
nobody
ain't gotta
interrupt
cry.
you
You
while
ain't
you
gotta
was
cry to
talking.
kick it neither, homeboy.
So you
Man,
go ahead.
come on, man.
You ain't
Who?
gotta cry to kick it. Just say what
see,
you gonna say.
this I sit here for a minute, for a long minute, because I knew it was gonna come to this. I'm sitting here listening to this. Like I'm saying, it's all the ideal about, we'll just call it the Abrahamic God. And I'm hearing pile up category mistakes. I'm hearing this person on this person's team, and then they going against this person. They shifting definitions, equivocations, they importing assumptions. And each and every one of y'all delivering this with confidence that you should was reserved for things that you know for sure. Things that you can define. Y'all ain't slowing down to define what y'all saying. So let me deal. I'm gonna deal because I wrote I took a few topics, and I'm gonna show y'all why
In other
these
words, are you
arguments
trying
take
to say
place in
that
the
we
first.
dumb motherfucker?
No, not you. Open knowledge.
He
When you
waited
hear
a
me
long
speaking,
time, OTK.
you're gonna
Let
hear
him
me.
take
When
it.
you hear me speaking knowledge, I'm basically saying what you're saying. But you know,
That might be the conclusion of what he coming to. Let's see.
when I
Right.
talk about,
I mean, put some names on that shit because I ain't backing up none of that shit.
My bad, man. My bad. Go
Yeah.
ahead,
One of
Ollie.
them was in the cut. He in the cut like Fredo.
yeah, you one of the ones I'm in the cut point because the first incoherence I see in the conversation is where everybody keeps switching between terms as if they, you know what I'm saying, stand fixed with what the definition is for themselves and then changing it when somebody else say something, you know what I'm saying, like Hebrew. Hebrew is used as a genealogy in one breath, then as a social designation in the next, and as a national identity by the next person, then as an etymology by the next person, then as a script and language by the next. It's really incoherent. It's already incoherent when y'all be having these arguments about this incoherent. The term is doing 5 different jobs, and nobody
Shout
even
out to the
stops to
incoherent.
specify which job that the term is doing in the sentence. No, this is real. This is the incoherence of this. Y'all, I'm sitting
Brother,
here
it's not
listening to it.
incoherent. It's semantics, like we were saying. It's semantics.
Yeah, because
they're trying
exactly.
to act like they trying to act like they don't use Hebrew for all three, bro.
Right.
Or they don't use Israelite for all three. You know what I mean?
That's right. It don't give it no stable object. It's no reasoning. It's just everybody just having verbal sliding between whatever they want it to be. And the problem with the whole Hebrew Israelite Jew section is one speaker wants Hebrew to be a bloodline, then the other one wanted to be a social, then the other one wanted to be a crossover. You can do
all
both
of
of them.
those. It's all of
Another
those.
one wants it to be Egyptians call somebody that. Another one wants it to be what Moses supposedly called somebody. But ain't none of them stand at one level so we can analyze what we looking for. We can't prove nothing like this. Y'all moving between genealogy and language.
That's called context. Those are many contexts.
Those are many contexts, but he's saying we have to pick one.
Yeah, I
That's
agree
what
with
he's
that.
saying.
And I agree with the
He's saying that
many.
you're sliding back and forth between different contexts in the middle of the conversation, and that's why it's incoherent.
Yes.
Like Roy Chess.
comes through
Come on, catch up, Roy Chess.
Yes,
Catch up.
I know that.
So why are you being disagreeable for no reason?
No, I'm being disagreeable because he's saying it's incoherent.
Those contexts are disagreeable. Everybody just,
I think you disagreeable.
Rewind this tomorrow. Rewind this part tomorrow.
Those contexts are comprehensible. It's just a shift in the context.
I think you're being disagreeable because hit dogs holler.
No, I'm not.
Cool. Before you cut
cool,
in, finish his thought. Damn, can he finish his thought? Go ahead, bro. Finish your thought, bro.
Like I was saying, man, and like you said, who? It's the moving between the genealogy and then the language, then ethnicity, then nationality, then outsider labeling, and then Roy Chester looking right at the Bible, say something. He's saying you don't understand it. My man's GDN saying that You don't nobody think nobody else understand nothing. It's not interchangeable. So the whole exchange is incoherent, Roy Chess, is what I'm saying, because the object of the discussion won't stay still so we can hit the target. And that's just the first issue of incoherence. The second issue of the incoherence of this idea and the concept and the idea that y'all have
My brother hit
of
that King
God
Kong over there.
is the language discussion. You keep confusing language and script, and then writing tradition like these is the same thing. They are not the same thing. People can speak one language and then write it in a script and adopt it from another culture.
So
that's normal. Roy Chess, you know that's one of the things that you be flipping, how you just can do this, that, and the third if you want to. But these are real reasons that we know that can be done. It's normal. Humans do it all the time. So when one person says they wrote it in Aramaic and another person responds as if it proves what they spoke, the argument breaks right there. Script is not speech. Writing system is not spoken language. Linguistic ancestry is not national identity. So if you don't separate them, the whole discussion is built on the confusion of the categories that you keep on presupposing or assuming, and it's incoherent. When you argue about whether Hebrew was a language, whether Aramaic was used, whether Israelites had their own language, whether something was Phoenician, Chaldean, Uzzian, Urim, Hebrew, even before you separate the script from the language, from literary standardization, you ain't even speaking about the same thing. You speaking about a force, but it ain't coherent. Y'all arguing about around the topic that y'all agreed to put in the middle, and then you just get the ring around the rosy.
Thank you.
The third incoherence, that's just the second, Roy Chess, and I ain't just talking to you, but I like your name. You know why. The third incoherence is the Isaiah 52 in the Assyrian issue. I have to go back to this because that's the first thing y'all started talking about. And this one important because it shows the same pattern. You move between grammar and history and theology as if one of them can settle the other one by itself. One person says that the semicolon proves two clauses are the same event. Then another person says the semicolon proves they are separate events. Then another one to say that the Assyrian is the Iphamet, and then another one say that the historical, let me see how he said it, historical imperial reference. We're talking about the kings. Another one say it's about Joseph's Egypt. And we had one person say it was about two kings. Then we had another one say that it was about extra biblical evidence that was needed for something. Another one said the extra biblical evidence was a lie. It's all a deception. So that whole exchange is incoherent. Nobody agreed on the level of claim being made. And right before that, GDN and Roy Chess was agreeing. Then they turned right around and start disagreeing with each other. The incoherence of the thing that we are trying to suppose is the reason that we exist. We have to get past this. A claim, the whole exchange, like I said, like nobody agreed on nothing. Is the claim grammatical that y'all looking for? Is it a historical claim? Is y'all looking for lexical, theological, chronological, where it's at? When y'all keep on swaying the lanes and can't nobody ever fix on nothing. I'm trying to get my thing straight so I can talk about something. Y'all gave me 50 topics that couldn't nobody agree on. The semicolon does not prove historical theory. Grammar alone can't establish chronology. What is y'all doing? A lexical possibility does not override a narrative frame. A later prophetic summary does not mean we have to automatically rewrite the earlier story.
You through with your physiological.
Yeah, man, I'm through. I'm through.
Yeah,
I mean, like y'all gave me so much. Y'all gave me so much. I didn't say
appreciate you writing all that down, bro. That's
minutes. I didn't say nothing. 50 minutes.
He was
That's
writing
what's
all
up.
that down.
Oh, he
wrote,
the owl in the oak, ain't he?
yeah, man. He
He
wrote
was
all that
writing all
down.
that
And
down.
Yeah.
He wrote
Y'all,
he
all
was
that
back
look
to
at
the
this.
down.
Isaiah Jordan and
Y'all too
everything.
smart to keep on insulting y'all
Yeah.
intelligence with this. Y'all can move on to something else, and we can start solving problems in today's
All right,
world.
well, let me ask you this, bruh. So when we ask you a
Well, how
question,
can you stop?
when you talking about your physiological theory that you got, when we ask you a question that mean the same thing, you tell us no, we're not understanding. What are you practicing at that point?
Who?
That
Hey, do I got an echo?
nigga, that owl.
You
That's right.
owl.
That's
You got
right.
the right
You
That's
and
right.
that owl.
That's right. Now listen. Who? Knowledge. You right about everything you just said. I have a view, and when people have their own view, that's exactly why I said at the first, I ain't trying to insult nobody's traditions, what they believe, or nothing.
Right.
Because that's their belief.
Right.
And you have to
That's
be
what I
a
respect
certain
about you,
type
bro.
of, you have to be a certain type of person to be able to insult your intelligence at that caliber, especially in today's world. And this is to me.
Word.
I know.
But let me ask you this. You think you bigger than everybody else because
Nope.
they don't understand the
No.
level that you understand on, or what? Let me
No
just
knowledge.
ask you that.
No knowledge. I actually hurt myself because I believe that everybody is the same intelligence and the simplicity of the existence that I see. I believe that everybody else see it. So that's what be hurting me. Sometimes when I be acting and asking questions, because I be thinking people see it and they just don't want to identify it like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what be getting me upset.
Right.
No, I don't think I'm
You
smarter
just
than
trying to
nobody.
get everybody on the same
Can I ask a
frequency
question?
that you on.
Yeah,
Right. You
I
trying to
be
get
thinking.
everybody on the same frequency that you on. Hey, Roy Chess, you think you better than anybody else out here?
Who?
No, I said I reason
Roy
better.
Chess.
I said I reason better. I know rules of inference.
What's your argument for that?
Oh, okay. You
Oh
reason
man,
better than
y'all
everybody
can go
else
to something
around
else.
here. Go ahead.
These
Can you give
two.
us your logic for that?
It's a whole
Yeah.
concept. It's a whole lesson plan. I have to do
But
that over time.
but
Like,
Roy
break
Chuck.
it down simply. Like, why do you believe
But no one. But that's a human
reasoning or your logical capabilities is somehow better than anybody else's?
It has to be taught. That's why. Like you guys think that you don't need to be taught. I'm telling you, without being trained and taught by trained professionals, you're gonna get some reasoning right, and you're gonna get a whole lot wrong. You have no way to verify if it's right or wrong.
So
That's a human.
Your training is a leash and hampers you. It only takes you to a certain position that is manageable by those who taught you. But
Say that one more time, Cosmo. Can you say that one more time, Cosmo?
Hold on, wait. What about those who say your teachers and their reasoning, right?
No, you're
is
wrong.
limited.
No, you don't understand.
So
Reasoning is not an authority thing. You're taking it as a source thing.
It's not I'm not taking it that way.
Yes, you are. Because you just said what you just said.
How you gonna tell me how I'm taking it?
Because you just said it. Literally, you just said it that I have to kiss up to a teacher.
I didn't say that.
You said it.
All things require formula and application.
Will you admit that you just made that up?
No, I didn't just make it. You literally
you just imagined that. I never said that.
You're telling me that
said kiss up to a teacher. I said, what about those who say your teacher's ideology on
that is the same thing as saying.
Yeah, how come we can't have a conversation without arguing?
That is the same thing.
Why every time?
Roy wants to be
Roy
wants to be right more than he wants to be right.
I don't understand why there's so much contention over anything.
Wait,
Can I flow real quick? I want to respond to what Oni Leslie said.
Can I speak without you?
Roy Chess, you about to get the mic, bro.
You calling you Oni.
That's you cutting me off, bro.
Just call me Odie.
I'm responding to you.
But you gotta chill, bro.
I don't think anyone wants to hear each other is what it is.
Yeah, ain't nobody trying to hear nothing. You did what I'm saying. All I'm saying is I get your belief. You dig
You
what
don't
I'm
understand what I'm saying. That's why
I do understand. Hey, listen,
No,
you're
you
not
don't.
smarter than me, Roy.
Wait, Chess, the
I
way you
didn't say
cut
I was
somebody
smarter
off,
than
You're
you
not
sounded
smarter
like
than
a
me.
domestic
I didn't
dispute.
say that.
Right.
I didn't
You're
say
not
that.
smarter than him,
Stop
Roy.
saying that. Stop
Cosmon
saying
I
that
finish.
didn't say anything about
Hey,
intelligence
Roy,
or
It
Roy
sounds
Chess.
smart.
like a
Roy,
very
there's
emotional
nothing in this
domestic
world
dispute that you go back
can
and forth with.
understand that I can't overstand.
Right.
Listen,
Nothing.
what I'm telling you,
I'm smarter
telling
than you. Light
No,
years smarter
I
than
didn't.
you. There's
I didn't
nothing
say
you
anything
can't
about
grasp
intelligence.
that I haven't already
So
grasped.
why are we not having the same conversation? You're talking about
Okay,
smarts and
so
intelligence.
because you
I didn't say anything
made
about
up
smarts or intelligence.
why?
Nothing I said.
Because you made up a
Nothing I said.
scenario about you
can't
kissing up the
shut up.
teachers. You made it up. You're just lying.
No, I didn't make it up. You did say that. That's what you meant. Because you keep telling me
No,
about what my
shut up,
teacher
bro.
said.
You can't shut up.
No,
Damn,
you shut
Roy
up. You
Chess.
said it. You
Okay,
said it.
Fuck.
You make it
No,
sound
you
like
made it
everything
up.
that
You
finish.
admitted it.
Let's hear it,
No,
Cos.
let me
And
finish.
then
I
Roy
was
Chess.
speaking.
Roy,
Shut up.
hurry up.
It was my turn.
dog.
It was my
Come on,
turn.
man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
It was my turn. It was my turn.
It's
And
still
you
going.
interrupted me.
Go ahead, Roy Chess.
It was my turn. And I keep telling you guys the same thing. I'm not talking about intelligence. I'm not talking about smarts. I'm talking about something that is formally trained versus somebody who's an amateur at something. It has nothing to do with smarts. I'm better at it because I was trained at it.
No,
The
you're
same
not.
way a medical doctor
To
is
the
better
police
at
in the
operating.
world. Shout out to the police trained people in the world.
Well, those people do it better than you because they are trained. A surgeon does it better than you because they're trained. A lawyer does it better than you because he's trained. An accountant does it better than you because it's trained. You're not going to tell me that you're equal to me when I am trained and you are not at this field. It is not.
I'm a military.
But that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
In what field? Philosophy?
And reasoning. That's what I'm
Reasoning.
yes.
Yeah, but reasoning is based on many times subjective ideology.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It is.
No, it isn't. If you were trained, you would know that. No, it
has
isn't.
both components.
Don't tell me what it is. I'm telling you it's not.
I'm telling you.
Okay, but Roy Chess,
you it's not. You're
with
not
your
trained.
training, with your actual training, you can't follow all the rules correctly every time.
What are you talking about? I can't follow. Again, you guys are kissing up again. This is not.
No. I'm saying all of the rules. You're gonna have a
relationship.
It's my turn.
Roy, you're really sped up tonight, bro.
Right, I think Capone was saying something like that.
Don't interrupt me. It's my turn.
Damn.
The rules I'm talking about are not based on humans.
These boys be getting
So
a little
stop kissing
sad.
up.
Time of the month, bro.
Okay, Roy Chess.
No,
Now let's hear Capone.
Don't tell me about rules that humans make. It is not made by humans.
Okay.
Man, what do you got? What do you
Capone,
you guys
got a degree in that makes you so much better at whatever you think you.
I wouldn't keep asking questions.
All right, Roy Chess. So let me respond to Orly real quick. Let me respond to Orly real quick.
Objectively, your reasoning is lacking.
It's not my reasoning. It's called reasoning. It's not mine. It's not subjective.
I think Capone wanted to respond to Quantum.
No, it isn't.
To you.
No, it isn't.
Let's hear the response.
It's subjective. You have no
Guys,
training to even say that.
Roy Chess.
You have no reason. You have no evidence or anything to even say that. You are not trained. Where are you getting that
have been
from?
trained.
No, not in this you haven't. Not in this you haven't. Because you don't know the concepts.
Why
you know none of them?
Why don't you know reasoning has parts that are subjective and objective?
They don't have it.
You know so much.
They don't have a subjective.
It
does.
Listen, we can both look at the same objective thing and come up with two different points of view.
No, that's science, you dummy.
Yeah,
science.
that's reasoning.
Hold on.
Reasoning also.
All right, so hold on, Roy Chess. So we just experienced this. Me and Humble just looked at the same text and came up with two different explanations from it. We both reasoned with the text.
No, you don't know inferences. You don't know how to reason. You don't know how to reason. Reasoning requires inference rules. and you don't. None of you know them.
You don't know.
None of them you can even. None of you can even name them.
Motherfucker to shoot
Other
down
than me introducing them.
Child,
you don't know.
Only knows how. Only knows some of them.
Word.
Because he researched it. But none of you researched it at all.
Hey, what reasoning did you get your degree in?
What do you mean? What reasoning?
Yeah.
What you think there's a reasoning degree?
What reasoning degree is crazy.
No, there's a
So what you studying psychology then?
Yeah,
I don't have
we
no
talk
degree in
about psychology.
I'm not talking about psychology.
Roy about to draw a lot of wrath.
Reasoning has something to do with the psyche, don't it?
No, it doesn't.
And I want to hear that logic of
Because guess what? Guess what you're not. Guess what you're not understanding, Roy. With your misunderstanding of reasoning. What
I
you're
want
not
to hear his logic
understanding.
of his inference logic of how a man can have half DNA and still be considered
I
human.
can't hear everybody.
All right, hold on, Roy. I wanted to
Let's hear that
tell
smart
only
Hey, y'all tripping in the
how we
back.
supposed to solve world problems when we can't even agree on something simple as a text. You know what I'm saying?
That has nothing to do with that.
So we gotta get these. We gotta be able. We gotta be able to agree on things.
Talk, bro. He's not gonna let
none
before we can come up with
He's
solutions.
confusing what reasoning means. You are all confusing.
I'm not talking about reasoning. I'm talking about agreeing.
I hear you, GD.
No,
I hear you, GD.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
By a process of logic. That's what it means to reason.
That makes no sense.
That's what it does. That's the
no,
definition.
it doesn't. It makes no sense.
That's the
definition.
definition.
No sense. Because you're
It
kissed up. You're doing
reason as a
again.
verb.
What make no sense is a
It's not a
person has
monolith.
half DNA and is considered a whole person.
Listen, to reason.
And you believe it, Roy Chess.
You don't know how to think.
That shows me that you have profound
We
Frankenstein.
debunking him.
Hey,
Look,
y'all.
reason.
Military.
No,
Hey,
you're
look,
reading
the
from a
definition
source.
of reason means to think, to understand, and to form judgments by a process of logic.
You kiss up.
Find an answer to
logic is not a
problem by
monolith.
considering
You
various
don't know how to
possible solutions.
reason. You kiss ass all the
Or
time.
to
You don't
persuade
know.
someone
Roy
in a
Chess,
rational
Roy Chess,
argument,
you gotta stop
which
doing
means
that.
to
Hold
reason.
Hold on, Cosmon.
That's what he's doing.
Roy Chess, you cannot just keep yelling over people like that.
It was my turn to talk.
You sound like you're trying to keep the marriage, like you're fighting to fight for some divorce or something. This sounds like a domestic dispute. You hear him talking and you just keep screaming,
Right,
you can't
right.
do that.
He's getting
You
stuck in
can't
an
do
absolute.
that.
Right.
Or, you're wrong.
A recurring thought loop.
Emotional
That's the
regulation,
issue with
bro.
absolutes.
It sounds
Right.
crazy, and I really want you to watch the tape back, and then maybe you'll.
It was my turn to
like,
talk.
Yeah, that doesn't.
It's my turn to talk.
I'm trying to, bro. I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to shit on you.
No, but what I'm saying, he's talking over
Go
me.
watch the tape back tomorrow, and then
And again, he keeps repeating himself. He keeps repeating, and then he tells me he's not doing what I'm telling him he's doing.
Bro,
he's
but if
kissing ass.
That's okay, Roy. He can do that, Roy. That's okay.
It's
That's
just
okay.
sounds
He's
whiny.
going
It
to the
don't
source.
sound
Get it off.
like it
He
doesn't sound
doesn't know
like
how to reason.
we're dominating the conversation. You're just screaming over other people, but
No, he's talking over me when it was my turn.
okay.
I
Probably
allowed
okay.
him to. I allowed GDP to Capone to ask a question, and then he chimed in. He wasn't even supposed to be talking.
He was.
So don't tell me I was talking, people. It was my turn.
Hey, share
I
my
can take
screen.
the question. Again, he's gonna go to kiss ass sources. You don't know how to reason without kissing ass. You don't know how to reason. You know how to read, but that's not the same thing. You don't. You think that because you're human, you can just reason. You have logic.
Hey, listen.
A human
That's
needs
retarded.
a double
Listen,
helix of DNA, right?
Hey, listen.
That's
Listen.
retarded.
Listen, when you listen, this is what happens.
You know how to
when
read.
Hold on, when you attack
See,
the
he's doing
logic.
it again. Now he's just gonna scream.
Right.
You know how to
No.
read, all right? Oh, like you hear him about to break something down. Like, can
Yeah,
you?
he's reading. He's not thinking. He's
hear him
reading.
Bro, okay.
Roy Chess, let's hear him out.
Let him do it though, and then so what are you just gonna
But
be
that's the
disruptive?
problem.
Hold on, Roy
That's,
Chess.
hold on.
You
That's
want
the
to hold
problem.
the decorum, brother.
He's not
Decorum,
thinking.
decorum,
He's reading.
decorum.
So I'm trying to
He's
figure
not
out what
thinking.
now you're gonna do it to me.
Right.
He's not
Right.
thinking.
Now
That's
you're
what
not
we're
going to let
talking
me
about.
speak, and you're just going to scream at me as I'm trying to talk. Like
Well,
you're,
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to get you to understand what's happening here.
that's the thing.
We don't need to understand it,
Cannot
brother.
get people to understand in that manner, and it's very toxic.
Not to an absolute like that, right? That's false, bro. Your reasoning is false.
Is let people finish their sentence.
Right.
That's what I was saying.
Absolutes is false, bro. They're false.
That's what I'm saying. You're not gonna be able to follow
Roy Chess. You want to yell at people.
Right.
Like, it's one thing. It's okay if you want to say something, but you're actually nonstop yelling at people.
Right.
He's over talking me. That's why I'm yelling.
I'm concerned if you can even hear us. Like, where is your phone at? Like, is it
I
in front
can
of your
hear.
face?
I can hear them.
Okay.
I can hear them.
You have to have decorum, brother.
They're doing what I'm telling them not to do.
Too intelligent.
They have a right to do that, brother.
No, you don't.
For this to be going like this.
No,
again, you're still doing it. No, you don't.
Right. You won't be able to stop
You're
it.
fighting with everybody, bro. Like,
no, he's still
you're having a conversation with me.
They're giving it back to you, brother.
No, Sadiq is still talking.
They're giving it back to you.
Bro, am I dealing with ninth graders?
No, Sadiq is still talking. And he's telling
me
that it's
Decorum.
okay to do something that I'm complaining about. And then he continues to do it.
To you. You can't even keep a decorum to focus on.
Right.
Imagine the principal school students in the office, and you still over here fighting with him while I'm talking in the middle of a conversation with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to understand what's happening.
And you still responded to him. No, I'm not. To the other student. What are you doing, bro?
We don't need to know, brother. We don't need to know what's happening.
He's doing it again. He's doing it again.
This is a bunch of
I'm talking.
I ain't never seen Roy Chess.
Are you okay,
Why
brother?
is he still talking? Why is he still? You and I are talking. This guy's still talking.
It's on Cosmon.
Let Cosmon finish, bro.
To get
this
behavior together.
Come on, man. Let's get back to the deal, man. What y'all got up here? Y'all say
Cosmon, let's finish it up, brother.
All right, man. I just wanted to.
I see a definition on the screen.
Right. This is all I wanted to bring up, right? Because we can't let these dudes at the drop of a dime, just because they want to or it fits their narrative or their talking point, change the definition and meanings of things. To reason, he said, it doesn't mean to think or to understand or to form judgment.
It doesn't.
You don't mean to comprehend.
That is literally the definition.
No.
Yes, hey, listen, he already talking about no. He already talking about country.
Let's hear him out, Roy Chess.
Wait, hold on. I'm on
even got it out yet.
You don't speak American English.
Let's hear him out, Roy Chess.
I do speak American English. That sounds dumb.
No, you don't.
That's illogical.
I just want to say, Roy Chess, you very confusing at times. So like it's something. At times you go by the script, and then it be times where you just go off when you're talking about the context of things. You do your own thing. Like, so if we can't agree on the definition right there for reason, can we agree on that? If we can't finish off.
Yeah, if we can't agree on the definition, we need to stop.
That's not a good definition. That means it's not a good definition.
Just stop talking to me. If we can't agree on the definition,
you're not thinking. You're not thinking.
Roy Chess,
no,
let us read the definition for the people. And
read the definition.
Why would I read the definition? I understand context. I understand context.
We're not asking you.
No, why are you
nigga? Read the screen, man.
What country are you people from? I'm American. I don't need a definition. I speak American English.
What country are you
from? You can't be
Roy Chess, stop.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's trying to make up a lot of stuff.
That makes no sense, bro. What you just said.
Just to avoid reading the screen.
No, I know how to read. I can reason as well. But the difference between you and I is that I'm not a kiss guy.
The difference is between me and you. I'm a real man, and you're weird.
No, what's crazy is Roy Chess. If you and everybody sees this, like if you're such a master at reasoning, how do you think this is the best way to teach people?
Right.
They're going by a source.
You see what I'm saying? So you can't figure if you can't reason that this isn't a good way to communicate.
Nigga,
nobody thinks you're like.
You
But
ain't shit,
first
and
of
your
all-
teachers ain't shit because
so
you can't
first of
convince
all,
us with your
and
reasoning.
why are
he
you
has no way
reasoning
to make
to
inferences.
this?
He's
Everybody
only
Facts,
here
going
bro.
by what he
is a
reads.
big fat faker.
He doesn't know how to
Everybody
Facts,
see
bro.
that. Everybody see
none of
that
these
you
guys
don't
know
know
how to
shit.
think.
Shit,
The
no.
only way they know how to
And
reason is
your
by going
reasoning
by what
capabilities
authority
are
says.
lacking and wanting,
I support
sir.
the
So he
definition
doesn't
on the
know how to
screen.
reason,
It
and he's
says think,
proving it.
understand, and form judgments by
Wait, hold
process
on.
of logic. Period. I agree.
That's
Wait, read the example they gave that, and I want Roy Chester.
word logic
What
doesn't even make
context?
sense there.
What context is this word reason being used in?
Right.
The way what you're reading here makes
Is
no
it
sense.
subjective
You
or
might
objective?
you might as well
Informed
have it in French.
You don't get it.
by a process
Because
of
you think
logic.
logic is a
What?
thing, you idiots.
Facts.
Hey
It's
man,
not a
mute him
thing.
up, man. Put him in the
Hey,
back,
Roy
man.
Chess, hold
Hey,
on,
put him in
man.
the back, bro.
Why do you
Put his
keep
ass in the
insulting
back,
people?
bro.
You call people dummies
Because they're
tonight.
doing stupid
You're
things.
calling people idiots.
No,
We're
I'm
smarter
You're
than you,
personally
bro.
attacking
That's
people, bro.
No, I'm not attacking them for
straight
no
up,
reason.
You
man.
need to work on some
I'm about to
emotional
go wild
regulation, Roy
Indian,
Chess.
man.
Yeah, because
Straight
you
up,
acting like a
bro.
I'm
bitch.
directly telling them what it is,
Word.
and they're
And
You
I'm
telling me
gonna
acting
not
let
like
that
a
one
real
fly
bitch.
because you've deserved that one. You've called people stupid. You've called people dummies.
Word.
because they
You
keep
deserve
doing the
you
same
little
thing I'm telling them not to
crybaby.
Like,
do.
so that one was
Shut your
cool.
crybaby ass
Okay,
up, you
Yeah,
bitch
you
ass
gotta
nigga.
stop.
And remember
Yeah,
earlier you said, Roy Chess, a person could
can't
be
keep
human with only
conducting
half a
yourself like
helix.
this, Roy Chess.
What kind of intelligence?
So again, we're
That
talking
right
about
there is
reasoning.
priceless. That's
I'm
priceless.
talking about reasoning, and
That's
they're talking about their
priceless.
opinions
Are
and
you
their
are you
Hey,
beliefs.
that's a
you
clip.
worship that
And
shit,
then they're
dude?
gonna give
That is
me,
Hey,
then they're
that's
priceless.
gonna
a
give me
clip.
a source, and
He
like
That's
said
a
that's supposed to
clip.
somebody
mean
can
That's a
live with
clip.
Hey,
half.
everybody, let's let Roy Chess get it out, man. Let's let him get it out of his system.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
because
go
he
ahead,
about
Roy
to cry
Chess.
when he
Yeah.
get to the
I'm
part.
not about to
Bitch
cry.
ass nigga.
We're supposed to have a conversation about reasoning, and then you're telling me
I'm
something.
Crybaby
gonna
ass up.
clip
Do
your
you
You're
agree
ass.
with
telling
the
me
definition of reason?
no, not
Okay,
that definition. It
okay,
doesn't
make
even
up
make
another
sense.
one then that we can
It doesn't
agree
even
with.
make
Make it
sense.
up.
I
Bitch
don't have
ass
to make
nigga.
up.
Hey,
I
I'm
don't
Cos.
have
saying
to make it
Hey,
up.
Cos, let
I'm
him
saying
finish
everything
killing
came out
himself,
your mouth
Cos.
is imaginary, nigga. You ain't
No, it
said
isn't.
shit
He
real
better
Facts,
shit.
give
bro.
us a
I'm
definition
starting to
of
kind of
It's
reason
believe that. I'm
before he
imaginary
starting to think
fights
too.
us,
that.
Cos.
Hold on,
And I'm telling you, you ain't got a degree in shit.
because
Yeah,
you don't know
dude
shit.
might be lying, bro.
You a
I'm starting
lying
to think
ass
you. I'm
bitch
starting to
nigga.
think dude lying,
And
bro.
didn't
Come
he
on,
just try
guys.
to
Come
say
on,
he
A
had a
guys.
little
Let's let
bit.
him
degree
I'm
in
finish.
starting to think you
reasoning?
lying, bro.
He
You
didn't.
guys
He
don't
said
know
he
what
had a
you're
degree
saying.
in reasoning. He
Because
didn't know. He didn't know that
it's
that's
too
called
erratic. It's too
philosophy.
chaotically erratic. I'm starting, and that's kind of
No,
very revealing and telling.
Right.
If you really stand on your degree like you really got it, you own that shit. That'll give you comfort, bro, and to stand on your business, bro. You'll be unshakable
He
if
won't
But
your
you
give
shit
you
is
getting beat up
half as
by
real.
a novice.
he won't give you a
you,
definition for reason because he
Right.
said there isn't one.
He
no,
said
no,
he
no,
don't
no,
agree with the definition of
no.
reason.
That's not that definition on the screen makes no sense. That's what
Okay,
I'm saying.
can I
It's
ask you a
incoherent.
question without
Yes,
getting yelled at?
yes, of course.
Okay, and then well, Kaz asked you for a definition that you like, so that way they can go with that one. And then you said you refuse.
No, I didn't say I refuse.
I know you didn't, but that's what you did.
Mm.
You said no.
Just stand on it, Roy Chess. If it's not
I
right,
don't
then okay,
need
what
one.
is?
That's quote unquote.
Just roll it off the
You
tongue
Yeah,
if
refuse.
I
it's
said
easy for
that.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
and
Roll it off
So
the tongue.
bro,
again,
are you
if
slow?
he's asking for a different, if he's
Roy
asking
Chess,
for
you about to
a source,
I'm bro.
Yeah,
I'm
I
answering
mean,
the
just
question. I'm
yeah,
trying
go
to
ahead.
answer
Now
the
I'm
question.
questioning people's comprehension because I'm trying to slow it down and you still not getting what I'm saying, but you got what
Go
I
ahead.
said when I rewinded it. So you refused.
No, I
And
didn't
you said,
refuse.
no, I didn't. I didn't say that.
I
When I
didn't.
said
No,
you
I
told
didn't
him
refuse.
no, I don't have to. That's a refusal. And now I'm
No,
starting to
that's not a
question your
refusal.
comprehension.
No,
If you don't know that that's a refusal,
that's not a refusal because
no,
he's
I don't
asking me
have
for.
to. Bro,
No, he's
he
asking
asked
me
you
for
for a
a source.
definition that he asked you
He's
to give.
asking me for a
Oh,
source. So if he's asking me for a source for him, I don't have one. But that doesn't mean there's no definition. He wants an
Talking in
authority
circles.
instead of me. So
no.
it's not something I can
He
give
said
him.
you don't agree with this definition. You
The
said no.
definition right on
Then
the
he He
saying
asked
that
you
it's
to come up
incoherent.
with one. He said, "quote unquote," fine. You come up with one that we can go.
It's
with.
not about me coming up with one.
Man, are you
It's
going
not
to
about
give
me.
him a mother definition or
You're
not?
probably gonna have
He's
to, Roy
asking for
Chess, if
a
you shut it
source. He's
down.
asking for a definition. He's asking for a
Right.
source one, and I am not a source to him. So no matter what I say, he's
bro.
not going to agree
Let's
with
go ahead.
it.
Let's hear it. Just
So
for
it's
kick.
an
Let's hear it.
impossible.
All right,
It's
let's
an
hear it,
just
Roy
hear
impossible
it
Chess.
just
feat.
in
Could have
case,
been,
smart guy.
man.
It's
Now
an
you pissing me
impossible
off,
feat.
Let's
bro.
just
You
hear it
could have
anyway.
easily
Just
spit
in
out a definition
case
for reason,
I
but
don't make
instead, here
it
we are,
home
4 minutes later.
No, again, he wants a
Right.
source. He wants somebody. He
Bitch
wants
ass nigga, I want you to be the source.
Let's
Tell me
no,
hear
what
it.
the
Cosman,
definition of
Cosman,
reason is.
stop cussing.
no.
Let's hold
I'm
the
so
core,
tired
guys.
of these dumbass niggas, A1. I'm
I
serious. These
mean,
niggas
Roy,
is
let's hear it, Roy
No, he
Chess.
wants a
kindergarten
source.
spiritually.
Man.
What you're
Let's hear
asking
it.
for is a source, and I'm not a source to you. So you're
I
asking me
asked for
something
a
Well,
about
we
definition for
right.
reason that you can
Right.
agree with.
Right.
So
Let's hear
you're
it, Roy Chess.
There
purposely,
is none that
you're
you're gonna
purposely
pull up that
stagnating
I
the
will agree
Bitch,
with.
Now
I
it's
didn't
time to
ask
talk.
for
Now it's
one.
time to talk, Roy. Now it's your time.
I
Now,
said you give me
let's
the
hear
one
it.
that you agree with. What is
Right.
the definition of reason?
And what would be the purpose of me doing that if you're not going to accept
Shut
it?
your bitch ass up, then.
How do you know he won't
It's
accept
to
it if you
make you
haven't
shut
Because
the
given
that's
fuck
it?
the way
up.
he
It's to
is.
prove,
I
it's
know
to
that.
prove
Man,
that you
hey,
don't know what the
Cosman,
fuck
if
you
you cuss
talking
again
about.
on here and call him out a B word again, I'm kicking you off the damn channel. Play with me, bruh.
Who?
Cosman, call him out his name again. Like I didn't ask you several times to quit cussing on my channel. Damn, man. Roy Chess, he asked you for a definition.
I cannot give him he's asking a rhetorical question, A1. So no matter what I say, he's not going to accept
Entertain him. So do it so that way he can reject it then. So
Right.
we can see if you're going to be right or wrong. I want to see how psychic you are.
Facts.
What do you mean? How is he going to judge it if it's right or wrong? With
That's
no
what
training.
you said. You said he's
Yeah.
not going to accept
That
it.
reasoning.
Can you
Yes.
give it so that way he cannot accept it? Don't argue with me in circles like you just did for 4
Right.
minutes prior. Give him a
Right.
definition or you're getting
Give
off
a
the
def-
damn channel too.
Facts.
Give him a definition.
So correct reasoning refers to making inferences from information to other information that was not originally given. And there's steps to that, right? It's not just thinking. It's not just being
You're
a human
explaining.
being.
We want a definition for reason.
That's what a definition is. It's
You're
explaining what it is.
No, you're giving
I'm explaining
examples.
the
Give him a
steps.
definition. I don't need an example. Give a
I'm
definition,
giving the
bro.
steps. I'm giving him the steps. I didn't give you an example. I'm giving
That's
you the
not a
steps.
definition.
What do you mean that's not a
explaining.
definition?
You're teaching reasoning. We want a
That's-
definition.
Right.
That's part of the definition. Going from one inference to another. That's part of the definition.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. You were about to go into examples.
No, I
Do
wasn't.
you accept that definition going from one inference to another?
Wow.
If you weren't, what were you saying after that, Roy?
Wow.
I wasn't going to go into an example.
Going from
I'm
one
sure-
inference to another. That's
Yes,
it?
there's a
Five
way to
words,
do that.
But you were
There's a
going
way-
about to do 2 minutes.
Inference.
Wow.
Is that subjective?
There's a way to do inferences. There's a way
Wow.
to do it. That's why
My
it
brother
needs to
said
be
going
taught.
from one inference to another.
Man.
Yes.
Dude, it's not that. It's not that simple, bro.
That's what
Dude,
reasoning
the
is.
fuck?
If that's what
Shit.
reasoning is, that's why the world is so fucked up.
God
I mean,
damn,
my
Roy,
bad.
man.
That's why the world is so messed up. I'm sorry, A1. That's
Going
why
from
the
one
world is
inference
so
to
messed up.
another.
Again, he's not accepting it, right? That's
And
why
what
the
kind,
word.
and what kind of sentence structure is that?
Hey, listen, that's what
Going. What's
that's what you're
going?
coming
Going
with.
from one. What are you talking about?
We just want to understand
Again,
what you're coming
you
with.
don't
I still
understand.
don't. I
Updating.
still
What's it
disagree.
going? What the hell is that?
So if you don't understand it, that's why you need to be trained. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you
That's
mean
what I said
going?
from the beginning.
Going from one inference.
To another.
You mean
They don't
updating?
use, they don't use
It's
going
mean-
in that context.
It mean exactly what that definition say
Listen,
right
man,
there. Thank
y'all
Like,
you.
are you traveling? Are you
Y'all
traveling?
need to
nigga?
get trained, bro.
Are you
Y'all need
traveling?
to get trained. Y'all some
Going
niggas
is for
need
traveling. What are you
to
talking
get
about?
trained, dog.
That's
Without
moving.
training, you may not understand it.
Yeah, lift y'all right paw up.
I
Lift
think I'll
y'all
go with
left
the
paw up.
the definition that was on the internet first. Yeah.
His definition is that same definition right there.
The problem
is
train how to think and understand. That's
inference is just a process of logic.
That makes no
definition
sense.
on the
Ain't that
screen
indoctrination?
is the
Stop
same
saying the
thing.
wrong words. Logic doesn't make sense.
Ain't that
I keep
indoctrination?
telling you people.
I said the process of logic.
I keep telling you
Yeah.
that
doesn't
logic
have
is
to
not a
make
monolith.
sense. Okay, we don't
keep
care if it
telling
makes
you-
sense.
I
it's
think you've
still
been
logic.
overvoted. I think you've been outvoted, Roy Chess, on it.
I don't care about your vote.
Hey, hold on.
I'm telling
Hey,
you,
Roy
logic is not a
Chess,
monolith.
Can you
It's not
tell
a
us
thing.
how
It
logic
is
is not a
slang.
monolith?
So no one's
Can
going
you
to believe
explain
you.
that, Roy
Logic
Chess?
is a slang
Roy
word.
Chess.
No one's
It's
going
not
to
a real
believe you,
word.
brother.
Explain. Hold on, hold on.
No, he's
Roy
right,
Chess,
bro.
Can you
Roy Chess is
explain how
actually right.
logic? It's not
Hold
a
on.
monoglyph. Go ahead.
Let me share my screen, man. Roy Chess is right.
Yeah, but
I just looked up the
want him to
definition for
explain it, though.
inference. Let me pull it up. I mean, even inference is almost what you're looking for. I mean, inference is the logical process of drawing conclusions based on evidence, well, reasoning. So that really wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah, but
So that doesn't work. Boy. No, you were wrong.
Right.
It doesn't
Right.
work.
Right.
You can't.
When you're
Right.
Dealing with logic,
Yeah,
you're dealing
it doesn't
with
work.
reasoning.
What do you mean it doesn't work? You can't
Because
use logic.
reasoning,
Yeah, that don't.
Reasoning is in the
definition
bro.
of inference.
Same definition.
We're trying to define
No,
reasoning. We're not
that's
going to
correct.
use it in the sentence in
No,
another
that's not
Going
definition.
from one
No.
inference to another.
To one inference to another. There are inference rules, and I made that very clear in my presentation.
My whole point
Inference
was an
rules.
inference is still subjective.
No, inference rules. There are inference rules. Go from one to make one inference to another. You need a rule.
No,
so this definition is not making sense
We're talking
either.
about reasoning. We're talking about reasoning, brother.
Yes, and it requires rules. There are rules to
Yeah,
reasoning.
that's subjective. That's subjective.
It's not subjective.
He's saying his reasoning to us.
No, it's not my
it requires
reasoning.
rules in order for
There
us to
are
understand
rules.
his
You
reasoning.
don't know what you're
In other
talking
words,
about.
He's
There
trying
are
to say that
inference
we
rules that are
dumb shit.
over
We
2,000
don't
years old.
understand him.
It matters
There are
not.
inference rules that are over 2,000 years old. What are you talking about?
It's crazy though.
It's not like I'm making it up. They're
His
over 2,000 years old. So what are you talking
dealing with
about?
logic
You are not
and reasoning,
trained.
yes? Are
What?
they dealing with reasoning and logic?
What is logic? That's what I'm telling you.
Hold up.
That
Are they
makes
dealing
no
with
sense.
reasoning and logic, bro?
Logic doesn't make sense. That's what I'm telling you. What language do you want me to speak?
What?
I
Logic
think
does
my
not
work
make
here
sense.
is done, gentlemen.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna
Okay.
take it off.
Yeah, what am I say? Logic
So now
don't
he
make
I'll be
sense.
back.
Oh my
talk a
God.
It
subjective
doesn't
talk.
make sense. It's
logic
not a
don't
real
make sense.
word.
I'm
Inference is a
sharing it
logical
now for you.
process.
My goodness.
It's not a real
Define-
thing.
This
It's
is
not a real thing.
Britannica's
It's a slang.
definition.
All
And
this shit is
Britannica's
subjective, bro.
definition.
Logic is a real thing, bro.
Britannica's definition says
That's
inference.
why onlyism gonna kick ass in the future, man. Come on.
Inference
Promise.
is the logical process
Watch all
of
these.
You
reaching.
can't use the word logical there.
Logic is real, okay?
You cannot use the
Okay.
word logical there
First
in the
of all,
And
brother,
illogical is real as well.
let me finish. But don't write Britannica and tell them what they can't do if you don't like it. I'm just reading this for you, okay?
I understand
You
that.
don't have to interrupt me to tell me what I can't do. I didn't write this. It's from Britannica, bro. Chill out. This is what I'm talking about with the emotional, like whiny stuff. Like, why are you can't do that? Like, I didn't write this. Like,
I
what are
understand you didn't write. I
You're
know that.
yelling to cut me off about what I can't do. I'm trying to read a definition to you from Britannica, one of the most reputable sources. Like, again, if you don't like Britannica's, maybe write them. But I haven't done anything. But try to bring some clarity to what's going on. But before I get to the end of the definition, you're yelling at me.
No, but I'm telling you,
Shit,
this
he's
is about
still cutting you
reasoning.
off
Don't
now.
tell it, brother.
Highlight-
Don't tell
And then
it.
trying to
Now
explain to
why
me
you
why
talking?
he did it.
Right.
Like, he's crazy right now.
Right.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to explain to
it's
you
becoming
why
kind of
it's wrong.
illogical, to be
Haven't
honest,
said
Roy
just say
Chess.
my bad and fall
It's
back
getting
and be
kind of
like, go ahead,
illogical.
finish.
Yeah.
Like, you
Right.
won't do that though. That's the one
Irrational,
thing you won't
to be
do.
honest. Right.
Well, we're talking about reasoning, and then you're reading something that has
Bro.
errors in
Man,
it.
Can you
listen.
let me
Said
finish?
you're
anytime
irrational.
somebody
You're
got
becoming
too much
irrational,
butt,
brother Roy
dog,
Chess.
How about you just let me finish?
dog, for real,
Okay,
dog.
go
You're
ahead.
not gonna let me get to the end of it, are you? You're gonna
Let's
cut
let
me off
A1
at every
I'm
finish.
not
point
going
that
to
you
cut
don't
you
like.
off. I'm not going to cut you
Why
off.
do
You
you
keep
think that that's
talking.
okay though, Roy Chess? That's my question. I really
Because we're
want to sit
dealing
down
with
and talk
right.
with you about this.
Right.
I'm
Right.
pointing out an error.
You forget
If
I
we're
come from a
talking about,
family of psychologists.
Oh,
We need to
my
sit down and
fucking
talk about
God.
why you think it's okay to conduct yourself like this every night when you
I'm not
are
doing
very
that.
intelligent. This is not okay. It's very disturbing to me because you're bright and I want you on here, but then you do this and it's not okay. It hasn't happened to me, but I'm literally just trying to read the definition. You won't even let me get to the definition. Finish the definition of Britannica.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me. It's not even like I'm saying my own opinion about nothing. Inference, defined by Britannica, is the logical process of reaching a conclusion based on evidence, facts, or premises. It spans multiple fields: logic, deductive, inductive reasoning, statistics, drawing conclusion, parameters, and philosophy. And this is from Britannica. Now you can clean up. Why is that so hard to wait?
So the issue is when you guys are using the word logic, you cannot define the word and use the same word in the definition, right? So when you guys say logic, automatically everybody understands intuitively that we're talking about reasoning. However, there is no logical monolith. So logic is a slang, right? There's no such thing as logic by itself. There are logical systems. And I said this in my presentation that I did on your channel, that certain logical systems have certain inference rules while others don't have them. So to say that there is a logic thing is a slang. And mathematicians and psychologists are probably responsible for that. And I gave this in the presentation that logic, when you guys usually say it, you're usually referring to mathematical logic, which is the proper, correct terminology, not logic. There is no such thing as logic by itself. When people are talking about logic, they're talking about modern logic or mathematical logic. They're not talking about Aristotle's logic, which is not math. So it makes no sense to say something is logical process when it's talking about mathematical logic. And it's not saying that. It's not telling you that inferences require rules. You don't just go from point A to point B just because you say so. There's a rule.
Logic is not simply relegated absolute to just mathematics. Man. Where did you read that at?
All of this is based off of him trying to get
that's false.
definition.
Yeah,
Roy
that's
Chess, you know what this is.
He won't
you know you're full of shit.
No,
the reasoning is false. It's just false. It's outright false.
Wait a minute. How am I wrong, A1?
It's not just regular absolute to
I'm not saying
mathematics.
you're wrong.
That's false as
I'm
hell.
saying that. Hold on. Let me
It's false as hell.
I got you talking over me.
Hey, one mic.
He's asking me why he's wrong. I didn't say you were wrong. I said you're full of shit.
How?
Because to take us this far off of the island when he was simply trying to get a definition for reasoning is absurd.
And I gave him one.
And 20 minutes later, we still don't have one, and we still are trying to figure out the definition of it because you gave us a definition of one inference to another. So, okay, we tried to look up the definition for the word inference. You can't agree on any of those definitions either. We're never going to figure out what you're trying to say. So
no,
I'm just
telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you that inferences require rules. You don't just make an inference.
That's not a definition.
That is a definition.
That's a function. You're telling me the function of what an inference is. I'm not asking you for that. I'm asking you for the definition of it.
Bro said go from
not how it works.
Inference.
Not
what I'm saying.
An
inference requires a rule. That's not, an inference
go from
requires
inference
a
to
rule. An inference requires a rule. You don't just say an inference.
Darling,
you have to have a rule in place.
Following all these rules, but we not following Aristotle. So are you following Aristotle?
Bro, and you think everybody's slow. You just need to work.
I didn't say everybody was slow. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that you're not trained. I never said. No, I never said everybody was slow. You can't attribute to
right.
That.
Big
you can't
time.
attribute that to me because I never said anything about intelligence or slow.
No, we're talking about reasoning.
Yes.
And your lack of it.
No, you don't know it. That's what we're talking about. You're going from source to source, and you don't know how to think for yourself.
I'm
telling you, it requires rules, inference rules. So when I make an inference, just like when you make an inference about the Bible scriptures, right? How do you know that?
Why doesn't the definition say that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Say that. You just made that.
Because the Bible, I can answer that.
I know
how can you physically touch somebody logically and they don't only have half DNA?
Again, you're using the word.
I can't see a person like that.
Is that
using the word logic wrong? I'm using it wrong.
A Roy Chess, is an inference definitive?
An inference rule is universal and definitive. Yes.
What? An inference rule. What's an inference rule?
That's the whole point. Guy.
What's an inference rule?
That's the whole point.
You just made your word up.
We went right back to the blazing equation.
I didn't make it up.
That's logic.
That nigga just made this shit up.
I didn't just make it up.
Inference rule is logic.
No, logic. Again, you're using the slang. Stop using the slang. I'm trying to correct
logic is an inference, is a rule governed by.
And it's not just contained absolutely to the field of mathematics.
He just
that's flawed reasoning, brother.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said it earlier.
No, I didn't.
You said that's the truest sense. You said that's where it's
No, I
meant to be.
didn't.
You said
No,
the
I
other
didn't.
is a slang and not true. That's what you said.
He's a
I said logic is not a monolith.
So
And I said it's a slang.
That's what you said.
It is a slang. I said it's a slang for mathematical logic.
So Roy Chess, in what context is you using logic in?
I don't even use that word because you guys are using that word because you're not trained. The word I'm telling you,
Yeah, because we're not simpletons. We're not dogs
the
like
proper
you.
term is mathematical
Ain't
logic.
nobody train us. We grown ass men.
Well, you just used the word. Wait, hold on. But you just used the word.
Right.
I didn't just use the word.
Yes, you
You
did.
said it was
You just
solely
said
referring to
mathematical
mathematics.
logic.
Right.
Yeah, that's the name of that's the name of it. That's the full name.
Okay, but you just used the word logic. You said logic is the wrong word, and you use mathematical logic.
No.
Right.
The whole name is mathematical logic, not logic. The whole name. If it was a government name, it's the whole thing, not just logic. Logic.
Where do they teach
You can't say logic is emphatically a slang word if you're using it.
I get what
You can't
I
do
get
both.
what you're saying now. You saying that they use the incorrect term.
So there's some kind of reasoning issues. I'm starting to pick up reasoning issues.
Nickname. That's like me calling you a nickname instead
Well,
of you.
not a nickname. It's a short way of saying logic. It's a short way of saying mathematical logic. It's a contractual way.
According to him, it's just context.
That's
okay,
correct.
but
this is why we don't do the absolutes, brother.
According to your logic, according to what you were saying earlier, it's just context. It's not
right.
wrong.
Right, that ain't got nothing to do with
logic. Slang, but then mathematical logic is permissible, bro. That's why you speak in absolutes, bro.
It was all just
No,
context.
mathematical logic is the proper name.
But with the word
okay,
logic,
put it in mathematical logic.
No, that is the name.
mathematical logic
That's
is
the name.
We made that word up too.
My brother getting cut all kinds of ways.
That's what they call it.
Like goddamn bloodbath on this
teach
motherfucker.
mathematical logic.
I thought logic was just rational thinking.
He doing all this.
It is.
He doing all this to claim Jesus is God.
Essentially.
I never heard of all this other shit.
All of this things with Jesus is God.
These are the type of shows I'm used to.
No, that's a slang.
Paradome shows.
No, you just
All you
making
gotta
it
do
up.
It's not slang, bro.
It's not
It is a
slang.
slang.
Other
It's not
people,
slang. I can use logic to drink water.
Got to
Yeah.
say it for it to be
It's a
slang.
slang. It's a
We don't
slang.
agree.
I'm telling you where
We
it
don't
is.
agree
It's a
with that.
slang
Yeah,
in
nobody
what
believe that, bro.
context? In what context would it
I don't
be?
care if you disagree. It's you look it up.
In what context?
In what
Because you can tell
field
the way
that
you're
is
using
it?
it. That's why you're getting cut.
I'm telling
What
you
how you using it is not making sense to anybody. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's the name.
That's how you know it's. That's how you know it's not true. What
It's
you're saying is not making
irrational.
sense.
You better go get taught again and
This
get
is
another
what real
reason.
Did you see how irrational the conversation has become?
There are
Are
books
you gonna
written
get
on
another
it.
degree?
Okay, let's get some decorum in here, though. I don't like how there's many of y'all talking over each other.
There are hundreds
Okay, let's
of
get
books
one
on
mic, guys. One mic.
Let's
hear A1.
Here, we got a full house. We're gonna have to have some decorum.
Yeah, let's hear A1. Yeah, let's get some
One
decorum,
might keep
guys.
the responses to a minimum because we got a full panel.
There are several books with that title on it, so I didn't make it up.
Let's go back course.
Mathematical logic is the title of plenty of books. You can Google them. So there you go.
We don't have to do that.
You're using philosophical.
Nobody's gonna do that, bro.
Okay, so don't tell me I'm wrong. If you're not
No, your definition of logic is mathematical logic. Is that that's the correct term to say it instead of just saying logic?
So mathematical logic is basically reasoning, how you get from one inference to another, right?
No.
That's philosophical logic, but it has the same.
He is
No,
wrong.
that's
The term logic was a word before mathematical.
Philosophical logic is a
No, it
word,
wasn't.
right?
No,
All right, man, I'm confused.
It's more than one type, brother.
Listen, man.
There is no such thing as logic by itself. There's systems.
There's more than one type, brother. Always.
When you're talking about
What is logos?
systems,
I want to
you
show
have to
y'all
name
my
the system.
transcript. Right, just
There's
Oh, man, you
Aristotelian
said
logic,
going all the way to
It will always be more than one type. Always.
What is logos?
Always.
Always.
So in other words, y'all.
Always.
So in
Yes.
other words,
You know
y'all,
nothing about
some
it.
logic
And there'll be different aspects of it and created along the time as we move further. It'd be updated.
Roy got a real
Always.
but it's not.
Always.
You really been
It'll never stop.
But World Chess, you know what they mean when they say logic, though. We in America, bro.
You're not
Whether
slick,
it's
bro.
a slang term or not.
It's a slang term. And
Whether,
it's not
even so, but you know what people is talking about when they say, you know what's implied when they say logic, even if they're using the incorrect term.
It is a slang term.
It is not.
No,
It
Roy
is.
Chess is wrong. Be quiet, Roy Chess. You don't get to talk.
I'm not wrong.
Roy, I'm about to.
Yeah, Roy Chess is wild as hell tonight.
I ain't never did. I ain't never did 7,000. Nobody don't make me
shit.
treat you like that tonight. You've been cutting everybody off, yelling. You can't do that. You can't.
Right.
You've been wrong.
May I ask Roy
It's not making
question?
sense. His reason is not making
and share
sense.
my
Man.
screen. I don't want to yield. I don't want to over.
There you go.
And I don't want to be over talked. Okay. You're not going to do me like that.
Here we go.
No,
Did
I'm not
mathematical logic or logic come first? You definitely said it didn't come first, and it's just a slang term that came off of the term mathematical logic, which is a compound phrase of two words. So why would
it's not
the compound phrase come before the original word? Like,
no, it's not a compound phrase. It's the entitled title.
Logic came first. What we call mathematical logic is a much later development. Mathematicians started using formal logic and symbols to analyze.
Philosophers know that.
Itself.
Again, what system are you talking about? You're using sources and you don't know what you're referring to.
So you think the term mathematical logic came before the term logic?
Yeah. No, I caught
that. No, I didn't. I never said that.
I the whole,
no, I didn't. I would never say that.
That's where logic comes from.
I would never say that. In my presentation, I clearly made
fast, Roy, because you're so quick to try to tell somebody they're wrong.
Right.
No, I did not say that. You're attributing. Hold on, A1.
Hey, A1, come to find out the term. He said on stand alone. It's standing alone before or after.
No, it never stood alone.
They just said
it never stood alone. You're wrong. You're wrong. Let me speak for a second.
I believe the source.
Wait. I made it very clear in the slides that there are two systems of logic, right? There's a system of logic called Aristotelian logic.
Theory.
There's more than one system of logic.
There's more than one system.
That's why you can't use the word logic. That's why you can't use the word logic.
Yes, you can use it. It's a
no,
word.
You can't.
Right.
There's many systems.
And I asked him.
I definitely can use any word I want to. It ain't nothing you can do about it.
Mathematical logic came later.
That is Greek.
Just like they said.
What does that have to be regurgitated some Greek ideology?
No, you
put it on our people today, bro. I mean, trick no good, homeboy.
There you go, doing it again, Roy.
No, what are you talking about?
What A1 pulled up was accurate, bro.
I'm doing what again?
What he's doing?
Just showed you.
You're doing the no.
You can't just deny it. Yeah, denial ain't gonna just work, bro. You can't say no to that shit. No. You can't just say no.
He's not being
coherent. Using words. You're like fighting for your life. And that's
I'm not fighting.
Like, bro,
no,
I'm trying to tell you. Even the words, no.
Let's hear A1 out.
None of you have shown me wrong.
He's not ready.
None of you show me wrong.
It's not true. No, it's not true.
Can I ask Roy Chess a question, y'all? Can I peace to the chat?
Peace, brother.
Peace to the chat. Shout out A1.
Shout out.
Hold on, Roy.
Courtney, man.
Roy, Roy Chess, I got a clarification question. When you say logic is a slang term, are you speaking about the colloquial usage of logic?
Yes, the way these guys are using it, yes. They're not using it formally correct.
Okay.
Using it colloquially.
So then he's using Aristotle form of logic.
Logically and objectively.
Well, okay, but hold on. There is a difference in whether we're talking formal or colloquial logic. Colloquial logic is often seen as synonymous with reason.
That's a slang.
It's often not isolated to what it actually is, because logic, technically speaking, is a collection of axioms that govern proper thinking.
So what you're proving is logic is
when
not
applied.
slang.
That's not correct. They're not.
Logic is not slang.
It doesn't have to be axioms.
Corey, he nailed it. Courtney nailed
And
it.
so he's using
he just
mathematical
killed that.
logic. No, he didn't. He's
Yeah, he
using
did.
mathematical logic.
He just showed you that knowledge is not, or logic is not.
No,
slang.
he's using it. He's using it slang also. He's doing
Why do
the
you
same
want
thing.
everybody to be using it in
I'm
mathematics?
asking a clarification question. I'm not trying to ask a clarification question.
Trained, y'all. We not
Colloquial
trained.
means
We need
slang.
to
You're
get
not using it.
trained, y'all.
You're not using it
We
in the
some
formal
little
sense.
dogs. We some
So
little
You're
what?
using it in
and he's the
slang.
head canine.
Are you
And then
saying?
using the
Hold
name.
on,
The
Roy
name is not
Chess. So are you saying speaking about? Are you saying speaking of the particular law of modal logic, whether we're talking Aristotelian, classical, or S5? Are you saying that there's at least three formal shared collection of laws that govern logical rationality
No, that's
in
not
the
correct.
classical sense?
That's not
Okay.
correct.
So, okay. So how are you suggesting that my usage is colloquial?
It's slang. Yes, it's not correct.
How am I using logic? Because I'm trying to isolate it and show the distinction between using it formally and versus colloquially.
So
Because I
formally,
think colloquially, hold on real quick, I think colloquially is equivalent to rationality or reasoning. Colloquially. But I'm saying I'm trying to be in agreement with you because I also think they're using it colloquially in a slang mode. But I'm suggesting that the application, the strict formal application of logic as it applies to rational thoughts, we're not necessarily talking about mathematics. Those would be other things. But and I'm not saying these logical axioms are irrelevant to mathematical assessment. But what I am saying is that they are essential for the assessment of rational or irrational thought.
so you're using certain terminology that tells me you're using it slang wise, just like everybody else, because you're thinking of math. That's why you use the word axiom, right? So it doesn't
I'm
have
not
to be
thinking of math.
Yes, you are. You used a mathematical term. Axiom is a mathematical term.
It's also a philosophical term.
No, it isn't. It's a mathematical term. Philosophy doesn't need axioms.
Philosophy doesn't need axioms.
No, it doesn't. Logic, certain forms of logic doesn't need axioms. Certain systems of logic do not require axioms.
Which forms of logic? Well, let me guess. Super logic.
No, Aristotelian logic doesn't have axioms. You don't prove things.
And yet Aristotle, aka classical logic, is premised off of.
No, that's not classical logic.
Oh, what?
That's not classical logic. Aristotle's
Aristotelian logic is not colloquially considered classical.
No, it's not. It's traditional. Classical is mathematical logic. Right? Classical requires connectives in certain.
I've seen these terms used synonymously in textbooks. Classical and traditional as it relates to Aristotelian.
They're not the same thing. No, they're not the same thing. Nobody would tell you that. Classical means propositional logic, which is mathematical logic. Traditional means Aristotelian logic specifically only.
Aristotle's assessments were on what compared to S5. Like S5 is dealing with possible worlds.
No, S5 is mathematical logic.
Exactly, but that's dealing with possible worlds, and it's a little more
S5
theoretical.
is not dealing with possible worlds. What S5 are you talking about? S5 in general is not is like, unless you're talking about a specific type.
But we talking about in its formal sense. Hey, Roy Chess, we talking about in its formal sense. We're not using it colloquially.
Hold on. So, Roy Chess, I only got two more questions. First, who first articulated the primary three modal laws of logic?
The three modal laws of logic. What?
Identity, excluded middle, and
Not modal logic only.
Had a degree.
Right? Matter of fact, modal logic doesn't even use, some modal logic systems do not even use those. Right. So that's why I'm telling you that's a mathematical term.
Some forms are whoa. I agree. Some applications disregard, and hence now you got univocal speech as a like for example, barber syllogism as a and that was the thing with Aristotle. He sort of started us off with the ball rolling as it relates to syllogistic logic.
There's no axioms for it. You're not using it to prove anything. You're not using axioms to prove anything.
Then why does Aristotle have an argument for logic? And his argument for logic is the impossibility of the contrary for the application of the primary three modal laws: identity, excluded middle, and
modal laws. He doesn't.
Yes, he does. He says the impossibility of the contrary for the application of these laws, because you have to appeal. You have to use these laws in order to test these laws. That was essentially his argument.
That's not facts. That's not facts.
How you gonna find out if it works if you don't use it?
Aristotle doesn't deal with modal logic. That's the Stoics, maybe you're talking
about. So why does he use the argument for the impossibility of the contrary, and for what?
Roy Chess is crazy.
Right,
Can I say something?
With this logic infused into the philosophy. He's actually just undoing the whole philosophy, Roy Chess.
Let me straighten this out.
You won't be able to create philosophy if you undo
the. You're not using the right terminology.
You
guys are not using the right terminology. So how are you correcting me when you don't?
Can I say something?
You don't know the terminology. None of you know the terminology that you're supposed to be using.
What?
So how are you going to correct me?
First,
the credibility
I'm not trying to correct you. I'm trying to have a dialogue. So Roy Chess, these other guys might be trying to correct you, and you might be trying to correct them. I'm trying to have a reasonable dialogue about the issues at hand.
Yes, I agree with. I think that's the case, Kurt. But the other guys, I wasn't referring to you, so okay. I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
Well,
but
then
the other guys are just knocking down just because they can.
Okay, so are you familiar with when and why and how Aristotle used the argument from the impossibility of the contrary? And for what?
Like if you can give me the entire argument, then maybe, but like just that the words you're using doesn't follow to me. I can't connect it.
Well, okay, so transcendental, a lot of it's not like small scale transcendental arguments. It would be like not Kantian, but more in the vein of Cornelius Van Til. I don't know how familiar you are with certain theologians, but and philosophers. But yeah, more in the line of Cornelius Van Til. This argument has been sort of revitalized as it relates to the justification for God's existence as a necessary precondition for intelligibility. The impossibility of God's existence would only demonstrate that, in for intelligibility, if there was no God, you couldn't have intelligibility or intelligibility. Right. So that's what the argument is attempting to demonstrate. But like Greg Bonson is one. He's revitalized the argument from the impossibility of the contrary. Van Til, I don't think technically did. Even a lot of the professors that taught Greg Bonson, they never really utilized the impossibility of the contrary argument for the justification of this type of transcendental argument.
Thanks.
But this is I'm just giving you context. And again, Greg Bonson has utilized Aristotle's argument for the impossibility of the contrary as it applies to the three laws of logic that he sort of gets the ball rolling on, and which are identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. And yeah, so he says to demonstrate the contrary is impossible because I would have to utilize, at minimum, identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle in order to argue, in order to consider. If, so it's, and if you appeal to something outside of these foundational three modal rules or laws of logic, then now you're actually saying these are actually insufficient, and it would actually, and not really in a recessive sense, because it's an ultimate justification epistemically. So if it's something outside of what you're claiming is the ultimate justifier, then you would have to appeal to that other. And then that outside or that other is the ultimate justifier, not the point you're actually trying to argue from. So then it would be a whole different set of logical axioms, if you will. And when I say axiom, I'm using it in the it's in modern logic. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is an overlap.
Yep.
But I'm not. Yes, and we can thank the analytic philosophers like Bertrand Russell and all of that.
Right.
But it's not to say analytic philosophy started with modern philosophy. There was analytics going on. Now we're dealing with possible world conceptual assessments, which was and prepositions, and the other is primarily what Aristotle was doing.
No, but you're confusing them. There were two different time periods. So Aristotle didn't have modal logic, and he didn't have conditional statements like if, then, in the connectives that modern logic does. So
yeah, I agree. He didn't have conditionals, right? But conditionals are relevant to S5. Yes.
Yes, so that means it's mathematical logic. So that's the category. Now there are different names that it goes by outside of mathematical logic. It could be propositional logic, modal logic, fuzzy logic, et cetera. Those are the systems. Right. And then there are systems within systems. So again, we're talking about two main types are Aristotelian and mathematical. And I gave that in my presentation. So I'm correct when I say logic makes no sense unless you tell me the system that you're talking about. So the way you guys are slangily using it, it's like it's just reasoning, it's just thinking. No, there are systems, and those systems have principles. And how you go from one thing to another is how to do it.
So what makes up the system? What is in the system?
The rules.
I'm glad we're getting back to a point of agreement, because you were saying that was colloquial usage when I was you saying these laws, these principles, these axioms.
No, they're not axioms. You keep saying axioms. They're not axioms. They're inference rules, not axioms.
Can you identify one of these inference rules?
For example, modus ponens. That's an easy one.
That's as it relates to structure and form
of an argument.
That's a mathematical inference rule, right? Aristotelian inference rule, an Aristotelian inference rule would be obversion, right? You can look that up. Or contraposition. Contraposition exists both, but it's different from mathematical logic. It's not the same. It's the same word, same spelling, same pronunciation, but the rules are different.
The application is different. The law is different. The rule is different.
But the problem with that is just allowing anyone to come in and assert that knowledge is somehow non-binding, and that logic is just something. How we're using it colloquially, when in fact he's using it colloquially. We're using logic. Hold on, be quiet, bruh. I was quiet. The brother is using knowledge colloquially, but blaming it on us, saying that we're doing it. No, we're talking about logic formally. And if we just allow logic to just be a dialect or a slang of the mind, then anyone can just come in and speak a different logic, effectively bypassing reality and objectivity or a person's argument just by saying that's your slang or that's your logic. And twisting it up colloquially. You dig what I'm talking about? But then turn it on its head. We can't allow people, just because of their narratives, to redefine words. And that's the only problem I got. You know what I mean? With any of this, you dig what I'm saying? You know, it's an assertion that, you know, falls on its face in so many ways. You dig what I'm saying? That we just can't allow people to just change up the definition of things because it don't fit their narrative. That's
whose narrative? Who are you talking about? I didn't invent logic, bro. I didn't invent this thing you call logic.
Yeah, but
not even invented.
But you are trying to reinvent that logic is somehow just dialect or slang.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying you're using it slang wise.
Well, I'm not. See, that's what I'm saying.
You're not using it formally. You don't know if it's rules to do it formally.
Hey, Roy, can I tell you something? I'm letting you know I'm using it formally.
No, you're not. You don't know anything about the form. You can't tell me anything about the form.
How don't I know?
So what is modus ponens then? If that's a formal inference rule.
Listen, you trying to take me away from the fact that you're
you don't know it. I'm not redefining anything.
Redefining what logic means.
No, you're using it a slang definition, especially in the black community.
I'm not. Prove I'm using it slang wise.
I'm showing you that I can
prove I'm using
the etymology of the word logic. Do you know the etymology of the word logic, Roy Chess? Can we do that? Can we go
I don't need the etymology.
Well, how are you telling people they're using it in a slang way if you don't know the etymology of it?
Because it goes by context, and again, the subject is a field, and it's not what he's saying.
It goes by context, and yours is not the original. Wouldn't yours be the slang?
Mine is the original. I'm using it the way Aristotle uses it.
But you're using the original, but you don't know the etymology.
Like, do I specifically know the word for word quote from a book? No. I don't need a word for word quote. I understand the idea.
I mean, everybody saw what just happened. I don't.
The etymology of the word logic. I mean the word usage.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant to the.
Not really, because the term has evolved, and it will almost be that's one thing he's trying to avoid is an etymological fallacy where logic taken as either traditional or formal as being one and the same, and also being one and the same as reasoning. I agree. They're not one and the same of any of the three.
Right. So
a lot of people speak univocally. I agree with Roy Chess. A lot of people speak univocally in a colloquial sense about some of words' meanings. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head the etymology of logic. I mean, I know it's one of the most diverse words in Greek.
He buck dancing talking about reason. Now he done twisted it to logic.
Yeah, he's buck dancing because
just keep buck dancing.
I'm not buck dancing.
When he, after all of that arguing and telling you that you're using it wrong, he says, it's context, there's different ways to use it.
I want to hear the logic about how person can be fully person without half the DNA. I want to hear the logic of that.
No, what I'm saying,
I want to hear how these inference rules apply.
A1, I'm not being inconsistent. I'm saying it is a context that he's using, but that context is misinformation because he's spreading that into the black community, and they think logic is just reasoning, and you don't have to study it.
They think logic is just. So so if he doesn't explain the whole logic textbook when he uses the word, then he's misinformed black folk.
It incorporates reason.
Well, he's not the only one.
He's not the context. Because he doesn't. No, man, you can't.
He's not the only one. The whole text started this.
You derailed the whole night for this.
Just you using it.
You derailed the whole night and the whole show and took us all the way down this path because of that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean that
he was wrong?
Because it's misinformation.
Right. It's not misinformation. You just agreed that it's context.
Sorry, I did that.
Right.
It is a context, but it's misinformation. The context is
there is no misinformation.
Context is a misinformation, man.
You just agreed that it's context.
The context is
and misinformation don't give the context, vice versa. What are you talking about, man?
There wasn't
Can
no
I get a chance?
misinformation.
You
We were
undoing
asking, it's
yourself.
not
You're doing yourself to
misinformation
undo
because
it,
we were
man.
asking for a definition, bro. Like, and
I
then you
You
were
gave
can't
it
trying
play
to
the
to
act
game
you.
like
without
this
the game.
definition didn't apply. Only in the end, when I asked you
My
for
goodness, man.
the etymology for the word, and you
I
knew
don't have
yours
the
wasn't
etymology.
first, then you had to agree, bro. If this was a debate, I would have cooked you and smoked you in this joint.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
What
I
the heck
didn't do
is going
anything
on?
inconsistent.
You done.
I
You're
didn't.
done.
No way.
Yes, you are,
That's not.
bro.
I didn't. I was not inconsistent one bit. You haven't shown me that.
I
Can I
just
say
showed you
something?
how you were
No, you
inconsistent.
didn't.
You
Where
told
was
them
I?
they were using it wrong, as
He
if
is
they
using it
weren't,
wrong.
as if there is in context. And then when I asked you for the etymology of the word to see if you're using it wrong, you said you didn't have it,
Exactly.
didn't know it,
I
doesn't
don't have to
matter
know it.
anymore all of a sudden.
No,
And
no,
then you
no.
said,
I
well,
don't
this
need it.
context.
No, no,
The
no.
same thing that applies to them. So it's like, what
No,
the
it doesn't. No, no,
heck?
no, no.
They were
No,
asking
no,
for the
no.
definition of the word.
He's asking for a
Logic,
source.
inference. How this all started. We were looking for definitions.
Yeah, he's looking for a
You were
source.
refusing to give definitions.
I
Where
didn't
do you get
refuse anything.
what? You
I
said
didn't
you weren't
refuse
going to give
anything.
it, and I had to threaten to kick you off the channel.
No,
I
I
gave you
did.
an ultimatum: either give him a definition or you got to get off. And then you finally gave him a definition. So let's not like, what is going on? Are you okay?
So you, I'm
Right.
okay.
That's what I was kind of
You're
wondering. Because probably,
mischaracterizing it.
some
I'm
anxiety going
okay,
on.
but you're
You want to
mischaracterizing it.
respond?
Yeah, it's a little
You're
anxiety, a little bit.
I'm
mischaracterizing
telling you
some
the
stuff.
day that I'm having. I don't. You can recharacterize it from your side when you tell your story, but I'm being genuine about what I'm going through. I'm not making anything up.
No, I'm not saying that
You
you
know,
are.
let me cover Cam up. That's not my MO. I'm not about to make anything up, bro. So
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that is.
I'm saying you is no Roy.
Very well.
His context in the context of the black community on YouTube and debate channels is that they use the word like it's not a field. It doesn't have rules and order to it. That like you could just be human and I know logic because I'm human type of thing. That's what they're spreading, and that's not how it works.
But when a person uses it wrong, you get caught though on it, right? we all know it. We all know when somebody don't make sense. Trust me.
No,
I get.
Oh yeah,
is,
we all pretty. Most of us are pretty good at
logic.
it.
Nobody's allowed to use the word anymore.
No, you're just guessing
No,
without the
let me
influence.
finish.
You say something that don't make sense.
Because this is what I'm witnessing. You're telling people, hey, if you're not using it as in the trained way that I know it, you're not using it right anymore. And when we ask you where we can go get the definition, you don't have a book for us to go look for the definition that you know.
Because it's not authority based.
It's not anywhere.
It's not authority based. Why do you think it's authority based? No, why do you think it's authority based? That's the issue.
His philosophy.
Reasoning is not about authority based. Like
I hear the Frankenstein logic, I'm gonna catch you.
Can I say something, man?
He did it again using Frankenstein logic.
Frankenstein logic. That's one of my terms, brother.
I want to talk. Can I say something to you, Roy?
I've caught you using it a few times, not just today.
I don't even know where to.
There's a system. There's a system of logic, not just logic. You have to refer to a system. I will tell you specifically a system.
No, we don't. We don't have to do that to say I was using my logic. We don't have to say I was using my Aristotle. We don't have to go through that.
That's a slang.
Can I say something?
Like
why don't you use the word accounting?
Go ahead, Quantum.
Why don't you use the word accounting like that?
Hey, Roy, let's hear Quantum.
I'm doing my accounting, or I'm doing accounting.
Yeah, why don't you use it like that? Yeah, why don't you use that?
I do use the word like that.
Yeah, but you don't use the word.
I actually do accounting, so
yeah, because accounting is a field, right? You're not saying well, accounting is just thinking on adding numbers, but using a spreadsheet, you're not doing that, right? That's not the context you're using it at.
That actually is the context I'm using it in when I would say that's what I'm doing. So
no, that's not. I don't know. I don't know about that because most people who use that word know something about counting. You don't know anything about counting. No,
what's going on, Quantum? I think Quantum want to put something to you, Roy Chess.
Didn't you have to take a class to do that?
Because the issue ain't about logic.
I watched some YouTube videos and I downloaded a program that pretty much does it for me. All I have to do is input my stuff. Yeah, and I'm still doing my accounting. I don't have to hire an accountant anymore.
Damn.
It's automated, and the program could do it for me. I still have to input my stuff, so I'm still doing the accounting. And I'm not wrong when I say that. But you will come in here. No. You
That
can't use it
logically
like
makes
that.
sense to me. That's a lot.
Cutting
That
people off,
logically
fighting
makes
all
sense.
whiny,
Right.
like we've done something
To
wrong.
save money, right? All kinds
And
of
then
shit. Learn
you
at the
can't
same time.
understand why nobody's
Then
like.
our reasoning came to that conclusion. That
That was a reasonable conclusion. Right.
That's why I wanted to say something. That's why I wanted to say
In
something.
contrast to not doing
So
it.
when you use a word accountant like that, people are not going to take it the same way that you're using the word. These guys are using the word logic.
No, we ain't to get off.
Now you know how somebody gonna take it.
Let me respond. Let me
Because nobody uses
Roy
it.
Chess don't know how nobody gonna take it. Roy Chess don't know. You don't know what nobody gonna take.
You just gotta let
Well, why don't you use the word
What
electricity?
people gonna take?
Like you could just make up a word.
Talking absolutes and shit.
No more Roy Chess.
Because court the
Absolutes are false, bro.
Court the barbarian coming in here on the.
Right. If I throw some clothes in the wash, I can't say I'm doing laundry. You know what I'm saying?
It's hilarious, man.
It's gonna get so extreme. Roy
This is
Chess.
great for content, though. I give you that. We got 10 hours. We got 8 hours on this motherfucker. Let me see.
I remember what this started
How many
about.
hours is?
And Roy Chess, that's why I said let me
6
respond
hours.
because the issue is about
6 minutes to 7 hours.
Right.
It ain't about logic itself. The issue is the way Roy Chess using the conversation about logic to control the conversation instead of clarifying it. See, first, ain't nobody here denying that there's different logical systems. Of course there is. Like we know that. You got Aristotle's syllogistic logic, modern symbolic logic, mathematical logic exists, modal logic, predicate logic, informal logic, philosophical logic exists, and that's where we were at. Systems within systems, like you said. Nobody seriously disputes that. We know that. So pointing out, this is where you be trying to trick people. This is what I said, what I figured out when I first came in here. This is why I thought you was a skeptic, but I see it all leads back to you. See, nobody's point. What you start doing is you start pointing out that there are different logic systems that don't automatically prove that and start trying to mix everybody up. We were strictly in a philosophical conversation when we started talking about logic and reasoning. You're the one who start trying to say, well, that's mathematical logic. How? When we were having a philosophical conversation.
Time he does that shit, man.
No, because that's what it is.
Time.
That's what it is.
We're already using it in one context, and then man, you don't even have to say that. It'd be non sequitur when you come with it.
Let me finish. Can I finish?
That is the context. You don't even understand.
And then it starts an argument.
No, that's the context.
Bro,
that's the context that you're using, and then you deny that's the context. That's how the argument starts.
But it wasn't. If we was talking about a philosophical thing, how you gonna say we was using it in a mathematical concept? Now,
because of the words you're using.
Of course, logic. Can I finish?
The word you're using tells me what context you're using it in, and there's only two. Like I said,
let's hear quantum.
There's only two.
Oh,
not
man.
this.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking. That's what I'm saying right there. In ordinary philosophical discourse, Roy, when the word logic is commonly used to refer to broadly used principles about valid reason and coherence. We were talking about that. We had switched to that because I was talking about how incoherent the ideal of God that we were arguing about, and all of y'all were going. That's how we got to this.
Yes, incoherent as hell, especially if you have half a DNA structure.
The problem is
hold on, Roy Chess. Can I finish? I'll let you. That's incoherent. The valid reasoning, coherence, and the consistency and the non-contradictions of what we was talking about. That's not slang. That's the standard usage across philosophy. That's what we was doing. You see people trying to reason, and we reasoning good. So now you trying to take us out and tell us that you keep accusing everyone else of using the word logic colloquially, while claiming that you are the one that's using it formally. But your own argument keeps shifting between the levels of discussion. One moment you say logic must refer to a specific formal system. The next moment you say, are you using it as Aristotle's logic? Then you shift again and say logic is a slang for mathematical logic. Then you say inference rules are what define reasoning. I wrote it down. This is what you're gonna hate about me. Those are different claims, Roy Chess. and you sliding between them to try to mix people up. And when we jump on it, then you slide to the other one like you playing the lily pad hop, and we frogs following you. This is not cool when you're supposed to be here trying to teach us that. Stop trying to act like this equivocation. You keep moving the meaning of terms depending on what helps your point of view, because it all ends back to you want this to be a created existence. So I know what it's going back to, because I break everything down to the quantum. And when I mean quantum, I mean the smallest part of the situation that we going to. Third, when someone asks you about etymology, you dismissed it like it was irrelevant. But earlier you was criticizing how people was using the word logic. I caught it. If you go into the police and you trying to police the word and use it, then the history of the word and the range of the word's meanings absolutely becomes relevant. Roy Chess, you know that. The word logic comes from the Greek logos, which relates to the reason, discourse, argument, and account. That broader philosophical meaning, and you know this because me and you acting like you the only one that know this type of, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. The broader philosophical meaning exists long before modern mathematical logic was developed. I believe it was A1 that showed you them slides.
He didn't show. So again,
so the broader philosophical use of the term is not slang. Historically speaking, it's the original concept territory that the word belongs to.
Exactly.
Fourth, no, it isn't.
You haven't shown that.
You gave with modus ponens, and I hate that because you always talking like somebody, but don't know. The example you gave with modus ponens don't even prove what you think it proves. Yes, modus ponens is a formal logic and inference rule. Nobody's denying that, Roy Chess. But the existence of the formal inference rule does not mean that everyday reasoning suddenly becomes invalid unless somebody done went and start studying and went to school. And you wrong for that.
It does. It means it's unreliable if you don't have the inference rules.
Oh
That's
my
what
God.
it means.
It's not unreliable if you snatch your shirt off.
People been using valid reasoning.
If you're getting cut by that
formal logic systems was even written down to describe it. Roy Chess, formal logic describes reasoning structures. Formal logic, you kept on saying logic ain't reasoning, and here we are again back to the same thing because you didn't want it, because you want this to fit your narrative, but it can't. Not with me here, because you see what OLE that stands for the only logical explanation for existence. OWL, OWL, that means the only world logic, and the only world logic that we see is this. You said logic is treated loosely.
You're using it.
Everyone can invent their own logic and bypass objectivity.
No, that's nonsense.
But that was not what was everyone was
You
here.
denied the definition. How is that nonsense? That's objective proof.
No, it isn't. That's not
What was Roy Chess, don't do that. What was being
That
said?
makes no sense.
What was being said is that logic can be discussed at different
There is
levels.
no logic without naming the system. That's what I'm telling you.
If we already in a system, if we're already in a system, Roy Chess, if we're not debating and we're already in a system, Roy
That's
Chess,
false,
hold on.
because that's
If
like
we're
saying
not-
that anybody who hasn't ever been trained, has never used logic before. So
You use it
that would be
accidentally.
false.
No, that would not be false. You're using reasoning. You're not using logic. Logic is a system. It's referring to a system. Reasoning is going from inference to inference, right?
Reason is the simple form of logic.
Logic came
logic
first. Then
no,
they
it
broke it
didn't.
down into different systems.
No, logic is another word for reasoning.
Come with the system, and then come with the
Logic is
word.
a system.
Logic came
is a
first,
system.
then they broke it down into systems.
No, Aristotle invented it. No, I'm sorry, he didn't invent it.
I was about to say that. That's wrong too.
Logic?
No,
He didn't invent it.
No, I keep saying invented.
He just added his own unique spin to it based on his own experiences.
No,
Yes. Otherwise,
he
he wouldn't have
didn't.
invented anything if he didn't experience this intellectual
he didn't invent
endeavor.
it. I made a slip there. He's the one that put it into a curriculum.
Right.
Right.
But okay.
It is
Right.
discovered, so it's not that he created it. It's not coming from
Absolutely.
authority.
Right.
So again, reasoning comes first, and then they name the system Aristotelian logic. So the subject, the category is reasoning. And then the name of it becomes this logical system.
You
This
know
is
what,
what everybody been
you know
trying
what?
to
I
tell you.
seen this before in the debate before.
This is what everybody been trying to tell you.
I seen this. I seen a dude use this tactic in the debate.
Oh, you caught it too, Cosmo?
Yeah, it's onlyism.
It's not onlyism. I'm not telling you about onlyism.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not the same thing.
Yeah,
it's not
it
the same
is.
thing. We're not the same thing. He doesn't understand the rules. I understand the rules.
What the fuck? I mean, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Roy Chess, let me finish.
So you keep saying logic like it's not about reasoning. So you're using the
Formal
word like
logic describes reason instructions, Roy Chess. I know this.
So again, you're doing something silly. That's like me saying,
no, you're doing something silly by
that's like
trying
me
to say
saying
you're the
Sean-
only one that
Sean
understands
Combs
this
and
when I've
P. Diddy
been
are two
destroying
different
you
people.
all night with your reasoning that you're trying to
No.
say isn't logic. That's because your logic is
Oh, you're
incoherent
using it
because you want to
interchangeably.
believe in a creation
can't
existence.
define a
Listen,
word.
all of you
It's
sit down
very
and
incoherent.
created
If
existence.
you could see a
You
person who
cannot
don't
use
have
the
full set of
word
DNA,
and
All
use
this comes
interchange-
down
No,
to
I
you want
agree with
created
him on that.
you
I
could
agree
touch a
with
person.
Chess.
I want to get back into that one more time.
Reasoning did come first, and then it was logic.
I want to test
Everybody
this
know
logic.
that, man.
I want to
you're
get into
using
this
the word
inference.
interchangeably. Right, you're using the word logic to mean reason when we're
Listen,
talking about
logic ain't-
reasoning.
Logic does
The whole
not create
subject was
humans'
reason.
ability to reason, Roy Chess. Reason creates humans'
I never
ability to
said-
logic.
I never said stop saying the word logic like that.
I
It's
can say
reasoning.
logic how I want to. We using it in a philosophical discussion
No, you're
right
not.
now, so you know what I
No,
mean.
you're not.
Yes,
Use
I
the word
am.
electricity like that then.
We talking about logical reasoning
No,
within
use the word
philosophical
electricity
within
wrong.
a philosophical situation.
No, you're making
And,
stuff
you
up.
don't
Use the word electricity
Your
then.
reasoning is poor.
Use the word electricity instead
Your
of logic.
reasoning is
Let's see if you do it.
poor.
Why are you using Why are you misusing that word out of all the
Why
English
are you
words
trying to
that exist?
You said logic is treated loosely. You said logic is treated loosely.
There's no such thing as logic the way you're using it. It's a system. No, it isn't. It's a specific
It's called
system.
thinking
No.
rationally.
See, there you go. See,
No, it's
see, I
not.
see what he just did. There you go.
There's a specific
What was
system.
being said is not what was being
Reason
said
is to think
Roy
rationally.
Ch-
No.
That's not what was being said. Roy
Reason is
Chess.
to think
How
rationally.
do you know that you're thinking rationally without
That's not.
rules?
How do you
Because
know that
the
you are?
reason is to think logically.
How do I know that I'm
That
not?
makes no sense.
Because I'm still
Because you
alive
don't
and I've
know
been
the
making
rules.
logical
Hey,
choices.
Roy Chess, you want to talk about? Can we talk about that Jesus
Having
scenario
for my
earlier
life.
again?
You're talking about practicality. That's what you mean when you guys say logic. You're talking about practicality.
I'm talking about
You're not
logical
talking-
reasoning for living.
No, you're talking about
Yeah,
practicality
thinking.
and
If I
science.
can if I can reason logically to stay alive, then
That
I know I
means
can
nothing.
reason about a philosophical
means
situation.
you
Those
got
are the
lucky.
same things.
No, they're not the same things.
Yes, they
that
are.
means you got lucky. That
So
means
you
you're going to
can,
reason.
so you don't
case by
live by
case.
your philosophy then.
We're not the same. I'm not you.
That's a hot
I don't say things like
So
that.
you don't believe. So you don't
That's
live
what I
by
do.
what you believe then.
What do my beliefs have to do with anything?
Because if you don't live by your beliefs, then your logic is not going to be.
That makes no sense.
Facts. Everyone
That
lives
makes
by
no
their
sense.
philosophy.
No, everybody doesn't
God.
have a
What is
philosophy
I
either.
got to stop
That's
this.
nonsense.
Everybody does have a philosophy. They
No,
may
they
call it. They
don't.
may not use the word
Eddie
philosophy.
is right. He says, I thought it was about reasoning and logic was in the definition.
That's
and
exactly
he don't
what
have
we
a
was talking
definition.
about.
That was about an hour ago, but he's right. He just posted that.
It's crazy.
What?
So everybody do have a philosophy by which we
No, they
live.
don't.
Logic
Oh
is
yes,
in the
they do.
dictionary. Logic is in the dictionary.
It's a philosopher.
That's
What?
the
Say it again.
premier. That's the premier
I can't
notion of
hear
the
you.
highest
Hold on.
order of thought.
One was talking. I
It's
can't hear him.
crazy.
Oh,
I
I
can't
said
hear.
logic is in the dictionary. It's in the encyclopedia as well, but he doesn't accept those definitions.
Yeah, but they're using the word logic in the definition, right? Are they not?
Your
No.
perspective is your philosophy.
No, that's
Yes, it
philosophy is
is.
a field. So
And your
again, why don't you
and your
why
your
don't you use
philosophy
the
is
word
your
physics?
perspective. It goes
No,
both
why can't you have
directions.
a physics? Why can't you have a physics or a
Why can't you have what?
mechanicism?
Have what?
Why can't you have mechanicism?
What you talking about? Like a mechanicism? What are you talking?
Yeah,
A
the same thing
person,
as
a
an
person
idea.
that live, even having these conversations, what make the
Why?
debate?
No,
Just follow
mechanicism
me
is an
for a
idea.
second. Just follow me for a second. When a person creates, even some of these debates, what they're debating is their independent personal philosophies.
No, why are you calling it philosophy? Just because they're human?
Yeah, we're not cats and dogs. You see
So,
what I'm saying?
so there's no training required?
It depends on the personal philosophy. Some people incorporate different levels of training, but that's not my point. Is that whether you do or not, you don't have to absolutely have to have personal training. That would be another absolute. You don't have to have training in a formal sense.
Why do you need training in everything?
Right, that would be the question you have to answer. Why would you have to do that to satisfy what I'm asking you?
Right.
What I'm telling you is that a person. So you have to get rid. See, when I say absolutes are false, it's actually false. When you say you have to have all of this and do all of that to qualify to be this in its fullness, dude, that's false reasoning like a mother. You get toe up with me, particularly with me.
You don't know how to reason.
You can be a person. You could be a high school dropout.
You can't be
I'm gonna take this real low. Just follow me for a second. A person can drop out in middle school as long as they're alive, experiencing over a course of time. They'll acquire values and so forth, and through experiences. They'll come up with a way to proceed in life that they may or may or not work for them, but they'll proceed nonetheless. Now, if they decide to debate at that point to whoever, you, me, or whatever, they're going to present their philosophy in life as ammunition. They hit you across the head with it, and vice versa. You hit them across the head, kind of like what you're doing to the people on here. That's really what it's all about at the end of the day.
Why are you using the word philosophy though instead of some other English word?
The philosophy. This is also goes to say that why philosophy is actually one of the highest, the highest degree in all academia, because it's the highest order.
No, you're talking Hotep. You're talking Hotep. In the black community, that's a problem.
So, what you believe there now, like you're basically debating your philosophy.
No.
Now you may say I had training in this field, or I had training. When I've got a couple of degrees in a certain field, I could debate within the healthcare system, and put my own personal experiences to pivot off the personal, professional training. But I'm still debating my philosophy.
No, you're not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh yeah.
You don't have
if it's about his morality and the way he lived, yes,
and to say you don't have a philosophy is another absolute. That would be false reasoning. I have a philosophy big time.
Oh, you don't.
See,
you have
you have one as well.
No, you have electromagnetism.
Your entire life.
And Naga has a philosophy of electromagnet. That would be their philosophy. Right.
No. Instead of the word philosophy, use electromagnetism. Use it.
We're just going to use philosophy because it's
about
why? Electromagnetism doesn't think. Electromagnetism doesn't think. It doesn't rational.
Facts.
So a bird has logic to you, right? So a bird could reason. So they have logic to you.
They have reason.
A bird can reason.
What?
Or does a bird do what a bird
reasoning
does?
is enough?
You're talking in the concept of human reality.
What does a bird do with a bird?
Right. Don't leave the human reality, bro.
Hold on. I'm asking you.
Starting to make
I'm asking you a question. You're saying logic is about reason. So if a bird reasons, he has logic then, right?
This bird over here got logic.
So is that true? Any animal, you could pick an animal. If they reason, then they have logic. Yes or no?
I got logic.
Hold on. Did logically, did Chicken Little think the sky was falling?
You tell me. If it's reasoning, then I would. If it's reasoning according to you, then it's logic.
But Chicken Little,
I don't use the word like that.
Was falling.
I don't use the word like that. That's a slang term. You're talking about practical.
No.
Scientific.
Was it okay? Was it practical? Even if you want to change up the word, was it practical for Chicken Little, right, to think the sky was falling because he got bumped over the head?
In his experience, yes.
Facts. So, with that being said, a person who has their own philosophy is just someone who can study fundamental truths, knowledge, based on their existence, and they'll develop wisdom based on their own life. This is true. This is fact.
There is no your
and
own
they'll determine their own. Just follow me for a second, brother. They'll develop their own. Just follow me for a second, bro.
You're misusing terms.
Just follow me. And so, as a person's alive, right? Nonetheless, we're alive and we're existing. Nonetheless, right? It's irrefutable. It's absolutely irrefutable. And so, your logic is just flawed, bro, in this context. And so you can't debate the irrefutable. And so people are you're actually not making sense now. You totally you way off. if you starting to question a person's living, if you question a person being alive, having the personal experiences, your logic is extremely flawed. It's extremely flawed. I call that Frankenstein logic.
Do you have your own physics?
You can never question what a person actually experienced.
Do you have your own mathematics? Do you have
Your logic is so flawed, it's ridiculous. So I'm gonna finish this sentence.
Yes, I have a book.
So then this goes to the underlying importance of how we all have our own personal philosophy.
Yes, I have a book called Divine Mechanics.
So as we go through this, we'll develop it through our own consciousness, and we have beliefs and so forth. And this will be considered what I'll call empiric observation.
Do you have your own psychology?
Bro, did you hear anything I just said?
Do you have your own psychology?
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yes. Do you have your own psychology?
What did you think? What do you think about it?
I do, but it don't dispute.
I could read it again.
I do, but it don't dispute modern psychology.
It makes no sense what you're saying.
I would say you're lying.
You want to misuse those two words out of all the billions?
I would say you're lying. See, we got to understand that some people lie in bad faith. I would say you lying in bad faith.
I'm not lying about anything.
That's exactly what you're doing.
I'm not.
And see, so we have and I'll say this to the rest of the guys on here. See, we catching people he's actually responding in bad faith.
Yeah,
that's what's actually. Forget the logic. For hell with what's going on. You know what's going on here, dude. Denying this shit in bad faith. You know what the hell we saying?
No, you're
not explaining nothing else to you no more, man. You know exactly what we say. I just read a clear definition based on my personal experience. You say nope, not. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you? You can't tell nobody as if they're not alive. What the hell kind of reasoning you using, man?
You don't
so the only thing that's left that's practical and makes sense to assume what this guy's doing is he's talking in actually bad faith. And so. And so when you talk in bad faith, brother, you get seen as deceptive. And once you get seen as deceptive, you lose credibility, in my opinion. Take it, throw it away. I was speaking for myself. You begin to lose credibility, brother. This is not about defining. It's not about defining terms at this point. Dude's actually questioning if we are actually alive. I would go first and say this dude actually questioning if we're actually alive having experiences and forming philosophies based on our experience. Technically, that's what he's doing. That's extremely illogical. That's extreme, bro. That's extreme.
He don't believe that. He just questioned. That's why I say,
right, dude. What the hell is going on here, bro? Right.
Make you seem like you don't know what you talking about.
Right. What the fuck, bro? We got a whole nother issue. This is a whole nother problem, right?
No, he doesn't know
what he's talking about.
What the hell?
You need to sit on the couch for a minute.
Right, dude. Have a seat. Take several seats, bro.
I noticed
you're not in a position to question nobody's personal. The hell? The hell?
Like don't nobody know how to reason.
The hell with that damn tree? You don't got no training for that.
You don't know how to reason correctly. You don't know how to reason correctly.
You have no idea what reasoning is. You have no idea.
Hey, can I see your degree in reasoning?
Correctly means you're surviving enough. You're
reasoning enough to survive.
Right. This dude's saying no. He's saying it emphatically.
That's practical.
Bro, you're a liar. You're actually lying.
Practical. There's
you
a word
lying, man.
Practical reasoning.
We don't believe you. I don't believe you, bro. You lying, man. You actually lying, bro.
When it works for you. When it
you're
doesn't
lying.
Work for you, it's not.
No one's believe. I don't want no believe you lying, man.
These are the people that be trying to tell us that we don't know shit.
Right. You lying, man. You just flat out lying, bro.
I do that with every subject. No.
You're trying to mislead people, bro. You actually trying to deceive people.
I do that with every topic.
That I hate so much.
This dude thinks he's
slick. With every topic, no.
It's
dude,
crazy.
You don't know what you're talking. It's not don't know what he's talking about. He's actually he's intentionally lying. You lying, bro.
Right. No, he want to be right more than he want to be right.
Right. That's egotistical, bro. You're a narcissistic guy.
You're using the word logic.
Hey, you got seen. You done got seen. Yeah, it took about 6 hours. It took us about 6.5 hours to get you. But it took us.
Show me anything that I'm wrong about,
bro. You lying, bro.
I can tell you everything you're wrong with right now.
No,
right now.
You're going to dictionaries.
I'm not going to no dictionary.
He's telling people they're not seeing what they're seeing and shit. Dude,
I've studied logic and I've studied reason.
I didn't say anything like that.
Yes, you did, bro. You implying it.
I never said that. No, I didn't. I'm talking about reasoning itself, not what I see, not what I feel.
Bro, you're lying, man.
Now you trying to drop
you lying, bro.
How am I lying? What did I lie about?
You lying, man.
Lied about what?
Watch this, y'all. Watch
Lied
this.
about
Are you
what?
talking
I'm
about
not
logic
explaining
or
nothing to you, bro, because you're losing credibility. See,
No,
when you
I
get caught
explained
lying,
no.
to get caught when you get seen
I
deceptive,
didn't lie
bro.
about anything.
Dude, nobody ain't gonna you don't really we get to the point where you may not deserve an explanation. You know what I'm
Are you
saying?
talking about
No, you don't
logic or
have
Because you
one.
don't lost credibility a little. You don't
No,
lost.
you
I
lost
done sat here and
credibility.
explained that when we live and we as we go through life, and this is how these philosophers and so forth, Aristotle, whatever, formed his theories and so forth,
Again,
and
that
this
you're saying
recorded
this
in
is
history as some
subjective
study in that
authority.
academia,
Why do
academia
you
or
keep?
whatever.
Why do you think? Why
And
do you
so
keep
that's
going?
how he did that. And to say that, because if you send my philosophy as I live
There
it
is no
isn't
more
true, then
philosophy.
we have to take that your logic there and apply it to Aristotle and
No,
say his findings is false as well.
no,
And
there is no.
when you said his philosophy, we said I don't have a philosophy, then he don't have a philosophy. And if
correct?
he don't have a philosophy, then I don't have based on your logic, you're using Frankenstein logic.
And that's what I was thinking too, because even there's a debate to this day about are the rules of logic invented or
They're not
are
invented.
they like
They are invented.
They're discovered.
yeah,
They're not invented. They're not authority based. That's what I keep telling
it's
you
up
guys.
for debate.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes,
It's
it
not up
is.
for debate. No, it's not.
It's the debate
They're
among
not.
philosophers today. I
No,
just
it's
looked
not.
it up, bro.
Yes, it is. Your
No,
philosophy
it
just say
isn't.
It's not.
otherwise.
It's
They're,
not.
Right.
they're
It's just your
logical
personal
systems.
philosophy, right?
No, they're
Your
not personal.
philosophy says
There's no
otherwise,
such
but
thing
my
as personal
philosophy says it's up for debate.
No,
There,
they can
there goes
debate.
You want to
They can
debate it?
debate.
Yo,
You
No,
want to
they
debate it?
no. Stop. I'm talking to A1.
Oh.
I'm addressing A1. There's debate about what rules go into the logical system. There's no debate about whether the rules are created or not.
yes, there is.
Name one. Like, give me an example of a
Okay.
rule that's created.
No, not created. There's the debate is whether logic is discovered or invented.
Okay, that's different from what. Okay, I must have heard you different because that's not what I was. That's not what I was responding to.
bro.
That's not what I
Yeah,
was.
and so, but that goes back to the
This dude will try to
statement.
win at all costs.
Yeah, because this goes back, but he goes so fast that like
I see how
he
it
needs
works
to
now.
slow down extremely.
He'll say anything to win.
Yeah, he'll
He's
try.
like
That right there. That's it
trying to
right
fight
there.
everybody.
It sounded like you changed
He'll
it.
say anything to win.
No, this is
No,
what
it sounded like you changed it.
bro, you're just going so fast, and
It
but
sounded
That
like
boy
you
would do
changed
anything and shit.
No, you sounded like you changed it.
Who?
you make
Because I was
people go.
asking you about inference rules.
But look, when you go fast, you also set the pace. So other people will make mistakes trying to keep up with you. I don't want to keep up with your pace. I don't want to go that fast. I don't want to be interrupted that fast.
Okay, I'm trying to bring clarity. So
that
I'm trying
does
to
not.
work on
It brings more confusion than clarity, and that's
No, I'm
all.
trying. I'm trying.
Hell
That's,
no,
I'm
man.
trying.
You don't
I'm
see
trying
any.
to answer.
You don't see any professor doing what you're doing.
It's not in good faith.
What do you mean, Professor, doing what I'm doing?
Because what you're doing is meant to be provocative.
If there was a room
it's a
full of people
rhetorical
who
tactic.
disagreed, there's a way to talk to them, and it's not how you're doing it.
No, they're
No professor will
overriding
be
me.
cutting people off. No.
They're overriding me. That's what they're
Nobody's
doing.
overriding you.
Bro said to the absolute. You don't have a personal philosophy. You don't have a
Professor
philosophy.
will wait for his turn to make sure he has the
Wow.
floor because he knows what he has to say needs to be heard. He wouldn't waste his breath trying to talk while someone else is talking.
Yeah, but the problem is that they're using authority to trump me, right? So if I'm not quoting a book, they're just gonna push me aside, right? So and even the person in the comments,
At this point,
even somebody in the comments named Eddie.
I'm
even
listening.
somebody
The
in the
people at
comments
home are listening.
named Eddie's doing the same
So what
silly
you
nonsense.
do is you create confusion by not letting them talk. Then the people at home can't hear them, and then they can't hear you either
they're
because you're talking
overriding
while
me.
they're
Right,
talking.
it's intentional.
No, it doesn't matter about
overriding
overriding.
me.
No, you're
I
overriding.
figured you out, bro.
The only
No, I
person
can't
overriding
override
is
them.
you. You
No.
override the conversation.
No.
You override people's sentences
No, that's
before
not
they
what
get to
overriding
finish.
means.
You're doing it
No,
to
that's
me
not
right
what
now. You're
overriding means.
overriding.
Oh yeah, you're not slick, man.
Now you're cutting me off.
Overriding is an
Right.
authority position.
Okay,
Overriding is
are you
an
overriding me and
authority,
cutting me
nigga.
off like this is?
That's
You
like,
not the
should be
same
overrode. You
That's
should
not
be.
the same thing.
Why
Overriding and
can't you
and
have a
Be an
healthy
authority
discourse?
on this channel.
Why
Hush
do I
up.
have to argue with you like you're my girlfriend, Roy Chess?
No,
Why
no,
can't
no.
we have a healthy discourse?
We can. We can, but you're doing both. You're overriding.
No,
and
you're
over
doing both, and you do it with everybody
Right.
every
You
night.
doing
And
both.
I've been trying
Right.
to point it
I'm
out to
trying to
you.
explain it to you.
And then I've
calmly.
tried to
Dude,
explain to you
you
that
lying, man.
I'm trying to explain to you that this toxic girlfriendish arguing is your pace.
That's not what
You said it for everyone, and I'm trying to get you to stop that.
Okay, I'm trying to stop that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to stop that. I'm trying to be clear as possible. I need some help.
Act like it.
But
I need some help.
What I was saying was the debate is logic invented or is logic discovered? And there's three different views. There's the realist view that logic is discovered. Many philosophers and mathematicians believe logical laws are features of reality, not human inventions. And then it gives examples, but I'm not going to read all that. Maybe I'll do a presentation on it. Probably not, but logic is invented. This is the constructivist view. Other thinkers argue logic is a tool humans created to organize thought and language.
So that's mathematical logic. That is correct. It is invented by mathematicians. So
that's a belief.
Again,
that's not a belief. That's not a belief. That's a fact. It's a
multiple systems exist. Some argue that means logic is a framework we design, not a universal law.
Let's assume that perspective is part of philosophy.
Multiple systems exist. Some argue that means logic is a framework we design, not a universal law. Okay, this is the debate, but you will sit here and cut me off and tell me, no, it's not a debate. Why are you doing that? And this is the childishness that I'm saying, that's going on.
No. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm doing that. Right
there. You're explaining to me why you're cutting. It's never okay to cut me off. It's never okay to cut anybody off.
Well, you're making mistakes.
Okay, well, can you wait till I finish so that way you can correct me?
Yeah, but some people are speaking so long that it's hard to do that. If you're going to go on for 5 minutes, it's hard to keep track, and I might lose my train of thought.
I've actually.
Then you might.
You know what's crazy?
You have to calm down, brother.
No, let me explain something to you.
You might make more inferences that are incorrect.
Yeah, man, this guy is toxic as hell. You explain to us how you don't want us going to these other white channels and getting embarrassed and doing this and that. You're doing that right now. When I go to these other white channels, like you say, I don't see them acting like you're acting. They're able to finish their sentence, and then people correct them once they finish saying all the wrong stuff.
Not if they're speaking for 10 minutes at a time.
And I tear the whiteys in half for the record. Routinely on the other channel.
And if you're gonna make a bad inference and then you're gonna make another bad inference, then you make another bad inference in 10 minutes.
Nobody can. It's not about 10 minutes. I can't get 2 sentences in. You won't
because you're gonna make a bad inference, and then you're gonna make another one. And then
bro, you're trying to intentionally confuse people, bro.
Now who's trying to?
I kind of got on to the tactic here now.
Why are you talking every time I talk? Why are you talking every time I speak?
But you can't complain because that's literally what you do, and then you try to explain it away.
He mad because people figured it. We figured that we would have got on to you now.
I say, well, I have to because you're going to say it. You're going to make a bad inference.
I didn't do that.
Right.
No.
Right. Get your ass out of here.
Doing that. He's intentionally doing that.
Get out of here, man.
I'm not intentionally doing. He's doing that to me only.
I don't hear no more notes from you, bro.
He's doing it to me only, A1. He's not doing it to you.
Because you do it to everybody.
Right. We on to you now, bro.
We're trying to actually, because you won't allot us the same respect. He's actually taking it away from you.
No, that's not
correct. I can't blame him.
No, that's not correct.
I'm literally begging for the respect, and I'm the damn host, and I'm still begging for it. You're still cutting me off. What
you gotta respect A1, man. You gotta respect him. It's his platform, bro.
You need to take a breath, bro.
It's his platform, bro.
And then you're trying to explain to me why you're
not about them damn made up rules. Right. It's his platform.
I have to.
Right. Forget your rules. It's his platform.
Rules of decorum because you guys just don't know enough. This is literally what's going on here. And you have yet to recognize the situation. Luckily, I come from a family of psychologists. I'm trying to sit down and hold the mirror up so you can see yourself, bro. That's what Virgos do too.
Right.
We are mirrors. You are literally sitting here telling me I can't keep the rules of decorum because you make bad inferences. He does this. He does this. No, 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 no,
Everybody don't hear no damn
no.
panic
You
attack
can't
logic.
play chess.
Right.
Yeah, it
Obsessive
literally sounds
compulsive
like you're
logic.
about to have a panic attack. I want you
Right.
to go watch this footage back, the whole thing, if you can even stomach it. Because if it was like if personally myself, I would be like, "Oh shit, what the
Right.
hell? I'm doing that
Right.
like
That whole
like that."
slang thing
Oh
was
my god!
it's
I mean, this was
rhetorical.
literally
I have
irrational as
no
hell,
self
dude.
control, and
Yeah.
then I would be
Like
like,
really
and it makes
bad.
my arguments
Right.
weak because instead of my voice having meaning and speaking, like
Right.
I'm just throwing it out all everywhere. I don't wait for the floor to be clear so that way my voice can be heard. So that way what I'm saying is actually felt and means something. It has some authority. I'm just out here arguing with everybody. Like I'll send you. I do have your number. I'll send you one of them dark psychology videos on this. You don't just keep arguing with people and all of that. It weakens. It's just weak. You
You're
wait
making
for
an
your turn to
intellect
talk.
human.
You say it once. You say it firm. If people don't want to agree, you let them disagree. You don't keep
X.
arguing. You don't fight to prove yourself. This
X.
shit
This
is
is
weak
not
you
church.
doing, bro.
You ain't gonna convert us. You
This
think
shit
you
is
are, bro?
weak as hell.
Everybody ain't religious, bro.
And then you're being rude to everybody.
Right? It's like
But this,
conversion energy behind this shit, bro. Take that shit and take your own advice.
like, it's not an intellectual discourse. We feel like we are dealing with
X.
a child who's actually very intelligent, though. But you're acting
Right.
very
Right. I ain't gonna
extremely
say right.
childish,
I ain't
boy.
gonna say you're stupid or
Oh,
nothing. Facts. Right.
you're
Right.
not. Yeah, you're definitely not
But don't
stupid.
convert. I'm
You're,
getting conversion energy. I get a lot of conversion
but
energy here.
you have enough reasoning to understand that this is a poor way to get your anything that you're trying to teach across. So that's why people are saying you don't got no damn reasoning skills, and they don't. Because if you can't reason enough to understand that this is a bad way to do this, that your communication is a major problem in trying to teach people, then nobody. Why should we listen to you about reasoning when you can't reason that?
Right. Facts.
Well, it's an emotional response. That's what I'm dealing with.
Okay. Well,
So how am I
Bro.
supposed to do it?
no. Okay. Well, that's step one. Step one is actually admitting it, and then
Right.
step two is taking a breath. Step two is when we calling you out on it. Take heed to it instead of telling me why you're cutting me off. Say, my bad. You're right. My bad. I know I'm having an emotional response. Let me take a deep breath. My
No, I'm not
bad. You
saying
know what? I'm
I'm
gonna sit my phone
emotional.
down. I'm gonna take a lap around the room, and when I come back, what I was thinking about, the conversation won't even be there. So that ended all of that. Do that sometimes. 30 seconds. Sit your phone down. Walk around the room. You can come back.
No, I didn't mean I was being emotional.
It's okay. But that's step one. Step one was because you were fighting it. That's why we were fighting. I've been literally trying to psychology you all night and talk to you about this because it's really been bothering me for a while because I want to learn from you. But when you do it like this, nobody gets anything. And it really spoils the conversation for everybody at home for however long you continue to do it, which is usually the duration of the time you're on here. And once you get triggered, at least you do, because nobody else can get anything out.
Well, they're
And
making a bad inference.
usually they're cutting you off back because you've lacked respect for them.
That's not the case. They do it first.
Not all the time, bro.
No,
all the time.
His absolutes is killing you. That
all
it
night
was
you've
killing you.
been
He's absolutely
controlling it.
killing you.
It's every
Right.
time.
That's where all this
I've never
anxiety is
started
coming
it first.
from.
Come on.
I never started it first. They always started
Because if you
first.
do it, they're gonna keep doing it. Then I gotta stop you because you're gonna keep stacking them. Dude, you
No,
talk about
bro,
artificial
I never
timelines
did it to
that
you,
ain't even
Roy.
happened yet.
Roy Test. I
Go,
never did it
you
to you.
go
And
No, I'm
future
not
then,
tense
saying
with
you.
the
I'm
shit.
not saying you.
and here's how what you did it to me
So,
all night though.
Go
So that already proves you wrong right there. The second thing is
Skipping ahead into the future, anticipating conflict
yeah,
before
you
it
said,
happens.
well, you were
That
gonna make a bad inference. I
dude,
had to
that's
cut you off.
hideous.
Like you were literally telling me why you're doing the
Bad
toxic
logic.
Before
behavior
it even
to me.
happens.
Harden it with
Dude,
red
what
cat.
the
You just
fuck?
having your own
You're
worldview.
psychic with it too.
Artificial timeline construction being
Being
weaponized,
psychic
nigga.
because
Get the hell out of here.
yes.
So that means
There's
there's
no
some
excuse.
conceptual understanding that you don't have. That's why you're saying that. I'm listening to what you're saying, but that doesn't change that. That doesn't make me wrong.
You mess up for having your own worldview with red
I
cat.
told you that what was going to happen, and that's exactly what happened.
Nobody believes that except you, bro.
And even if that's what I was going to do, you have to let me make the mistake to show me that I made it. You can't cut me off.
A1's being cool about it. Yeah, I respect because he's. I just leave it there.
My whole point is that your whole ideology is subjective to you. It's only real in your mind.
No, it's not. That's silly to say. It's not. How is it in my mind if it was invented before?
Made it up.
Or created.
Because
I
you
didn't
just
make
asked,
anything
what's
up.
the name was we allowed?
Who made that comment?
No, we allowed.
I never made anything up.
No.
Definition of reason, correct?
What's up? It wasn't you that made that.
We're not all in your head, bro. Your perspective is solely your perspective. You're not in our heads.
Yeah.
The hell wrong with you,
I
man?
don't have a perspective. I didn't give you my perspective.
What you speak from is your perspective and solely your perspective.
No, I
We
don't.
don't share. We're not entitled or obligated to share your perspective. Absolutely, bro. That doesn't make any sense.
This is
That's
what we have
Frankenstein
in
logic.
That comment?
He made that whole
the
line. That
comment?
line of reason is all made up.
What
What you study and learn and what you experience is
said-
unique to you and only you.
I just want to
What the hell are you
know.
talking about?
I just want to
Sadiq, that's
know.
nonsense.
I just want to know before we got right here who made the comment about it's only your worldviews are yours because it's in your mind. It's only real to you. Who made that comment?
That's Sadiq over here.
Which part?
That
Yeah.
was you, brother Sadiq? I didn't think that was you that made that comment. I thought it was someone else. That was you?
Yeah.
No, that was me. I'm saying his point of view is subjective.
Who is the me?
That's Cosmo.
That's Cosmo. Oh, you're talking about Cosmo. That's Cosmo.
Okay. I just was wondering. Thank you.
So is everything subjective, Cosmon? Like when a math teacher says something, it's their perspective, it's their subjectiveness, or is it just philosophy you have a problem with?
No, all things are not subjective.
Okay, so why is it when I say something about philosophy or logic, it becomes subjective?
Yes.
Why? Explain
Because
to me
they're
why.
built on,
Even
even
though
though
start
they're
using
built on
mathematical
facts,
logic.
right? Even though they're built on facts, the outcome is just a possibility. It's an incoherence. It's not 100% all the time.
That's wrong. That's exactly wrong. That's what deductive reasoning is. Deductive reasoning is 100% all the time. Yes.
Oh my God.
Listen.
Listen, nothing.
Science
It is.
debunk itself?
What?
Was
Say that again.
science invented? Does science take methodology and steps to debunk itself?
Facts.
Does it? Yes, because it has to.
Right. Guess what? So trying to apply the scientific method doesn't
I'm not using
necessarily
scientific
state that
Hear him out,
anything is in fact 100%, brother.
I'm not using the scientific method. You don't understand that.
Right, because you're making it up.
Deductive reasoning is not science.
Brother,
Deductive
you're not
reasoning is
using
not science.
anything tangible, but what's made up in your mind.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You've been reading too many psychology
I do
books.
know what I'm talking about because I'm
don't.
looking at it.
No, you don't.
I heard you talk.
Hold on, boy. Hold on.
I heard you talk.
Hold on.
So
It's
you're
not
telling me I haven't heard you talk for the last 2 hours.
You're not paying attention then.
And I didn't.
Courtney want to jump in.
Deductive reasoning is not science.
Nor was I.
No, I'm not talking about science.
Let me let Cosmo
for the
learn.
last 2 hours.
I'm not talking about science, sir.
No, you're saying I'm not smart enough to understand what you're saying.
No, I'm
What's
not.
the science? How are we using the term science?
That he
Right.
thinks that
What I'm trying to tell him is there ain't no 100%, bro. Stop making these dumbass claims.
No, there is. Deductive reasoning is 100%.
Well, first and foremost, taking that comment, there are no 100%. At face value, it would actually be self-contradictory.
No, it would be an absolute, right?
It would be self-contradictory because it would be 100% true.
Yes, exactly.
in and of itself.
He doesn't know how to think. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't know how to reason properly. Let me say that, not think. You can think, but your inferences are not correct. You may be lucky to get them right. You should be a believer in God because you get some of them right.
Oh my God.
A finding from any experience is always up for debate by another group of scientists or another researcher.
Right.
Just because you use deductive reasoning, you come
argument?
to a specific conclusion. Okay, that's fine. Your
Science doesn't
conclusion may
come
be
to
absolute to that particular
Lord
person,
Test,
but here
Lord
comes
Test, did
here
you
comes
just make an
A1.
abductive?
Here comes A1 maybe 20 years later, right?
No, this is not science I'm talking about.
Okay,
Hold on,
okay,
but
well
Lord
then
Test, did
I
you
stand
just
back.
make an abductive
I thought I heard some
argument?
absolutes or something like that. That's why I said.
It wasn't on Lord Chest's part, but I want to know, Lord Chest, did you just make an abductive argument, an argument to the best explanation, for example, for God's existence?
No. I was just, that was
just a caveat.
Yeah, that wasn't like that. No.
Okay.
I
mean, I thought it was interesting. I just wanted to know if you fleshed it out before or whatever. But go ahead, my bad, y'all.
But that was a different context.
So, can I speak?
Yeah.
So I ain't
letting you off the hook, Roy Chess. You keep on saying that we done.
I'm not saying something. I don't talk about
I know you don't mean it. I know you
Okay.
ain't saying it like that, and I know you don't mean it. Like I don't mean. The way I be talking sometimes. You know what I'm saying, when I get to my regular self, but you know what I'm saying. You claim that you was using the word logic the way Aristotle used it, but Aristotle didn't use the word logic the way you describing it either.
I don't use the word logic like that. So the context that I was talking about was Aristotle's, right? Not the word. I don't use logic this and logic that without saying the system. You guys are doing that.
So you saying that we're using it like Aristotle without even knowing, not even trying to? We're talking about philosophy and still using it.
You're using the word like a general term. Like if I say car in general term, instead of saying I have a Mercedes, I have a Chevy, you're using it like generalized. You're not being specific to a system. And that's what is required to say
Even
logic.
if we're having a philosophical conversation, that doesn't mean we're being specific when we say it.
Yes, that means you're using it generally. Like it makes no sense when you say it. No, it isn't. You have to be specific.
No. Because the deeper issue here is methodology. It's your methodology.
I
see what it
there is. And then he's trying to say you don't have
one. Logic, but what
happened? No, that's the problem. Because there are different systems, and different systems have different inference rules. So it's not universal like you think it is. There are some rules that are universal, but you don't know that. You don't know.
How I don't know that? How don't I know that?
You don't know them.
What's
the way you're
happening?
using logic
That's not what's happening, though. That's not what's happening. Even if I didn't, you still narrowing the terms so tightly that ordinary philosophical discussion becomes impossible unless somebody adapts your preferred language and stuff.
Right.
Are you
Exactly, because you're not supposed to speak it like that.
Philosophy has always no.
That's why you're speaking in slang.
That's why it's subjective only to you. I told you it's only real to you. You made it up.
Your learning style is rigid.
Yeah,
it's very rigid. It's very impractical to a large degree. You have to talk to people. You paint yourself in a corner where you can only, in your mind, I guess, converse with, formal logic masters or upper level philosophical philosophers, PhD. It was in your mind. You know what I'm saying? But now, when you get out to the populace or the world, let's say you're teaching people or whatever, let's say you're in the university, you can't use that approach that you got. That's just hypothetically. Right.
That's where the slang comes in. If you're not being academic and formal, then you're using a slang. That's why I'm saying it.
But we told you we are.
We know we talking about philosophy.
No, you're not.
If we're already speaking on philosophy, we know we smart enough to know that we're
you're talking slang. It's not.
We are talking philosophy.
No, you're not.
Because we're dealing with fundamental truths based on reality, given our knowledge via existence.
You're talking science then. Then you're
And
talking
see,
science.
that's
That
the
comprises
trick.
into
Philosophy is
philosophy,
always
bro. It's
That's the
not
involved.
trick.
philosophy don't contain just absolutely one
That's his
attribute.
science.
What are you
See,
talking
No,
about?
because
that's his science.
what he does is he's just trying to
Yeah, get
dismiss
rid
it,
of the
and all
absolute.
No,
he
that's
does
his
is claim
science.
that you using a
Right,
slang. You dig what
You
I'm
are
talking about? To
using a
try to
science.
define
right.
absolute. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? It's a
You
trap.
take one piece and run
There
with
is
yeah.
no
That we don't
trap.
do
I
that.
don't trap.
Right.
There is no trap. I don't trap. I don't have psychological traps.
So
Being
I'm gonna
what you
mention. I'm
doing,
gonna
what
mention
you
Because
doing.
again.
you're
Philosophy
trying to
deals with
say
this.
everything that we're saying is
Nothing you
somehow a
say is
slang, but
philosophy.
every time you say it, or we're using it colloquially or slangish,
No,
Because you
look,
don't
but
know that
every
you
time
don't even
you
know the
use it,
vocabulary.
you're properly using
how
So
it.
come you don't know?
right. Facts. A
You
But
don't
you
even
philosophy
know
see,
the
deals with a
vocabulary.
systemic study of fundamental truths, basic shit.
No, you don't know what philosophy is.
Right.
It's
This is the
philosophy is
definition.
always involved.
Reality,
no, it
knowledge,
isn't.
existence. This is all
Electromagnetism
attributes
is
of
always
philosophy,
Yep.
derived from the love of
chemistry
wisdom.
is always involved.
So it helps us become smarter, right? That's the point
Right.
of being
No,
an expert philosopher,
Philosophy
particularly.
always involves
And that's why we're
reasoning about.
debating. I would say myself is to become smarter and more
that
wise,
makes no
right?
sense,
And
Ali.
I think most would agree that
Mhm.
that's probably what we're all conversing, spending 20,000 hours on the phone with each other,
Well, that's
right?
philosophy. The
For
love of
years at that,
wisdom is
we've been
You're
philosophy.
untold
using those
debates,
two words
right?
to
And even at the
explain.
collegiate level, they be having debates at the collegiate level for the same reason.
You're
And so,
using the two words
this
slang.
uses logic and reasoning and critical
No, it
analysis.
doesn't. No,
Yeah.
logic is the same
Oh
thing
yeah.
as
Yes.
reasoning.
We
Can
can't
you
really
use
trust
logic without reasoning?
We
No,
can't
can you use
believe you
logic
talking in
without
good faith,
reasoning?
brother.
Can
I
you
can't.
use logic
Yeah,
without
I
reasoning?
can't trust that you talking in good faith at
Can,
this point.
can
To
you
be
use
honest, I'm
logic
just gonna
without
finish read.
reasoning?
Hold
You're
on, hold
talking
on.
nonsense.
I
Roy
can't really.
Chess,
Yeah, you want to
Roy
hold up, bro? I
Chess.
can't.
You're
Yeah.
talking nonsense.
Hold
So
on,
we're
hold
examining
on,
concepts
everybody.
that we live through via
I
consciousness,
gotta,
and we
I
develop
gotta address,
beliefs.
I gotta address this real quick, Roy Chess. Like when you say, "Can you use logic properly?" That has an abundance of possible applications because,
Thanks.
at least in Greek, if I pulled up the standard Greek New Testament uh, lexicon for logos, which is, and there's a lot of different forms of logos, by the way. And this
Yes.
is one of the means by which logic comes about. Nonetheless, logos has one of the most widest ranges of semantic meaning.
Yes. That's why I'm saying
So
what I'm saying.
how are you going? I understand what you're doing, Roy Chess. I'm not,
Yes, the deconstructionist tech.
I mean, I think he's trying to get everybody to come to one agreement on the
Right.
application of logic by which is being utilized and discussed. I get that. And I mean, he didn't make this all up front, especially Roy Chess, since you know what logos in Greek can mean, and it's like it can mean a saying. It can mean like for example, in the Gospel of Thomas, every statement of Jesus is called a logia. It's 114 logia, which is derived from logos. It's a morphological change. Nonetheless, it has a very diverse range of meaning. It's applied to the modern modes of assessing the universe, logic, ology, uh, which can mean study of.
Facts.
So I mean, it's not limited to that.
Right.
Again, it can also mean a statement, an utterance, a word, a matter. It has a very diverse range of meanings. Again, so
Etymology matters. But
Yeah,
he
it's unlimited. Yeah, you'd be on for hours, man.
well,
And all that. Man.
etymology does matter, but we can't get caught up in the etymology. Like there's fallacies not only in philosophy and in the application of logic, and sort of as it is in math. Like in math, when you have a miscue in your equation, they don't really say, "Oh, well, that's in fallacy of the wrong denominator or whatever it might be." They don't say that. It's just a miscue in your assessment. But like, yeah, it's in linguistics, there are certain linguistic fallacies. We can't get entrapped in the etymological fallacy, which is utilizing the root word and its initial meaning and its breakdown as the standard meaning throughout history because words develop and change in their usage and meaning. A good example, and I'm sorry for being slightly long-winded, but a good example is the Greek word Christos. You know, there was a big debacle, I want to say last year, maybe 2 years ago, on some really big YouTube platforms over the medical text, the ancient Greek medical text. They use the word Christos compared to the biblical usage. And there was a Greek scholar of medical texts that was interpreting the New Testament using the Greek medical usage as its initial usage and its proliferated usage throughout the usage of Greek, where you find the word Christ, essentially Christos. So he said, oh, it means to be stung by the gagnon fly. It means to be apply some type of drug into your eyeball. And that, like, if we use that ancient medical initial Greek usage in literature for the rest of Greek history, we will come to huge misunderstandings just when it comes to interpreting the New Testament, where Christos was used well before the New Testament in the Greek translation by Jews for the Hebrew term Messiah in English. So, I mean, it means to smear or to anoint with a type of oil, you know, holy oil in a normative sense, but to smear, to anoint with some type of oil, or it could mean an anointed one. And it often was a title for the Jewish king, at least in Hebrew. That's the primary usage in the Hebrew, Aramaic, Old Testament lexicon. But Christos was the term they used to translate the Hebrew term Messiah or Messiah. So, I mean, like, yeah, using the etymological fallacy, we could get caught up and say, oh, see, every time in the New Testament we see Christ, Jesus, the anointing oil that was a drug inside of your eye that originated from the gagnon fly. Like, you see what I'm saying? We can't get encapsulated into this etymological fallacy. I appreciate that. I'm done. I'm sorry for being a little long-winded.
No, that's correct. That's why you're not supposed to go by etymologies, because the several definitions is what I mean by context, right? So if it has 10 definitions, right, I can use any one of those 10 in a context, right? So definitions come from context instead of the dictionary and etymologies, which is what hoteps do. The word means this and the word means that and and then they go from reasoning from the etymology to something like what Court just said that doesn't make sense. And it happens constantly. Does it happen all the time? No. Sometimes they may get it right. Sometimes they get it wrong. So this reasoning is unreliable when you don't have inference rules.
I'm calling cap. I'm calling cap because you can't use logic to try to tell me logic doesn't exist.
The word exists, but the way you're using it doesn't exist.
You're using it as a monolith. And trying to tell me I'm using it wrong, right?
You are using it wrong. You're using it as a monolith.
When I've mastered the English language, and I'm using it formally.
No, you're not. When you say formally, you mean language formally, not subject formally, right?
I'm meaning both.
No, you're not. Tell me something about the form then. Tell me something about logical form.
Man. Like I just said, I'm calling cap on your whole, because the whole point is that the whole point that you trying to deny is, right, that you just turned around and admitted that this is a subjective point of view.
No, I did. I never said that.
Right, and then
I never said anything about
then when we caught you lying in that, we moved on.
You didn't catch me lying.
The brother said everybody has a philosophy.
No, that's
and you
wrong.
tried to deny that too. And this is where
I
we at
told him
right
he was
now.
wrong.
What you getting?
So how did I lie? He was wrong.
What you getting your eye punched on, and you're crying with nothing to back you up.
So again, you're reasoning by science, right? So you're a science worshiper. That's why you're having problems. This is why you're having problems. You don't know how to reason.
Can I say
science worship?
My turn yet?
Yes, you are.
Ain't nothing scientific about that Bible.
No, I'm talking about you. Your thinking pattern.
I'm talking about your God.
Before you go
I didn't
in,
even
homie,
mention God.
let me.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm saying everything you saying is fake. I'm saying
I didn't even
everything you
mention
made
God.
up. Hold on.
About
Even your
this.
definition for reasoning is fake and made up and only exists in your mind. It's subjective.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
it's
is.
Not subjective. Nothing I've said is subjective.
Yes, it is. Even your definition for reason.
No, it isn't.
It is. So
you
didn't agree with the definition, right?
Because it has the word logic in it. You can't define the word logic with using the word logic.
But we're defining reason.
Yeah,
not
but reasoning,
really, man.
So again, reason is logic, and logic is reason. The way you're using it.
No,
so it's not. Can't you see what I'm saying?
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's not.
Yes,
You're
it
using it wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're using it
tell
wrong.
Me, okay, let me ask you this. Just be honest. What's the difference? What's the
You're
difference
using
between,
it wrong.
No. Answer my question, please.
And then you're trying to say we using it
please answer my
colloquially,
question. Let me
and then
answer,
trying to
let me
blame
ask
it
you a
on us when in fact you're using it colloquially.
No, I'm not. I'm using
You
it the way
are.
I'm supposed to use it.
Because
Let
you
me
just
ask you a
made up a
question.
definition.
No, I didn't.
You
Let
did.
me ask you a question. No, I didn't.
Okay, let me jump
you
in here. I just want to say that I've been coaching Al, and Al, do you see how maintaining your composure is important? And because you did amazing tonight, you actually sat back, you listened twice as much as you talked, you took notes. When you did come in, you made sure your voice was heard. When people cut you off, you started right over from the same sentence. You didn't fight to get your stuff out. You made sure everybody was ready to hear what you had to say, because what you had to say mattered. Good. Yeah, you did a good job today. That's the first time I seen you do it like that. And then we have right next to Roy Chess literally doing everything I'm coaching you on. You know, he one of my titans, so I'm trying to get him right. You know what I'm saying? So
Roy Chess, you gonna be a debater?
everything not to do tonight for Roy Chess, and keep doing what you do. At least conduct wise and being triggered and emotional. I know it's not easy. It's something we all got to work on, even me. You know, so
Roy Chess, you gonna debate that topic?
No,
Roy Chess don't debate.
I don't plan on debating.
Go ahead, Al. It's on you, Al. You want to say something?
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say that, man, Roy Chess, I can't get off of you, man, because every time it seems like we're supposed to get off of you and stuff, you'll just tell everybody that they don't like you speaking to others, saying that we using it colloquially while claiming you speak informally. But you have actually, what you've been doing the whole time is demonstrating form that you talking about we doing.
I keep telling
just because you keep naming inference rule, like you can name one inference rule, like a while ago I heard you say modus ponens. That don't automatically make you your overall argument rigorous. Like we supposed to listen to you because you can name out modus ponens, and it's two people on the stand, and it might be 3 or 4 of us that can do it. But I know me and you know what that means. We've been discussing this earlier. Just because you think other people don't know what it means, that doesn't mean that they're not using it. Like you said, people can get you. It's one of your key things to say it. People can get lucky and have it right. Sometimes that luck is right because that's exactly what they're trying to do. Therefore, it isn't luck. They just don't know how to name it like you saying it. But you saying that you saying that they're not they haven't been reasoning enough in life to understand what's going on in the situation, in the conversations that they having. Formal reasoning requires stable definitions, consistent applications of rules, and clear premises. If we know we talking about philosophy, then that's what we own. You can't come in and say, well, you might be using it wrong because it's just the way it is. You might be. No, we sitting here already know that we're talking about philosophy.
Because they live their life, right? You can't retake that from nobody, bro.
like in the
Somebody ask you, who do you think you are?
He was right on his distinction. Like there's difference between colloquial reasoning and philosophical analysis and formal logic systems. But that don't mean that the broader philosophical use of a word logic is incorrect, because we know what we talking about when we sitting here having this conversation. Now, if we was talking about debates and we was having a debate team or something and another team was over there trying, but we know what we talking about. We trying to figure out something else. We know what we talking about. So if I use logic, my man's that Sadiq or Barbarian know we speaking about for Cosmo, know we talking about philosophy, because we've been speaking in the philosophical sense for the last 30, 40 minutes. We've been talking. So we know we done switched it. You come in trying to tell us that you could be using it mathematically. You're using it wrong. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about. You done took us all the way from the answer we was trying to solve on a problem that we was really worried about, and here you is telling us we don't know shit. Oh, excuse me, my language.
Well, you're doing it
That's
wrong.
why I was getting frustrated, because I'm like, bro, you really dragged us all the way here away from the topic about a non sequitur?
Right.
Like, who cares that there's a couple different versions of logic and we didn't give the context of which one we were using? Like, we're trying to figure something out, bro.
It's like we'll be absolute on the
like,
point
you keep
every time.
doing this every time. Like, bro, like, it's almost like, shout out Jose. It's almost like when Jose goes, well, you know, Kemet. Like, he doesn't say anything. He gonna pull in and bring it back to Kemet. You got to bring it back to the different forms. Like, bro, come on. We're trying to figure something out right now.
It's just
so that's what made it seem disingenuous. Like, what are you doing right now?
It's just
like, are you and then it makes us feel like you're not following the conversation.
No,
it's like, why would you do that? Because that's not the topic.
No, I do that because, again, the system depends on the rules that you're using. So that's why I'm doing that. Now, if you're not using specific rules, how are you going from inference A to inference B? And what rules are you using? It's very important. It's very important.
We're not trying to form an argument in these conversations right now. We're not trying to form arguments and use inference rules. We know what we're talking about at this time.
Right.
If we was a debate team trying to form an argument, I understand what you're talking about at the time you saying it. We sitting here trying to solve a problem, Roy Chess. And here you come about talking about inference rules and what we should be doing if we're trying to form an argument. We're not trying to form an argument. We're having a discussion about a specific subject or topic or situation, and we know what subject or inference we're using when we're talking about it, because we're the ones talking about it.
Been based on our life, right? What we've lived through.
Yeah, but you're making inferences at the same time.
Okay, I got a question.
But then it's still based on the person's
all
experience.
agreed to the definition of the word we're using.
Roy
and tell us we're using it wrong.
Roy Chess.
You told us that an inference.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. What inferences are you making in order to determine that they're making inferences?
Correct. Because they're giving information, they're making a statement, for example, and then they're going to say, well, this statement leads to that statement. Because this
are you suggesting that this is inadequate or insufficient as it relates to addressing the issue?
Yes, the methodology I'm addressing, right? So they're making inferences.
What are you doing right now?
What do you mean? What am I doing right now? I'm answering the question.
As it relates, that's correct. But as it relates to your last question, what were you doing? Your last response.
Making inferences.
No, I wasn't making. I'm describing what was happening.
It is an inference, bro.
That's not an
hold on, everybody. Hold on.
I was describing what they were doing. I'm not making.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. Do you affirm in any way, shape, or form transcendental argumentation?
Well, I wasn't doing that at all here.
So I just want to know if you affirm or deny the application, validity, and soundness of transcendental argumentation.
Well, I don't subscribe to it. No, I don't subscribe to it.
Please don't say facts, guys. Please don't say nothing. I'm sorry.
I don't subscribe to it. No.
What are your issues with transcendental reasoning, or argumentation? And when I say this, I'm not limiting transcendental argumentation to a Kantian Immanuel Kant argument.
Okay, so if you don't mean that, then you're taking away necessity, or you're taking away things that are not logically necessary.
Not at all. I'm just, so let me explain, okay? Because I feel like regardless, I think you, in your response, like, so are you familiar, before I explain what I think just happened in light of my means of questions, are you familiar with a reductio ad absurdum?
Yes.
What about a performative reductio ad absurdum, or ad absurdum? Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Performative?
Yes.
Did you say performative?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by performative. Is there a specific type of reductio?
Yes, it's one where inaction, it neglect.
Formative.
No, I said like perform, like for example, we're having a conversation, so that requires cut 'em up court to perform words and in certain pitches in order to give inflection and emphasis to the point I'm trying to make. And likewise, your responses, and this is honestly not necessarily a major punch at you, but I do think it is important. Your responses were likewise performative, not saying they weren't yours, but you performed how you reason. Okay. Do you understand that much?
I think I'm following. Go ahead. I need a little more.
Okay. I think when I asked you, the last particular question about, I forgot it off the top of my head. I wish I remembered it, but the last particular question I asked you, you performatively reductio ad absurdum yourself. And only if I remembered my question, I hate that I forgot it. But if I remembered the question, then I remember you gave a no response. But that no response and your continued explanation actually demonstrates some of your own bias and the performative ad absurdum of your own position. In light of the utilization application, because you're assuming, and again, this is no hit at you, you're assuming logic must function as a usage term, as a term being used in a certain particular way, and everybody else is using it wrong, and you're transcendentally negating your own position. That's it. And by means of saying you didn't agree, I want to say this is a question. We would have to go back 8 hours in this live stream. Wow. We would have to go back about 7 hours and 50 minutes, I guess. About 5 minutes or 2-3 minutes, and we would get the actual line of questions that brings up this point. But I think you actually did the performative reductio ad absurdum as it relates to the transcendental argumentation and utilization. And I'm not giving credence to others that think they have a transcendental argument that is sound, because others in this chat, Owl, do not have a sound transcendental argument, neither by structure or argumentation or presentation, because I actually agree with a lot of the criticism that came from Roy Chess as it relates to your presentation and your debate with suave. You performatively made certain equivocations, and you did not. It might have been a miscue, but your miscue was it gives off all of the wrong implications, especially because I can find the quantum physicists that actually use this argument in the mode and some of the formal syllogistic articulation. But their implications are different. And they do not see it as a transcendental argument. They see it as they're scientific realists. I don't think I'm a scientific realist. I think I'm a scientific anti-realist. And for people that don't know, scientific realism is when you think the scientific descriptions are actual descriptions of the way things exist and function. The sad thing is there's a major incompatibility with strict verificationist, because especially in astrophysics and cosmology, a lot of these quantum realities they're describing have yet to been discovered or actualized by means of repeatable tests. So it's a lot of appeals to hypothetical small particles of small wave, and there's a dual aspect of certain quantum particles, but yeah, nonetheless, there's a lot to be explained if you are a scientific realist without a strictly speaking physical model of the universe that has been scientifically verified. Because until everything within your strict description of science, basically as an anti-realist, I'm saying that's not the case. Scientific descriptions, applications in science are actually the most adequate descriptions. That means that they do not require all of the constituents to be necessarily verified in order for an adequacy of appreciation by the description. So yeah, there's a lot of things the community does not talk about. I'm with you, Roy. I'm with you, because there's implications. Hear that, Roy? I know you like that. There's implications in light of worldviews. Al, you hear that? Worldviews. Everybody has a worldview. Everybody is a pseudo
Indeed.
philosopher. Even actual philosophers can be pseudo. But
indeed,
it all depends upon the way they explain the world, the way they explain the foundations, and our attempt to articulate the coherence of a systematic worldview, their understanding of the world. But I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna go back on mute. All right.
Indeed.
So,
So,
and again,
I want to add something real quick.
Real quick. Let me let this train pass me so it could be a little easier to hear me. But yeah, real quick, Roy. Again, I agree with some of the tactics you're taking in the conversation, and we just got to be a little bit more tactful in light of the tactics. Okay.
Can I? Is it my turn? Can I respond to that?
Okay, I'll go after you. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah. First, Barbarian, shout out. Let me respond in the only way I know how, because I understand the direction you're going, but the conclusion you're trying to draw out of my position that I have, my philosophy, like you said, and I agree with you. Everybody do have their own when it comes to you figuring out how to live, and if it's making you think about your moral choices, then I feel that's your philosophy. Whether you following somebody else's or not. If you following somebody else's, it's their philosophy, but it's yours because that's the philosophy you follow. So I understand what you mean by a reductio ad absurdum. A reductio is when you take a claim and show that if this was true, it would collapse into contradiction or absurdity. A performative reductio is when, like, the act of asserting a certain position undermines the position that you asserting itself. So the performance of whatever your argument is or the claim exposes a contradiction. I understand that concept. Philosophers talk about that. Like, I listen. Similar things have always been discussed in that way. But here's the problem with applying it to me and quantum onlyism in this situation. In order for a performative reductio to work, the person's position must actually negate its own conditions for possibility. That didn't happen. What you did was distinguish different levels of reasoning, formal logic systems, philosophical logic, and ordinary reasonings in discourse. That is not a contradiction to onlyism. That's a clarification of levels. You interpreting that clarification as if what Roy Chess and logic means must function only one way, and therefore I was excluding other systems. That is not what I said. That is not what my philosophy do. What I said is that philosophical discussions operate philosophical logic, which includes conceptual analysis, coherence testing, inference evaluation, and argument structure.
I think you just performed for yourself a performative abductio ad absurdum in light of the fact you call your own position quantum onlyism, but you are not mutually exclusive for this being everybody's actual position.
But you have to know my full, I can send you my total argument. See, what y'all heard in the debate was just a skeleton. That wasn't even, that was just, all I had to use was three of my.
You just consented the necessary preconditions for the reality of your own disposition as a worldview, as a necessary worldview.
As a necessary worldview.
You kind of
yes, because this is a worldview that no one has had, not in the way that I have it. That's why I tell you, the way that I have it is just different. You suggest my response to transcendental argument.
No, sir. I'm saying that if you are quantum onlyism, and this is the perspective that you are defending, rationalizing, and explaining, it must and only be the only position that is actual.
Yeah, because we know that there is
one. I'm sorry, A1. Forget possible world. All right, forget a possible world. Because if a possible world is true, then that means your own position is relative.
Those are possible world. When somebody has an ideal about a world.
I said if it's true and actualized by means of the next person's mind or the actual states of reality.
It's happening within one existence. I don't care. We're in the same
existence. Then therefore, you just, again, performatively reductio ad absurdum your own disposition. Quantum onlyism is true for me and only me. Therefore, it is not absolutely true for everybody. And it's actually a conundrum in terms, a contradiction in terms, if it's only quantum.
But then you have to say what the absurd part is, Barbarian.
Only.
What's the absurd part about
only? Only.
What's the absurd?
Tell me what is excluded in light of only.
What? No, that's what you gotta tell me. That's
Yes.
your job.
Ain't no what. No, it's yes. Tell me what is excluded in light of an only position.
All other explanations.
Interesting. So tell me, how did you just make the statement? How did you just make the statement that, hey, you only heard a skeleton of my position?
Correct.
The skeleton of your position should actually encompass the rest of your position. This demonstrates.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Because he just said that it's actually not only.
But the only reason, but I'm telling you, there's different levels to my argument. I didn't have to give my total argument because I wasn't trying to prove that we
then
should
you did
call
not give
time
it.
and nature God.
Now you're demonstrating you did not give
I was
an
just trying
action.
to prove that time and nature acts together.
That's cool. Then you should have had a different argument in order to demonstrate that aspect of your argument.
Was about. I don't have to use all my.
You said you were presenting a transcendental argument, transcendental arguments. So do you understand what the? Do you understand? Listen, sir. Do you understand the? Do you understand the attempt of what transcendental arguments are attempting to do, regardless of if they fail or don't fail? Regardless of if they fail or don't, do you understand what they attempt to do?
Do you understand what I done?
Yes, you gave a skeleton that doesn't actually encompass the reality of your entire argument, which is a failure as it relates to a possible transcendental argument.
It does. Do you want my total argument? You can see it. I don't
The
think
total argument would have had to have been the initial argument. Therefore, if you have more to articulate, you have already articulated. You have already articulated.
What was me and him arguing?
Quantumalism. I actually do not remember the particular topic of the debate.
Yeah, that's why. And that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
I remember that it was relative to quantum onlyism. I remember it being relevant to quantum onlyism. That's about it. But outside of that,
you shouldn't even be speaking.
What was it or was it not relative to quantum onlyism?
Can I finish speaking, Mr. Barbarian?
I don't have a problem with that, but please, since you asked what was the debate about, please inform the audience and myself. Inform me. What was the topic of your debate? And I'll go on mute.
Because transcendental arguments are not simply about scientific descriptions. A transcendental argument asks what must be true for certain experiences, knowledge, and reasoning to be possible at all. Okay? That is a philosophical move, not a scientific one. So when you say that some quantum physics use similar structures, but treat them as scientific realism, because that's where I see where I got to get you at, because I see what your belief is. Thank you for giving it to me. I can eat it up with onlyism. Now it's onlyism against realism, and I'm going to show you where realism fails. See, realism, scientific realism rather than transcendental arguments. And so this is why this ain't surprising, because scientists and philosophers are often working at different explanatory levels.
Are you reading?
So scientific realism. So scientific realism says that scientific theories describe the structure of reality itself. Scientific anti-realism says that theories are instruments that successfully model observations.
Now, which one did I say I was?
You said you are a scientific realist.
False. Thank you for not listening well.
Now you're switching on me, huh?
I did not switch on you.
Oh, I must have misheard you. I'm sorry. What did you say you was?
I'm a scientific anti-realist. If you want to know the exact position I hold, I'm a constructive empiricist. And if you want to know who actually proposed and articulated this view very positively with quite a bit of good reception, it was Bas van Francine in the 80s. And furthermore,
you say it's
you can Google Bas van Francine and constructive empiricism.
No,
it's an anti-realist. It's an anti-realist perspective. I mean, I'm giving you a cheat sheet that you're going to still misinterpret, misapply, and misunderstand. It seems.
Imperialism or empiricism?
This is why I gave it he proposed constructive empiricism. The language he used, and this is going to be the second time I explain this, was that scientific theories do not require the necessary proof for the unseeable. He talked about the seeable and the unseeable. And he also talked within scientific theories. He also talks about how scientific theories against scientific realists are not actual descriptions of the universe because they don't have all the constituents evidenced by means of the mathematics or the theoretical construction. And he says that that's not needed because science is aiming at an adequate description of the universe. That's constructive empiricism. Did Google tell you what I just told you? It's an anti-realist perspective.
Man, I'm listening to you, Barbarian. I've been listening to you all night. You smart.
Okay, well, you can Google it. Bass Van Francine.
Yeah,
okay.
No. I believe I told you I done studied philosophy.
Yeah, now I'll let you know right now, he does not agree with the very ambitious mode that I would hold to for transcendental arguments.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you why my mode is better.
He does not agree with the very ambitious mode of transcendental arguments that you're trying to utilize either.
Yeah, I bet. I'm just show you why you should. Constructive empiricism and onlyism. We deal with. See, I want y'all to know. I want y'all to know that in my studies and travels to form this philosophy, I have already got material with me running onlyism against these other isms. So this is why I have this material already, guys. So don't be surprised. Okay, I already have this because I've already gone through these. And constructive empiricism is a philosophy of science. Onlyism is a philosophy of existence. That's the first thing that has to be made clear. Constructive empiricism, mainly from Bas van Franzen, who he was just talking about, says the goal of science is empirical adequacy. In other words, a scientific theory only needs to correctly describe and predict what we observe. It does not require belief that the unobservable things the theory talks about are real. So when
quoting me almost verbatim.
So when physics talks about quarks and strings and dark matter and wave functions or hypothetical particles, the constructive empiricist says, as long as the theory predicts the observable world correctly, we accept the theory as empirically adequate.
Correct.
They suspend belief about whether the observable,
unobservable entities actually exist.
Yeah. So the position is basically science explains what we observe. Science does not necessarily tell us what ultimate reality is.
Yes.
Now, onlyism is operating at a totally different level entirely.
Exactly. Which demonstrates the futility of your own argument and position.
So can I finish, please? I just ran down what you is. Now let me tell you what I am. Onlyism is not trying to say what particles exist or what mathematical structure physics use. Onlyism asks a deeper question than that, Mr. Barbarian. What must be true for anything to exist at all is the question that quantum onlyism asks. That is a metaphysical and transcendental question. Onlyism answers the question with the claim that existence requires the union of time and nature.
And that's exactly where the argument fails.
Can I finish? I haven't even started the argument yet.
I mean, I hear you because I heard your explanation the other day after the debate. And this is where the explanation fails. You can actually have quantum vertical.
I gave you the explanation.
I can give you guys. I can give everybody in the chat a clear scientific. Okay, go ahead, bro. Go
I
ahead.
haven't even gave you my explanation.
Did
you keep on talking about an argument. Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? And you going to try to say that this is the only argument. This isn't the only argument.
Let him land his plane, Quantum.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. No. I'm gonna let him go. Let him go.
I was telling him to let you land your plane. Let him land his plane. You were
No,
asking for his opinion.
I want Quantum to continue.
Okay, go ahead. Quantum, it's on you.
My bad. I muted. I thought I was muted and then muted up and was talking. My bad. Barbara, the argument that me and him, the debate that me and him had was not about my argument on my philosophy. Do you understand that? I guess that's what I should say first.
I would have definitely got a different impression in light of the way you argued.
Of course you would have. That's because you don't know
So
the total
that demonstrates your intention in light of the debate was contrary to what you're trying to say the debate was about?
Yeah, me and his debate was about, does nature need time to exist?
What was the exact debate topic, please?
Transcendental argument for the necessity of existence.
Yeah, but see, the necessity of existence does not necessitate the equivalence or the unifocality of existence with nature and time as a coherent unit. Okay, it does not necessitate. You can have nature. Hold on. Let me give you an example. You can have quantum flux that causes, in some way, shape, or form, according to Lawrence Krauss's theory, because he understands quantum flux outside of the Hilbert space that we are currently in as nothing. And yet it's virtual particles popping in and out of existence in order to cause this Hilbert space, time, and classical space-time. Because he functions off of classical space-time. So, and he's saying that classical space-time was forged out of virtual particles, quantum flux outside of a vacuum, outside of some type of, well, I mean, I can't necessarily say he's arguing that flux happens outside of some type of space, because he doesn't think this happens outside of a vacuum. You are required by means of quantum physics to have some type of Hilbert space, some type of theoretical space constructs that allow for the assessment of location for any quantum particle.
Yeah, that's time and nature.
What? That's not time. This is prior to classical space-time coming into existence.
Yeah, time and nature has existed.
No. It hasn't existed yet, but yet these virtual particles do.
Okay. Right. Hold on, I'm just to show you something. I need to.
This is like, and a lot of people don't understand this part, but
Google tried.
The only real difference from my assessment at least, the only real difference between, say, Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem as popularized theologically by William Lane Craig and the universe out of nothing work from Lawrence Krauss, the only difference scientifically is Lawrence Krauss understands quantum flux happening in some way, shape, or form outside or prior to Hilbert space and also classical space-time. That's the only difference. Now, he might construct it in some type of, he has to construct these quantum fluxes in some type of space paradigm. Hilbert space is like a traditional theoretical physics space constraint in order to do dynamics. But technically speaking, he's saying that this space is nothing. He just quantifies it nothingness as a form of vertical particle fluctuation of a virtual particle fluctuation as it relates to fluctuations in very small particle analysis or quantum flux. So that's the only difference. He has some type of Hilbert space that constraints and allows him to do the mathematics, do the dynamics, but you can actually see in a Nobel conference. I don't think this is like for the Peace Prize, but in a Nobel conference on YouTube, Lawrence Krauss, you can look it up. There was a black man asked him this question. He said, how can you have dynamics without space? Because the whole point of his argument is that virtual particles fluxed, causing classic space-time to form, and this could be normative. That was Krauss's, and so the question was posed to him. He said, I don't know, maybe one of these students in the audience will figure it out. Science of the gaps, if you will. But and that's a pejorative punch at those that are pro-science. But yeah. He said, oh, maybe one of the students in the audience, one of the people watching this lecture. I don't know. But this is essential for his own paradigm to function, a universe from nothing. And by the way,
don't disagree.
virtual particles,
like I said, I ain't never tried to.
Virtual particles can exist but not be physical matter. Quantum includes virtual assessments.
I've never disagreed with any of those assumptions. I told you that time and nature.
Do you know what virtual means?
Share my screen? Can you share my screen? Can my
screen? Oh, but real quick, before we share the screen, do you know what virtual means?
Virtual?
Yes, as it relates to like quantum flux.
Like virtual particles?
Yes.
Possibilities. Are we talking about the possibilities?
They're calculated points. They're calculated points within a dynamic field of assessment. The space is a dynamic field of assessment. Okay, so because so far outside of a dynamic field of assessment, you cannot make assessments. But what also must exist is space. And according to your own argument, this is just part of the assessment. This is why when we went over your argument, I asked you the question about where's space, because you never said, I'm speaking of classical space-time.
You should question no more.
And so I wanted to know your theory of space, not only if and how it relates to time, but I mean, like if you said, oh, I agree to classical space-time, that would have been it. I wouldn't need it to, how do they relate? Those are two different things. But yeah, go ahead.
My bad. I thought I was my bad. Can you show my screen? A1, is A1 out?
I'm here.
Oh, can you share my screen, please? Okay. This is my white paper. Please, don't nobody try to red chest. Please read. This is my this is my philosophy in a nutshell for you. This is one of my white papers. Quantum onlyism argues that existence has a minimal testable floor, ordered update, constraint, and form. This paper states the complete only argument as a single coherent chain from closure, no outside of existence, to intelligibility requirements, to the equivalence claim existence, if and only if time and nature obtain. And finally, to the functional titles of God, which is time, Fati, and goddess, Mother Nature, without implying intention, worship, or any supernatural agent. So do you understand that abstract?
I do, but do you understand that you're making existence contingent? This is not a necessary argument of existence. This is a necessary argument for contingency.
I haven't even gave the argument yet.
This is a necessary argument for contingency.
You don't want the argument, do you?
I'm reading it. I'm listening to the way you're describing it. And I'm telling you, sir, you're necessarily arguing existence is dependent upon the conjoined unification of time, Father Time, and Mother Nature.
No, not the conjoined unification, just the togetherness.
What's the difference from your perspective in light of my language of your togetherness?
If you got a cake, if you're trying to make a cake and you got the ingredients right there on the counter together. Until you mix them into union, they're just ingredients that exist together.
No, they're ingredients that exist separately. They're ingredients that exist separately. And now you have existence dependent upon their separateness.
Can I finish my argument? We ain't even got to it. We still got definitions that we got to agree to. The argument is way down here. Can we get to the argument? We still got to go through all this because this is a philosophical worldview. It ain't just somebody saying something and believing somebody else's shit. See, what you got to do is answer for that claim that you was talking about.
You took somebody else's theorem.
Don't agree with
somebody else's theorem, and you applied it to you. It seems as if I do. I'm not going to deny the fact that I use, sir.
You just said it.
Listen. I'm not going to deny I use other people than myself formal syllogisms in order to articulate my own worldview in the most simplistic mode. Because I think my worldview is much more ambitious than yours. I think it actually does hold up to the criteria that is necessary for my worldview to be true.
You want to debate our worldviews?
Sir, you just had a debate about this.
You want to debate? No, we didn't. I had a debate.
I asked you to repeat the actual topic, and you won't articulate the actual topic of the debate.
You want to debate?
I asked you to repeat the topic of your last debate. You have yet to repeat the topic of your last debate.
Time to exist.
Does nature need time to exist? According to the way you're explaining it, no. They can exist separately without being unified or together. In fact, the analogy you gave just demonstrated that.
What are you trying to go to? Are you being disingenuous here?
And your analogy makes existence predicated upon two different objects, not
itself. Back to me and Suave Boss's argument. That argument's taking place. Do you want to compare your worldview with my worldview and see whose worldview stands up? If not, I don't even want to talk to you no more.
I mean, we're doing it right now in a sense.
No, we're not.
I'm demonstrating failures within your own worldview by means of your own articulation, because this is your own articulation. I've already stated an assessment of the syllogism you used and your own. Excuse you, sir.
Will you tell me how we get to God and Goddess in my
argument? Come on now. No, you're pulling a Roy Chess, man. Let him finish.
My bad. You tell me how we get to God and Goddess in my argument if you know my whole argument.
I didn't say your argument depended upon a God or Goddess existence.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for demonstrating. I agree to the language you use, which is metaphorical in nature. It's not exact and it's not theological in nature. I understood your argument to that extent.
Okay.
I remember in the debate, it was a series of questions that Suave asked you that was relative to the issue you're trying to press, as if it's my point. I'm not arguing as Suave did.
That's exactly what you're trying to argue.
That's not at all what I'm arguing. You just raised the point that I did not bring up. That's called bringing out a straw man in order to distract the audience from the actual issue at hand.
Yeah, man. Like I said, your worldview is trash compared to my worldview. Whenever you want to debate it, just let me know, man.
Okay.
All right.
I think you got demolished against Suave, and I do not argue like Suave.
Of course you would. I'm glad you're not.
I don't argue like Suave.
Glad you're not a judge.
I'm not Suave. like I just articulated what is the more general but yet very accurate means. Roy Chess, you still here. Roy Chess, what's the more general but very accurate means of a reductio or explosion by means of an argument? The general term used is what?
Well, in most cases, it could be shortened to explosion, right?
Well,
Explosion.
yes, but there's another term. Okay, I just remembered it. A defeater.
A what?
Defeater. Defeater. Something that defeats the actual position one is arguing for. It's like, so I explained what a performative reductio is. A defeater, like this is the language you might read in, say, scholars like Plantinga, Alvin Plantinga. He talks about defeaters a lot, right? Royches, are you familiar with Plantinga?
Not too much, no. I know he exists and stuff, but I don't have I'm not a scholar of him, no.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, he uses in a lot of traditional philosophical knowledge guys, epistemological knowledge guys. When I say that is they accept the requirement for the justification and warrant and a justified true belief. So the warrant aspect will be whatever justifies in some sense. But yeah, he would be of that position. I'm in general agreement with that. But yeah, so yeah, in general, because the language and implication of all of the type of contradictory implications, reductio, reductio could have been another synonym. But reductio, I think you articulated a couple of reductios, sir, just in this phone call. So, and I articulated very well where I thought you actually articulated these reductios. Not just performatively, but logistically in your subpoints for particular premises in your explanation. Okay. Do I think a debate is needed? No. But I don't have a problem with having this discussion with you. I actually don't think a debate would be conducive outside of a more or less open conversation concerning your argumentation. And maybe this open dialogue would be better for you because you might be able to switch up your syllogism. You might be able to switch up your application of a quote unquote transcendental argument. I think you're using transcendental wrong. Just to let you know, yeah, you're using transcendental wrong. Okay, I think you're using transcendental wrong. You're using the argument wrong as well. The main way why you're using the argument wrong is because whatever On the opposite side, if you say existence is a necessary precondition for time and father time and mother nature, if that's how you want to argue, you have to realize in that second aspect, you have something that is non-transcendental encapsulated in it. A non-transcendental reality, which is the quantum or mother nature. However you want to understand mother nature, that is non-transcendental. Time, maybe, but mother nature is not a transcendental reality. Transcendental realities have to be justified by means of a greater and necessary, not just sufficient, but necessary ground. That's what transcendental arguments attempt to do.
Okay. And you saying that I don't do that?
Is Mother Nature on the right side of your dual arrow? Because what I remember is
Mother Nature on the right side of my dual arrow.
Yes, sir. I remember E, if and only if.
Are you talking about if and only if arrow? The if and only if arrow?
Yes.
Yeah, it's on the right. Yeah.
Okay, great. So now you're demonstrating the futility in your argument, because Mother Nature is a physical concept. It is not a transcendental reality. It's a physical reality, not a transcendental reality.
Okay, can I reply to that, please?
I'm not cutting you off, sir.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. I got to go back to our worldviews. This is why quantum onlyism beats that what you just said. First, quantum onlyism starts lower and more necessarily than what you start at. Your worldview starts with interpretations, somebody else's, by the way, about warrant, justified true belief, transcendental categories, and the proper use of argument labels. That's what yours do. Quantum onlyism starts with simpler and harder questions. What must already be the case for any belief, any warrant, any argument, or truth claim to exist at all? That is already an advantage, because the deeper my framework beats the framework that depends on what I'm talking about. So to even explain what you're talking about, you need this. Second, quantum onlyism identifies necessary conditions, not optional descriptions. If nothing exists without sequence, change, relation, structure, form, and distinction, then time and nature are not decorations inside of reality. They are the minimal conditions for reality. That's stronger than a worldview that begins by debating what counts as a justified belief, because justified belief is already downstream of existence. Third, why that is trash is because your worldview keeps confusing epistemology with ontology. You keep asking, how do I justify this? Quantum onlyism is asking, what must exist for your justifications to even be possible? That is a more fundamental question than that you got. You understand? You cannot warrant without a world. You cannot have a justified true belief without truth-bearing structure. No temporal sequence, identity, distinction, and relation. So quantum onlyism chop your legs up by showing that your whole epistemic discussion presupposes Fatimona frame, my time, my father time, mother nature frame. That's what yours already does. Fourth, quantum onlyism don't depend on a narrow philosophical school to survive. Your side keeps leaning on technical talk about transcendental arguments, realism, anti-realism, reductios, justification theory. I wrote it down as if we naming frameworks that settle reality. It doesn't. Quantum onlyism is more robust because it cashes out in every lane. And if you know philosophy, you know what I mean when I say cash it out. Philosophy, science, logic, language, measurement, causation, identity, experience, all already require ordered change, what I call time, and structured form, what I call nature. That means quantum onlyism is not a niche theory inside of one school. It's the base condition model that all the models that they had back then, I can't help it because you need to update. And fifth, quantum onlyism is clearer by necessity. The criticism you just quoted says Mother Nature is non-transcendental and therefore cannot function in a transcendental style argument. But that objection only works if transcendental means must be beyond the world in a supernatural or abstract way. And that's where y'all get caught because y'all keep on talking about supernatural. I'm not talking about supernatural. That's already a loaded and mistaken assumption in my framework. The point is not that Father Time and Mother Nature are outside existence as detached abstractions. The point is they are the necessary conditions of existence itself. This is how we kill infinite regress. So your criticism misses the target. You using transcendental in a school specific way and then pretending that your argument fails because you pretend that my argument fails because it don't fit your preferred label. That means the real issue is not whether my argument meets your transcendental textbook use. The real issue is whether you have to identify and can you identify what must be true for existence, intelligibility, and an argument to occur at all. And on that question, quantum onlyism beats you. I got other ways that I could beat you.
I mean, I could if I was an intellectual, inconsiderate imbecile as you are, I could Google all of my argumentation, rebuttals, and articulate what.
Google. I have a plethora of material.
Sir, let me go ahead and repeat. I can demonstrate verbatim that you just read off of some chat word interface a rebuttal of statements that I made that actually did not take in consideration the implications of my statements, and you actually argued again from the beginning, from the very first state. What was the first statement you made in rebuttal to me?
Let me show my screen. Hold on, I'm gonna show you why you lose. Let me get my screen ready so I can show you exactly what I was just reading. I got material for this. I told you, I've already went up.
And again, you don't understand the nature of your own disposition or your own argument, especially in light of what you're calling it as it relates to what you're identifying. You're claiming the necessary preconditions for not only your argument. You don't understand what a transcendental argument is. If you want to go through the history of transcendental arguments, we could start at Kant. Kant asked, by means of natural phenomenon, what was the phenomenon? What was the necessary situations by which we can actually observe it? And this was in his critiques of pure reason of who? Since you've had philosophy 101. Who did? No. Stop Googling. Answer the freaking question.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Who did Immanuel Kant, the founder of transcendental argumentation, who was he responding to?
Immanuel Kant's transcendental method was responding
in response to whom?
Hold on, let me think. It's been since 2010, but I'm pretty sure.
This is crazy because it's been since 2008 for me.
Yeah. I just started debating though. I didn't know I had to have my material ready like this. I just now started.
You over here talking about you got irrefutable dispositions. I mean, I would expect somebody using philosophical means of reasoning by means of strict logical syllogisms and the S5 means of rationality. And in light of the fact, I don't even think you're familiar with the critiques of transcendental arguments from Strauss.
Come on, man. What do you mean?
Ambitious, which is what you're attempting to argue. You're attempting to argue an ambitious means of a transcendental argument, even though it's completely disassociated from any known logical form or articulation of a transcendental argument.
It beat Kant, it beat Aristotle, it beat Hume, it beat Spinoza, it beat Head.
I asked you one question, and that one question was, who was David Kant? Who was Immanuel Kant responding to?
It don't matter. I
it does matter. Who was Immanuel Kant responding to in his critiques of pure reason?
Who did I respond to?
If you, I don't mind if you Google it. Google it. Google it, sir.
Make your worldview. So
Google
stop
it.
Like
who was Immanuel Kant responding to in his critiques of pure reason? Like this is philosophically and argumentatively very important.
Whenever you want to debate, let's debate.
I don't understand why this nigga don't realize what the fuck freak is going on. Excuse me, A1. I'm sorry. I've gotten a little frustrated. Decorum needs to be checked. Thank you. Okay. But I don't know if this guy realizes what his very ambitious attitude is regarding his own argument without actually being informed of the critical assessments.
I don't even know. Look at this.
Are you making an ambitious transcendental argument with your existence is necessary for Father Time and Mother Nature's unity or togetherness? Are you making are you attempting to make a transcendental argument?
That's what he's claiming. So yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, Roy Chess, are you familiar? You said you don't like transcendental arguments, cool. But are you familiar with Strauss?
Lawrence
Strauss's objections? No, Lawrence Strauss. I'm sorry. His name is similar. It's a different spelling. And he's a philosopher. If you go to the Encyclopedia of Philosophy right now and look up transcendental arguments, I think he's the one that wrote the argument. Wrote the article. No. The guy, I believe his name is Barry Strauss or Stroud. I might be misremembering his name. Barry Stroud or Strauss. In the Encyclopedia of Philosophy under Transcendental Arguments.
Man, the only transcendental arguments that I worry about is the ones that I answer to. So his must
That's sad because maybe you need to be aware of the problem with certain ambitious arguments for transcendental dispositions.
I'm just saying my transcendental argument beats theirs.
Oh, how? What? Since you're unfamiliar with it, how does it beat a position you're unfamiliar with?
Because if you use
you have to guess. You have to guess. If you're unfamiliar with Barry Strauss's,
and then Occam's razor proves it also.
Actually, it doesn't. Occam's razor would not apply to transcendental arguments. Occam's razor would not apply to transcendental arguments.
You ask anybody else's.
Occam's razor does not apply to transcendental reasoning.
Are you serious? I'm done.
I'm genuine. Occam's razor cannot apply to transcendental reasoning.
Oh, I think you're talking about Leo Strauss.
I think his name was Barry Stroud. Again, look up that if you Google. I can't do it right now. Roy Chess, are you on Encyclopedia of Philosophy looking up transcendental arguments?
Yes.
And what was his name? It should be at the top.
At the top. Did he write it? You're saying he wrote?
Yeah, he wrote the article. He wrote the article.
Okay.
I want to say he wrote the article.
I see it's copyright, so they may have updated. They may have updated this, so I don't see his name at the author.
Whenever you want to debate those dudes,
I see two names: Robert Stern and Tony Chen.
Okay, I know one of them had an interview. I know one of them had an interview. I know one of them had an interview. I know one of them had an interview on Parker's Pensy. And I'm sorry, everyone, for shouting out other YouTube pages, but it's a very good philosophical and philosophically informed.
You're allowed to shout out any other page over here, man.
All right, cool.
Anytime. Do your thing.
Cool. And this dude ain't affiliated with the conscious community, so. But yeah, Parker's Pensy. He has a couple of videos on transcendental argumentation, but one of them he interviews, I think, the guy that wrote that article you should be looking at, Roy Chess, and anyone else is looking it up. But a lot of the assessments were initially made by, I think the guy's name was Barry Stroud or something like that. Okay. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is even though that dude was completely ignorant, hear me, Owl, completely ignorant of my perspective, lines of rationale, justification for my own transcendental argumentation. He has some very constructive considerations to take heed of, especially if you want to make ambitious transcendental arguments.
That's where all the fun is.
I hear you, man. You're right.
You're attempting to make a very ambitious transcendental argument, just like I attempt to make.
You're right. Yours better than I see what it is now. You're right, Barbarian. Your transcendental argument didn't work. Mine ain't either. You're right. You win.
I didn't say that mine didn't work. I think that you're again. I'm sorry you didn't hear my. I'm sorry you want to ignore what I stated when I first began to respond to your own statements. But I said the first thing you said was incoherent as it relates to what you're attempting to justify. And that was as it relates to your first subpoint, not the first clarification for that subpoint, but the first subpoint. I forget exactly the wording, but the first subpoint you listed.
My scholastic philosophy.
I was going to say this. Hear me out. The first subpoint you listed is actually a better. You have a better argument for the existence of a mind. You have a better argument for the existence of a mind as it relates to that premise than you do for the existence of quantum only, which is a necessary requirement for existence that's contingent upon time, Father Time, and Mother Nature. I'm going to use the metaphorical language because I don't want to misrepresent you.
Would you like to debate any of that? Like I said, if you know anybody's transcendental argument who can beat mine, tell them to come debate me, and I'll show why quantum onlyism is the only logical explanation for existence.
That means existence is contingent, not transcendentally necessary for quantum realities or time. Like, you don't realize what you're arguing.
Of course I do. You don't realize what I'm arguing.
I actually do. I've had more than philosophy and logic 101. I've had more. So look here, sir. I disagree sometimes. Look here. I disagree sometimes with the brother Roy Chess. Okay, and I've never heard Roy Chess outline his own philosophy explicitly. I always hear him rebut to other people. And this isn't a jab at Roy Chess. I'm just saying. I can agree with certain disposition that and issues that Roy Chess is bringing up in light of my post 101 logic and philosophy classes. Because you really don't get into the actual implications of, say, I don't know, paradoxes until at least philosophy 102.
It's 1213.
What? What's 1213? What's 1213?
I wasn't talking to you.
So you have the liar's paradox. That sounds like a statement to articulate the liar's paradox, right? So somewhere in the world, it just might be 1213, but I'm pretty sure nobody on the call is actually in the time zone where that reflects the actual time for them.
Man, like I said, I don't know what you're trying to say. Like I see, you got your own view, so of course
And
you're gonna
in
dis-
all actuality, it could not.
I got
It could
my own
actually
view.
not
I
be
disagree
12.
with
It
your
could not
philosophy.
be.
The
It
next
could
thing to
not.
do is
On
put our
this planet
philosophy
right
to the
now.
test.
Hold
You
on.
don't
Hear
want to
me
put your
out.
philosophy to the test, so
On this
I
planet right now.
that's cool. You
On
got
this
to
planet.
you're supposed
On
to
this
have this
planet right now. The
whole world view
on
that's got
on this planet right now. The person
so
made that comment.
that you're
That's
in.
cool. The person made that comment within the first 2 minutes of an hour. Therefore, it is impossible because our time zones don't switch with minutes; they switch with the hour. The current mode of accounting for time on this planet is that brother, whoever made that comment, is actually incorrect. Truthfully, incorrect. It could not be 12:13 a minute, 2 or 3 minutes ago anywhere on the planet.
What are you
So I
talking about?
misspoke.
I wasn't. I was telling somebody that's over here with me the number on my board right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that somebody was
Y'all
trying to
trying y'all
crack a
best
joke.
to try to, that's crazy. They went into a whole thing
I
about
thought
it.
somebody was trying to crack a joke. I'm with Roy Chess as it
I'm
relates to certain stigmas with the Hotep community. I'm sorry, but
crazy.
I'm against Roy Chess as it applies to certain aspects of the Hotep community. You don't got to be Hotep to request for a source, Roy Chess.
No, I agree with that, but they're making it sound like if you don't have a source, you can't possibly have knowledge. You can't possibly be correct. That's the thing I'm going against. Not that you're asking for a source.
Well, if
They're
that's the
saying that if
case,
without a source, then you can't have knowledge. That's the thing I'm objecting.
you reject that?
Yes.
Yes.
I object that because yes, I can deduce things without a source. I don't need a source.
That too.
Same thing with mathematics. Like you don't need a source to say 5 times 5 is 25. So rationally, you can have knowledge without scientists.
Don't you need a presupposition as it relates to the decimus, the utilization of numerics?
What do you mean? Like you
Like for example, if we're doing the circumference of a circle, we're using the hexadecimal number for 360 degrees of a circle. We're not using our modern, and even when it comes to time, we're using a similar mathematical equation. We don't use univocal mathematical paradigms for our numerics.
And how else? And how else do you think we should attest to individuality or showing individual numbers to a certain number or anything like that? How do you think we should do it?
Yeah, so this is an interesting point. I could argue from any transcendental, the necessary precondition is God. Therefore, mathematics, or as you asked me, let me correct myself, numerics, numbers, those are not physical things. They're transcendental realities. They seem to have some type of correlation with reality, like the physics of reality. I would argue that the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition, and his nature is the reflection, bears the necessary precondition for the reflection that we are able to observe in numbers, also logic, and scientific assessments. So what are numbers? They're entities, almost in a Platonic sense, that reflect God's nature, because our understanding of how the values function is constant, universal, and unchanging, like the number one. And you can say the number one is not a physical object because I can draw it on a chalkboard. I can show it. I can demonstrate it with an index finger or a pinky finger extended and all my other fingers downwards. I can demonstrate it or show it, and then I can remove it from your viewpoint, and now it becomes an unseeable. And because then you can't go out in the world, look under a rock. Oh, wow, I found the number one. You can't pick up the number one, put it on a scale, and tell me it's atomic mass either. So numbers are transcendental realities. I think they are conceptual in nature, and as conceptual in nature, they reflect the mind of God. Therefore,
I'm up, King.
God
Rise and
is a
shine. Rise and
necessary
shine.
justification for numbers. Because God's nature reflects the characteristics by which numbers instantiate. I would say the same thing regarding the three basic modal laws of logic that are Aristotelian in initial construction and yet adapted into S5 mathematic argumentation.
And so would you debate that if I can prove that idea of God that you have needs time and nature to do anything? I debate you on that.
Logic doesn't need time because they transcend time and physicality. They transcend nature because they are transcendental realities. They are conceptual in nature. They point to a mind. The mind by which they reflect intellectually is the mind of God.
Would you want to debate that?
I mean, we've been discussing these issues. I've articulated my position earlier. You've been asking the same question. I've been interrogating your own disposition. And you still don't realize how what's on one side for me, though more grandiose, the left side, God of the Bible, and on the right side, they share common points of similitude, transcendental realities. Quantum or Mother Nature is physical. Even virtual particles, in the sense of strict physicists, are physical realities, even though the language seems to contradict that. Virtual is synonymous with pseudo or false. I'm just saying. But according to strict scientific realists, they supposedly are real. And all of them are real. And so these very small wave particle, dual structured, again, dude, it's a lot I've already addressed. You have yet to respond to. And you still don't even realize that your last response, first point, was actually a better argument for a mind than it was for the quantum reality you're saying is contingent, is a necessary requirement for existence itself.
Would you like to debate that? Would you like
We're
to
discussing, man. We talking right now, ain't we?
Yeah, you want to debate that? I can prove to you that what you're saying is wrong.
How are you going to prove it?
Through debate. You want to debate it?
Debate is not proof.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know. Like I said,
I'm addressing your alleged proof.
I know the quantum.
I've been addressing your alleged proof for the other day after your debate. Listen very keenly. I've been addressing your alleged proof that you articulated by means of a very strict if and only if syllogism with the double arrow, parentheses, all of this good stuff. I've been addressing your proof.
You ain't addressed
this whole time.
Listen, I put an argument up there. I put a 14 premise argument. I put a 14 premise argument up there with 3 conclusions, and you did not want to read it. I asked you if you want to debate your worldview against anything.
I'm saying that your premises do not necessitate your conclusion.
Barbarian, come on.
The premises do not necessitate the conclusion because they actually could be articulated and posited for other alternatives, namely a mind. The very first thing you initially rebutted me on the last time you gave rebuttal, and I'll let you read it. Let me share my screen. When you did that the last time, The first premise that you articulated has a better explanation, and I do not like abductive arguments. But it has a better explanation because the necessary or the subpoints you articulated for your first premise and your last rebuttal or articulation of your position actually argues in favor of a mind, not existence. And for damn sure, not the togetherness of Father Time and Mother Nature.
That's why I know you ain't even looked at my argument, man. That's why I'm saying that's barbarian. Listen, man. It's so disingenuous of you. I thought you was better than this. Listen, exactly what I'm saying. Where your argument slips. You are taking abstract stability and turning it into a divine mind by assertion, not necessity. So I see why you're arguing this. And a lot of people who even see what I'm talking about will still argue it because, like I said, y'all will be done had a worldview for so long, and then to see the simplicity of what you're missing, and it drives you crazy. You say that numbers are not physical objects, therefore they are transcendental realities, therefore they reflect the mind of God. That's what you said. I wrote it down. That does not follow. That is a leap across three separate categories without a bridge. 3. Y'all be arguing this silly. First, not a physical object does not equal the mind of God. Second, conceptual does not equal divine. And third, stable does not equal personal. That is the first crack in your argument. The number 1 is not a rock, not a chair, not a molecule. Fine. But from that, it does not follow that one lives in the mind of God. All you have established is that the numbers are not ordinary physical objects. You have not established that they are mental contents of a divine being. That is an extra move. And it's exactly the kind of extra metaphysical baggage I was talking about that Occam's razors cut away. Now let's go a little bit deeper. I'm like my homeboy Humble say, what do he say? Let's go. I can't even remember what he be saying. A number is expressing a structure of something, the relation of something, distinction, identity, and the repeatable order. That is exactly what I mean by Mother Nature and Father Time functioning together. Nature gives distinguishable form, pattern, ratio, quantity, relation. Time gives order, sequence, succession. I'm waking people up. Comparison. So numbers don't point to God first. They point first to the necessary conditions of intelligibility. You just lied when you said that point to God, that my worldview point that's a lie. Numbers do not point to God first. They point first to the necessary conditions of intelligibility. Structured distinction and ordered relation. That's Father Time and Mother Nature. You are inserting the mind of God where the work is already being done by the functional conditions that are existence. That is why my framework is tighter than yours. Now let's deal with logic. You talking about logic? You say the laws of logic transcend time, nature? No, that's too quick. And it confuses the descriptive abstraction with what we see.
I'm glad you just demonstrated that you have no actual conceptual understanding of your own understanding of time. If you speak about time as by means of a chronological state of affairs where there's a past, present, and future, you have already applied the laws of logic. You have already identified distinctions within time.
And you've already admitted to space, time, and a creator. Yep.
That you've admitted that there's things that there's if a warranted if there is a necessary justified warrant for whatever your belief is. This is the intentionality of a transcendental argument to provide the necessary warrant for whatever phenomenon experienced. And like, this is why, for example, sir, like, I don't, like, a lot of philosophers have recognized the reality that even Descartes' I think therefore I am is a transcendental argument. Because if to deny it is to neglect the thinker.
Is not. That's why I asked you, do you want to debate this? Why do you keep saying, listen, I ain't talking, I didn't admit no creator either. That is exactly the kind of slide I keep pointing out. You are taking one admission and smuggling in another conclusion that does not follow from that.
I'm trying to understand how your disposition actually demonstrates a transcendental reality when in fact what you're trying to say is necessary makes whatever transcendental reality contingent to that reality.
Barbarian, can I finish? If I acknowledge distinctions within time or even acknowledge space-time as a useful model, that does not equal admitting a creator. It only means I'm recognizing structured relations in reality.
Okay, let me give an analog of your own argument, sir. Contingency exists. Hear me out, sir. Contingency exists if and only if. I'm going to give an analog of your argument. I know you want to read off your script. I'm not reading a script. I'll give an analog of your own argument.
I have an
I'll give an analog of your own argument. If contingency, since contingency is true, I want to know if this sounds better logically, functionally, and deductively. Or since contingency is true, I want to know, compared to your existence is necessary for time, nature, construct. I want to know if that makes more sense than contingency is necessary for the existence of either or the unification of both. So those other things must exist, not existence itself must exist, but they're self-identifiable. They're self-referential. If they're self-referential, which is what you were attempting to do by means of your equivocation, as Roy just pointed out, if they're self-referential, you have the wrong argument, because what self-referential should also be before and after, because your intention is actually not a transcendental argument. Again, your intention is to describe three components, or one component as it relates to two different entities. You're attempting to explain the necessary precondition of existence for two different entities, namely time and quantum.
Echo alert. Echo alert.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Somebody echoing.
Oh, there we go.
See, what I'm saying is this. You still trying to force my framework into your...
No, I'm addressing the actual argument.
This is crazy. All right, I'm done.
I'm addressing your argument and the syllogism directly.
Explain it. You ask me questions. You don't need to say nothing.
Let him get it out.
Just steady interrupting every time I try to answer a question.
Go ahead, Al. It's on you.
Oh, my bad. It's crazy.
You got the floor, Al. Go ahead.
My bad. I kept on trying to unmute. What I'm saying is this, Barbarian. Like I said, you still trying to force my framework into your preferred template instead of answering my actual claim. My claim is not that contingency is necessary in the way you are framing it. My claim is that existence requires the minimum functional conditions of ordered change and structured form. That is time and nature. So the question is not whether contingency beats necessity or whether self-reference beats unification. The question is much simpler. What must already be true for anything to be at all? Do you understand this? Do you understand? Like, how do you not get that? I know ain't nobody ever asked this question. So this is why my philosophy excels, because nobody has ever answered this question. We must already, what must already
The question has been attempted to have been answered by a plethora of different people.
My answer is this. There must be distinguishable form and there must be ordered difference. Without those, nothing can exist, nothing can occur, nothing can be identified. And that's my argument. If
but
you
that's
refute
not
it,
true.
if you
That's
refute
not
it,
true.
if anybody refutes it, let's just go. If anybody refutes, hold on, can I finish? If anybody refutes it, let's just go debate. Oh, my bad.
Hey,
that was the echo that was.
What's going on?
My bad. That was the echo that was doing that.
Hey, it's Hercules, man. See y'all up early, man. What's going on? What's going on?
What's up, Hurt?
Peace, sir. How you feeling?
It's I know, right? Yo, so I mean, I've been listening to y'all for about an hour now, and I know you you're only you're trying to, you always want to debate people, but the brother, what he was saying was that you guys are already having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to, like, come on, let's debate. It's just you're already having a conversation, and so he's been pointing out to you that you're trying to, that where you're saying that Mother Nature and time is not transcendental, but the argument that you're making is a transcendental argument, and you keep overlooking that part. And the thing that as I've asked you to do, and as I asked you to do, is you have to prove that nature and time has already existed. It did not come into existence, because you said that it was already there. It never was created. And my argument against that is that it had to be created. There is, you know what I'm saying, because where did it come from? Now, I don't use Western philosophy. Okay, I use African philosophy. So if you're saying that it came from the original singularity, you know, which our ancestors called Noon, then okay, I can understand that point, because that singularity was already in existence. And that means that energy and time and matter already was in existence, but yet it was in a different form of existence, but it was already there because it came from the singularity. Now, if you're not saying that, then you have to prove that the singularity never happened. And I don't think you did, and I don't think you've shown that. But if you can, I think you have to show that, because we know that the singularity happened to create this universe. All right, and you could prove that the singularity happened. So you would have to prove that it didn't happen, and that time and nature was already in existence.
Why would I have to prove that? First tell me this, Hurt. First tell me this. Noon, you said noon. I think what you're saying is noon is existence. Right? Hurt. I couldn't hear you, Hurt.
Sorry. Hello.
Hurt, I couldn't hear you, Hurt.
No, noon is not existence itself. No.
Okay. Does noon exist?
Not in the state that we exist in. No.
Does noon exist? I don't care what state
not in the state
in.
that we exist in.
It doesn't matter what it state that we exist in or anything. I said, does noon exist?
It does matter, because you talk about two. It does matter because you're talking about two different states. We're talking about two different realities. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't exist in our reality, in our state, in this existence that we're in now. So basically, no.
See, you shifting the burden to no. Can you mute up? Because it keep on.
Yeah. My bad.
I don't have to prove that the singularity never happened just because you prefer a singularity model. You first have to prove that the singularity is an established fact in the strong sense you're using it. and modern cosmology does not give you that clean victory. The Big Bang model is strongly supported as a model of an early, hot, dense, expanding universe, but that is not the same thing as proving a literal metaphysical beginning from an absolute singularity. Even standard references note that singularity language comes from the breakdown of our current models, and there are serious open questions about whether a singularity is a physical reality, a mathematical limit, or a sign that classical theory stopped working. So no, you do not get to say, we know the singularity happened, therefore prove it. That is backwards. The strong claim carries the burden. If you want to say that the singularity is established as an actual ontological origin, then prove that. If all you have that current cosmology points to an early dense state and possible singularity behavior is classical relativity, then that still does not refute my position. It only tells us that our universe is in its present form has an earlier boundary condition or model limit. It does not prove that time and nature came from absolute nothing, and it does not prove that existence itself began at that point. That's what y'all keep on getting wrong. This is why I asked y'all, do y'all want to debate me? But you don't, because you know I'll hammer you down. My view is simpler than that y'all have. Whether the universe passed through a singularity, a bounce, a pre-Big Bang phase, or another extreme early state. The argument from onlyism is about what must be true in any case for there to be any state, any transition, any structure, any law, or intelligibility at all. That's why it's transcendental. If there's a singularity, it is still in the condition spoken about. What I'm saying, y'all on a totally different, y'all not under the floor.
Hold on. If you're saying it's an absolute, if you're saying it's an absolute, then you have to rule out other options. Right? It's not up to us to rule out the other options because you're saying your solution is the only one that's correct. So you have to rule out why God can't exist. Why the singularity can't exist. Why the singularity can't exist, as you call it.
Right.
The format is the same. Right? The left-hand side is the same. Right, the left-hand side is going to be a variable, and the right-hand side is going to be a variable. All you're doing is thinking a variable. All you're doing is you're making the same argument.
Right.
You're making the same argument structurally.
Right. Only you. I mean, you saying that it's not been proven, which is I'm saying it's not true. I'm saying you can open up any physics book and they talk about the Big Bang or the singularity. Period. And they talk about the cosmic radiation background. So I'm saying though, you haven't shown that you haven't shown. Wait, hold up. You didn't say, but I'm saying you haven't shown. But what I'm saying is that you haven't shown that those theories are incorrect. False or incorrect. Period. Compared to what you have. That's what I'm saying. You haven't shown that.
That's what I'm saying. I never said that the Big Bang didn't happen. What y'all trying to say is that time and nature didn't exist in some state, phase, or form before the Big Bang, and that the Big Bang was just an occurrence within existence. When we know that that was a current occurrence within existence. So y'all trying to say that a creator existed without time and nature and then created that point. I'm telling you that time and nature is that point, and anything within existence happens down the road because they have time and nature and have time and nature to exist. So that singularity that you are talking about doesn't mean that's the beginning of all. It's just a phase shift from unobservable.
Thank you again for arguing contingency of existence.
But a phase shift, okay, a phase shift. So let me say this. That's one question I would have. I would say a phase shift from where? And the second thing I would ask is that when we talking about noon, and it was in a state of let's say it was in a state of order. Okay, it was in the state. Let's just say it was in a state. Let's just keep it. I'll just say it was in a state of zero. Okay, it was a constant state of zero. When you think about it, put it on a grid. Put it on think about a map, a grid, the XY plane, X, Y, and Z plane, whichever one you want to look at it, is at a constant state of zero. Now, when the singularity happened, as the ancestors say, Allah spoke the universe into existence. So when Allah spoke the universe into existence, that's the singularity happening. Now, when Nun was in a constant state of zero, and if Ma never existed, then the singularity would not have happened because it would have stayed at a state of zero. What caused the singularity was the vibration of Ma, the speaking, the vibration of speaking, and you can model that. I've said this before. You can model that with the Dirac equation. It shows that. All right, that's the singularity happening, and it only happened because something caused it to happen. Now, okay, so if there was no creator, then I'm arguing that the singularity would have never happened. And so you were saying that time was already existed, and it's just a different phase. So I'm asking you, what phase was it in?
Again, just like I said, you saying that somebody said something, like spoke a word or something, for time and nature to come into existence. So that means that thing that you're talking about was already in existence. It was just bringing time and nature into existence, right? That's what you're saying. But the reason that I know that this isn't logical is because anything created, or if anything needs something to create, and then you're going to special plead. I know you are. You're going to special plead for Noon or whoever that is. But those conditions that I'm telling you about, that Noon or whoever you said that was that needed time to speak, are these conditions. It needs ordered update, and it needs structure and form. Because if it doesn't have that, it doesn't exist. See, you assuming the same thing you need to prove. You say the singularity would have stayed at zero unless a mind vibrated or spoke. That ain't an argument. That's a story that you layer on top of a cosmological picture. That's just what you want to say. And I can't say nothing about that. But you have to show that a mind existed before the singularity. That speaking applies there, and that vibration that you're talking about, in your sense, is the cause of that phase shift, because you already agreed that existence is there because that thing exists. So then it's bringing time and nature into existence. But like I just proved, it needs a time and nature to do anything. So you narrating agency into the event, and you ain't deriving that from what's necessary for that agent to even be able to act. This is why y'all lose. Second, the burden is still on you. You too, Roy Chess, since you want to jump on this side, because of this right here. Current cosmology does not give you a finished proof that a literal singularity is an established physical starting point in the metaphysical way that you're using it. Even NASA says that we don't have a definitive answer about whether time began there. And mainstream philosophy says that, I believe that the singularity language, at least that part, is just a downstream phase shift. Like, this is what they say. It say the Big Bang was the quick expansion of the universe. It don't say that's where the universe started.
It does, actually.
The Big Bang bottle, no, it's not. It's very supported. It does not.
It does. That's what scientists say. It does.
It does not.
It does so. That's the whole thing about the singularity.
That's the whole thing about the
singularity. That's how they happen.
If it's expansion from the where's it expanded
no,
from?
It's not. No, it's not. It's supported as an early, hot, dense, expanding universe, but it ain't the same thing as proving that it's the start of the universe or that a divine mind caused that singularity.
No, the singularity caused the explosion. You're missing it. Without that singularity, the explosion wouldn't happen.
It wasn't an explosion.
It was. That's why it's called the Big Bang. What did you think it
Look up
was?
the Big Bang right now.
I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to use the word explosion, but we know what we're saying. You know what we're saying. It probably wasn't an explosion. It probably wasn't a waterfall. Something I don't know, but you know what we're saying. Something happened for this universe to come into existence. That's what we're saying.
Well,
and you're saying that it didn't happen.
I describe it. I try to describe it with the only logical explanation. I don't try to just use vibe words to get it, because this has to be the logical explanation. So we can't just be making stuff up or saying what feels good. We trying to find the explanation for what we're looking for. So
you're giving an origin argument.
When you ask me what state time was in, my answer is this right here. I'm gonna tell you what state it was in. Whatever states make ordered difference possible at that phase.
Yeah,
I don't need to pretend that I had. I don't need
but you're still admitting to a creator, because if you're admitting that certain conditions have to be already prerequisite for certain things to happen, you've already admitted it by its
possibility of it.
No,
the possibility of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he's correct.
Would you like to debate that, Cosmon?
There is no debate. You can't come at
I don't believe in creation.
I don't believe in
Listen, only you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Only you're missing the point because you want to be correct.
Y'all trying to make me look at everything like it's creation. But I don't look at existence as created. Y'all the ones that look at existence as created. So that's why y'all see that. I never said that existence was created. I said that time and nature has always been, and what we see now was a phase shift. Therefore, it doesn't even fit what y'all trying to say, Cosmon and Hercules, because I never said nothing about creation. I never said nothing about creation.
Okay, where's the phase shift? Where's the phase shift coming from?
You admitted
That's no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. It's the same
No,
thing.
I didn't. No, it's not.
Nature is creation.
No, it's not. I know nature real.
It is.
Yeah, nature and time real.
I said nature.
They're the functional preconditions of existence.
There is no creation without a creator. There is no nature without a creator.
I don't believe in creation. That's why I know it ain't no creation.
That's where you lost at, because you're using
belief.
belief.
A self-sustaining system that has always been.
That's where you lost at. You're using belief.
Exactly.
Subjectivity.
I didn't say nothing about belief.
You said belief. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said that ain't what I see. I see a self-sustaining system.
You said you don't believe in a creator.
Well, if you see a self-sustaining system,
that's what I'm saying.
Creators still.
You say
that means somebody had to put it together.
No, it doesn't.
If it's a system, systems come out of minds.
No, that's not what we get.
Based on mathematics.
So can you show where the phase shift coming from? Can you show where the phase shift coming from?
It's proven that billions of years of time and nature interacting will come down to life as we are right now without no creator. I can prove it. Like I said, anybody ever want to debate it, let me know. I'm done talking with y'all.
That would be a scientific point of view.
Want to debate it. Y'all keep trying to poke holes in it because y'all want a creator. There is no creator. Your God is
you have to prove there's no creator.
Nature. I can prove it. When you want to debate it, let's debate it.
When you want to debate it, let's debate it. We're debating it now, man.
You have to disprove it. If your thing is called onlyism, you have to disprove all other options. We don't have to prove our
debate league.
We don't have to prove our
debate league.
You have to rule them out because your thing is called onlyism. Like nothing else can be there. You're saying nothing else could be there, so you have to rule out everything else.
I don't have
that
to
means
go
God,
by your,
that means the singularity.
I don't go by your 10 plates, Roy.
That means the flying spaghetti
whenever
monster.
you want to debate your worldview, creationism, whenever you want to debate that view,
we're talking about yours.
How incoherent that it is to say that your God is created outside of time and then he came down and angels came to Moses, came to Jesus. I'll kill all that creation story when you want to debate it. I'll show you that mine is more logical.
You're not understanding that the logical form is identical. The logical form is identical of all those arguments. The logical structure of all those arguments of origin are identical. All you're doing is changing the variables.
I have
Not
a white.
changing
Would you like my white paper with my argument so you can look at it and you can look at the whole argument and then you can say something, as opposed to just seeing 3 premises that I used to try to refute a little argument that I had with Suave Boss? Would you like the whole paper? This is what you guys need to do before you say anything, so you won't look stupid. Because I promise you, when you give me my paper back with your criticism, you're gonna say you was right and I follow onlyism now. Would you like my white paper? Send me your email.
Okay.
You too, Herc. You too, Cosma. You too, Sadiq. Well, Sadiq know what I'm saying. Anybody who wants it, send me your email and I'll send it to you. And then you can critique it and come back and tell me that I'm wrong again. At least I know you looked over it.
Can you explain the phase shift?
I can explain everything. This is the only logical explanation for existence.
And that right there means you have to rule out everything else.
I already ruled them out. This is how I know. I've also used the Bayesian analysis test to run Bayesian against all other worldviews.
How did you rule out God or the singularity? That's 2.
To the structure of Oli.
How did you rule out God or the singularity? That's 2 examples right there. You didn't rule out those. You just said you don't believe in them.
I proved that they don't. I proved that they incoherent because nothing can exist outside of existence without a time and nature. Proving that time and nature has to already be for that idea that you have of God or the higher power to be coherent.
So why do those things have
incoherent? Because it's outside of time and nature.
You're still not getting it.
Wait, hold up. Wait, yeah,
you're still not getting it.
Yeah, wait, hold up. Yeah, I agree with that. Nothing can exist outside of time and nature. Now, what we're saying is that what I'm saying is that
that's fine.
They were brought into existence. They were brought into existence when they came into existence. That's when existence began to exist. Existence as our reality began to exist when they came into existence. Now, when we're talking about the singularity, when we talk about new, that's a different state of existence that we have no idea about. We can't even comprehend it because it's a different state of existence that you don't understand, that we don't understand.
That you talking about,
but you know what? But hold up, but you can prove. No, it's not. It's not our existence. Is what I'm saying. It's not our existence. That's what I'm saying. It's not our existence.
That existence exists. Listen. This is where you got to be logical. Listen to me. Existence is one thing. I don't care where.
I'm being logical.
Existence is one thing. Okay, listen then. Okay, something really listen.
All right, so now, okay, now
something really listen.
No, wait, hold up, because I like I said, I listened to you for an hour. But listen, now I'll put it in math terms for you. Since we live in a 3-dimensional world, that's our existence right here. So what I'm saying, the existence that we come from would be a 4-dimensional world. Just like you cast a 2-dimensional shadow, even though you're a 3-dimensional person, a 3-dimensional being, we cast 2-dimensional shadows. So our universe, which is 3-dimensional, is cast from a 4-dimensional universe, casted a 3-dimensional shadow. All right. Now, mathematically, I can map that with complex numbers. Complex numbers map to the 4th dimension. You cannot map them in our dimension. They do not map in 3 dimensions. That's how we know the other dimension is actually real. And we are a product of that dimension. So, like I said, when time and mother and nature came into existence, when they were created, that's when our existence began to exist. Now, outside of that, we cannot even vision the 4th dimensional world, just like a 2-dimensional entity would be able to vision us. They can't vision us, but we can vision them. So now that we know that we can map to the 4th dimension, we know that something came from that dimension into our dimension. And that's when our existence, that's what time and nature came from. And when it was created, this existence began to exist. It came into existence. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I mean, I hear what you're saying. But you saying this? You saying something already existed that brought our existence into existence, right?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
not from our,
Okay. No,
not
that's
in
good.
our
That's good.
dimension though. Go ahead.
Hold on, just listen. Okay.
Okay.
So if something creates our existence within its existence, I'm gonna agree with you right there. Okay, let's just say something created our existence within existence, because like I said, something is in existence. That's cool. But what I'm telling you is that existence, that thing that created our existence is in, needs ordered update and structure for it to be able to make our existence within this existence. So it still falls flat to Father Time and Mother Nature. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I understand that. But I was still. But do you understand that when you're talking about it, it's coming into existence from that different plane? Wait, from that different plane, it's not the same. It would not be the same thing as we know today. As it is, as time and nature as it is today, it would not be in the same form. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I agree with you right there. That's what I say. That's what I agree with you. That's why I say I don't know. I got to listen to y'all more because so I can see exactly, you know what I'm saying, the attributes and the things that y'all give to Noon and Mayat and stuff. Because like I said, man, I really think that we saying the same thing. It's just the names and the intention that I don't have. I don't have a creation because I don't see, if I take away, I see formation and I see that the universe, when people say God, they usually looking for whatever created existence, and then they should look for what sustains existence. But before they even get to the job God should be doing sustaining existence, they get to this intentional thing about intent. So we never get to the real purpose that God has. God's actual purpose, or that idea of God's actual purpose, is He created existence and He sustains existence. Okay, I know that, and I can explain why there's an existence with time and nature, and what sustains existence. Existence sustains itself through the mechanisms of time and nature and entropy and all of those things. Then why would I say intentional when I can prove a functional existence of the same essence? And then that just means that I have to take accountability with the things I do, and I don't have to worry about who is right, who is wrong. I know I'm right because I won't be doing it. I don't know who, I think it was GD Capone was talking to somebody earlier that was talking about it. We know what it takes to get along. If I ain't hurting nobody and they ain't hurting me, then sure, we should be good. I don't need no God to tell me not to go over there and steal Roy Chest's shit. I'm not gonna do it because I don't want Roy Chest stealing my stuff. I don't kill people, and I know it's wrong to kill people because if I didn't think it was wrong, I'd kill myself. But me not doing that, I understand that that's the very thing that we should use for our compass of morality. If I'm trying to be, and I want to know, well, what stopped me from just going around doing it to anybody? Me not doing it to myself should let me know I don't do it to nobody else. I don't need no God for that. And then I still see existence just like it is. But y'all trying to tell me that a God that created it, that destroys me and they send me to hell and stuff. I don't want that. I don't want the devil.
That's again. I think that's a different view. That's a depends on who view you're looking at. Like I said, in
Yeah,
the world,
true.
whose God you're looking at.
Right,
You know
right,
what I'm
right.
saying? That's you know what I'm saying.
Right.
The Abrahamic people, their gods. You know what I'm saying? The Christians, the Islamists, the Jews and stuff. That's their. You know what I'm saying? How their stories work and their God work or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at the most of the African spiritual systems, they don't work like that. It's not about manipulating, people and killing people. You know what I'm saying? Because it was an understanding of trying to live in harmony with the universe. So when you read those stories and saying you read the stuff, you don't. It's not about you got to go over here and kill these people, to get to the Holy Land and all this stuff, or to get to the afterlife. You got to take that. You got to take that. It's not like that. And so if you're gonna follow, or listen to the Western views of religion and stuff, then you're gonna come to that conclusion. Like, man, I don't want to deal with that. It's like why would I deal with it? I don't want to deal with it. It's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you could read in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah and stuff, and you'll be like, I'm not down with that.
Yeah, for sure.
And you get to
for sure.
And you get to that your point. You get to your conclusion to where you at now, and that's how a lot of people get to that state. I was saying this last night with Jose. With black Americans, we grow up Christians or we grow up Muslims. Most of us grew up Christians, and then we switch to being Muslim, or some people switch to being Jewish. There's always a switch, not always, but there's a lot of people that switch because they find conflicts in the religions that they grew up in, so they switch to something else, another religion. But the thing is, you don't see a lot of black people. I don't meet a lot of black people, but I know there are thousands of them who switch to like an African spiritual system. They overlook it. And most of us overlook it because we don't understand it. It's hard for us to understand their worldview because we grew up in a Western worldview. And once you start reading, the spiritual systems from Africa, and you're looking at it, you're trying to understand how does it work, and where's the revelation? Where's the guidance, and is that there's no instructional guidance stuff like that. There's that because it's a living system. It's not about something being written down and you following these guidelines. It's a living system. It's a system that you have to participate in. What I'm saying? It's the rituals and the offerings and stuff. That's all a living system. And so it's hard for a lot of us to grasp that idea. And so we overlook it. And we move on to like I said, Islam, Buddhism, other isms and stuff. Instead of looking at what the ancestors did and how they lived and where they got their spiritual and moral ethical compasses from before the Arabs came, before the white people came into their existence and stuff, before they came around. So that they had to be something. They had to have a knowledge about something. They just weren't going around just willy-nilly. So that stuff, so I understand how you got to where you at now, and because a lot of people, like I said, a lot of our brothers and sisters go that route, who lose their faith in whether it's Islam or Christianity. They go that route, and
I hear you. That's why I told you I got to learn something from you and stuff, because I know a little bit about African science, but not a lot, not much as I should, and I don't mind learning nothing, because if it's correlations I'm looking for, and if I'm, what I'm saying, I like I say, I always say I put my worldview up to the challenge of anything. But if it's a worldview that I don't know nothing about, I just want to see because I see a lot of things when I go what I go with. And then when I talk to some people and other people that have other worldviews, a lot of our worldviews match in a whole lot of places. It just be the labels, or basically somebody don't want to. I say the law of identity tells me that if two things have different functions, then I can identify them differently. And so a lot of people give nature a whole bunch of functions. One of those functions is the aspect of time. I don't think that's a fine. I believe, to me, in everything I see anyway, that's the only thing that's needed for an existence, and everything else is downstream. I'm sorry, I'm trying to send this email.
Hold on. Did you just say that your whole thing is based on an observation?
My transcendental argument?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it based on an observation?
What do you base transcendental arguments on, Roy?
Well, not observation. That's for one thing.
Huh?
You don't base it on observation.
What are you basing it on?
You don't base it on observation. It has to be an analytical argument. Right? It has to be.
Yeah, I don't go by the same steps you do. I don't go by the same steps you do, and we get the same thing.
I don't go by the same steps. When you say a transcendental, like necessary, what must exist, that's usually an analytical argument, which is semantical, right? Like if I say a triangle must have three sides, that's a transcendental. That's an analytical, logical, necessary thing. Observations are not required.
Not all. You mean I can't? But I can have an observation if I want to.
I don't think that would be analytical at that point. Like you're making a scientific argument then.
I'm making a transcendental argument. How can you turn a transcendental argument?
Because
how can you do that, Roy? If it's a make an argument, and then you tell me that my argument don't meet your standards, so
no, it's not my standards.
I know for a fact
it's not my standards.
That what my argument is. Like I've done all the research to have a whole philosophy. So how are you going to tell me? I hate this about you. I like you a lot because you're knowledgeable. But how are you going to tell me what my stuff is? You don't know nothing about it.
So you're using the wrong terminology then.
You really want people to think that they dumb, don't you?
No, you're using the wrong terminology then. So you keep saying that a transcendental argument, you keep defining a transcendental argument as what logically must exist, right? That's what you're saying in your premises. So if it must logically exist,
I haven't even sent you my premises yet.
No, this is what you said already. This is how you describe it. That's what you said.
Let me give you my argument. The other arguments. Listen. I was arguing. Do y'all understand what me and Suave Boss was arguing and what my argument is? Do y'all understand those are two different things?
I can understand that, but you said it multiple times and you said it even here.
Wait, hold on. If you understand that, and you understand that, for that argument, he didn't have to use his own argument. He didn't have to use his whole argument. He said he has a whole argument, and he said he'll send it to me. So let me send you the argument before you say something, because you're wrong about everything you're saying. I'm telling you, and you trying to tell me what my argument is doing. No, let me send you the paper so you can see. And
okay,
then
it's in the back.
Okay, I'm sending the one to Rebuke right now. Whoever Rebuke prove Gmail is. Oh wait, maybe I can put Roy Chess here too. Hold on. Anybody else want this?
But I'm going by what you said so far. Yes, I haven't seen the entire argument. But if that's part of it, then it's a problem because you're using the wrong term then.
Okay.
Right, because your transcendental argument means it has to be analytical, that it has to be true. It has to have that property for it to be there. And which is what you've been saying. You're saying time and nature has to be there for existence. That's what you've been saying all this time.
Now there goes the argument. It's in you guys'.
I'm not going to read it right now, of course not. But I need time to read it. Okay.
Well, next time we talk, then y'all be able to say it. We'll be able to argue it now. Y'all got my argument.
I need time to read it, right? So I might take a day or two to read it.
That's fine. That's fine.
And stuff like that.
Just please don't steal my argument.
I'm gonna publish
don't
it.
Don't laugh, Roy Chess. You know it's real.
I'm gonna publish it.
I already did that. No, but thank y'all. I want to tell y'all too. Thank y'all for even looking at me, and thank y'all for the questions. I'm trying to get better at being so hostile because I know when you ask questions, it's just questions you got. I know everybody got their own. Like me and Sadiq was saying, I believe it. Even if it's somebody else's, I still think it's your philosophy because it's the philosophy that makes you pick how you gonna act morally and shit. This mine right here. Now, then we must find out whose is true and whose is, you know what I'm saying, better to live by. Because after we get rid of all of those questions, we can move on to the real questions of existence. I feel like supernatural beliefs is what got us stuck at where we at. So I've went through and I tried to identify what should functionally be known as God and Goddess and Mother and Father, so we'll know what existence is, and everything else answers for itself. That's my argument. That's where I stand. I'm willing to debate it. You can take parts of it if you want to debate them parts. Like I got it lined up.
It sounds like you're trying to do what physicists are trying to do by explaining the theory of the world, right? There's something called the theory of everything.
Everything, yeah.
That's what it sounds like you're trying to do.
Hey, listen, Roy Chess, all of my papers together, I can send you other papers that answer the question, the hard questions of existence. All of them. All 16 of them are answered with Father Time and Mother Nature simply being the mechanisms that I use to look at existence and don't give no supernatural nothing and give everything a function with no intention. And it's wonderful. It's beautiful.
It may work out like it turns out to be valid, but you're gonna have to prove the soundness.
Yeah. And it's valid and sound, but still, even to that point, Roy Chess, is still gonna be people who disagree. Shit.
Don't worry about that if that's the case.
Yeah.
So well, damn, I probably sorry, 7 o'clock.
I'm gonna have to get off.
So what
I'm gonna have to get off.
Yeah, me too. I'm ready to go. But let me ask. So how would you answer? How does your philosophy answer? How do we handle this? I guess chaotic world that we live in today.
Just what I was talking about. Hurt. I think we all have to find a way and sit down and understand that trying to find out who got more favor with God would still be defeating God's purpose anyway. Like, we going about this all backwards. And the reason I say this is because if I look at existence right now in the way that we got here to like where we at talking to this, by all of the atrocities and that humankind has been through and stuff, we know how we got here. We know that we could have accomplished that same thing without any atrocities if we would have had the right understanding of existence. But due to the mechanisms of it, we have to learn as we go. Learning as we go is cool. People have understandings at different times. There was a time where the supernatural belief and people telling people to do shit or things to get them to act a certain way or find their moral compass a certain way. It's fine. I don't disagree with none of that. But there's a time that we've come to that we have to get past those things. Look what's going on over there in Israel. Like, it ain't proving nothing for nobody in particular. I think somebody put a video on there earlier that was showing Joe Biden talking about how they could create an Israel. If we want to do anything in Israel, we just create a new Israel, create our own Israel. That means sending people over there and putting them in positions and stuff. That's how they've been doing it forever. They see something they like, oh, that's what they got, and then they go take it. We know who the Jews are that's over there in Iraq. We know who the Palestinians are. We know who really deserve things. We know the people who, I ain't gonna say we know this. I'm gonna just say there's a claim that the people of that land who really own it ain't even there. Yet we sit around over here still trying to talk about is we these people and that people and stuff. And we ain't got, you know what I'm saying? We have to get past that, and not just us as a people, not just the African science I'm talking about the world, guys. We have to find a way to get paid for the atrocities that has been put upon us and then move on to the next frontier of life. And the next frontier is what? We know it's space exploration. We know it is. We know it's trying to find somewhere to live. We know it's doing biological studies and trying to find bodies to form bodies without souls. We know that it's trying to find the soul that's in deep in, and when his body get old, we can take that soul out and really put the soul that is that man into another body, and he can last longer. Not saying that body not gonna die, just he can last longer here in this body. We know that that's coming. It's not going to be magic. None of this is going to be magic. Nobody's coming to stop what's going on. Nobody's coming to save nobody from nothing. We know this. It's going to be us that save ourselves.
Yo, I'm about to roll out, man. I'm going to holler at y'all later.
Sorry about that. All right. Herc, I'm talking a bunch of bullshit. I'm a hush. GDN, I hope you ain't with us. Capone, you better not be sleep on me. Man, Cosmine sleep on me too? No, I know Cosmine ain't sleep on me. Who? Who? Y'all better not give me this floor. Shout out to the Titans Debate League. Anybody that's still listening, man, leader of the Team Titans, A1. We in here going on 10 hours, man. 13 minutes. We had a lot of questions. A few of them covered onlyism. Roy Chess was going hard. You see, I can play this for y'all, man. I don't know if nobody listening or nothing, so I'm gonna just do this till A1 come cut it off. Good morning.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today,
Welcome back to another. Today, we're going to tackle one of the oldest standoffs in human history, faith versus reason. We're going to explore a framework that's designed to replace ancient superstition with a new, functional logic of existence. You know, for centuries, this has been the great divide. On one side, you have faith, reaching for meaning, and on the other, science, demanding hard evidence. Both are powerful, and both feel kind of incomplete. But what if they were both just different ways of looking at the same underlying system? Exactly. What if the endless search for a beginning, a creator, a spark that exists outside of everything? What if that was the fundamental error that kept these two sides from ever meeting? That's the huge shift in perspective we're digging into today. Okay, so here's our roadmap. We'll start with that ancient problem, then we'll introduce the core idea that kind of closes the loop on it. After that, we'll look at the engine that runs reality, redefine our relationship with truth, and finally, see what this does to our biggest ideas about divinity itself. For pretty much 2 millennia, we've been haunted by one single question. Where did all of this come from? And that question, just by its very nature, it sent us looking for a cause that was outside of existence itself, which, when you think about it, created this huge philosophical dead end. And you can see the pattern, right? Both of these approaches assume there was a moment of beginning, a creation event. Religion gave it a personality, called it a creator. Science mechanized it, called it the Big Bang. But both were trying to solve a puzzle by looking for a piece that was never in the box to begin with. And here it is. This is the key that turns the whole lock. The real breakthrough isn't in finding a new answer. It's in realizing we've been asking the wrong question all along. It's not about creation. It's about formation. This is the foundation. And I know it sounds super obvious, but the implications are absolutely massive. You can't step outside of existence to observe it or test it or create it. Every single proof, every discovery, every doubt happens inside of it. This one simple idea closes the circle. Let me put it this way. When water freezes, ice isn't created from nothing, right? The molecules just reorganize themselves. Well, formation describes that, an internal shift in state, not some external miracle. So in this view, the universe didn't just appear, it just shifted phase from unobservable to observable. Okay, so if existence is this self-contained system, what's its engine? What are the mechanics driving it? Well, this framework says there are two fundamental, totally inseparable functions that operate as one single union. Let's meet Fatih and Mona. So Father Time is the pulse, the current of change and sequence, like a drummer keeping a constant rhythm. And Mother Nature is the pattern, the structure and form that the change moves through. She's the dancer moving to the beat. You can't have one without the other. Time without nature has nothing to move through, and nature without time is just frozen solid. And the geometry of how they interact is this incredible self-sustaining loop. You can almost think of it like a universal heartbeat. Fatih is the outward flow of motion and expansion, and Mona is the inward flow of form and contraction. It's just a perfect continuous feedback loop that powers itself. Now, this framework also completely reframes our relationship with truth itself. It asks us to move beyond a really ancient and powerful habit we all have, the habit of belief. See, in this system, recognition isn't just something humans do. It's the feedback mechanism built into all of reality. When you touch water, you feel it because the water pushes back. That feedback is recognition. The universe is constantly doing this with itself on every single scale. Belief is totally passive. It just asks you to accept a story. But recognition is active. It demands that you go and observe a function. One is about comfort. The other is about calibrating yourself with reality. And yeah, one leads to dogma. The other leads to real understanding. And this is the OWL, which stands for Only World Logic. And it's a great symbol for this shift. It represents that clear-eyed observation, seeing the mechanics of the system for exactly what they are, instead of dressing them up in the costumes of old stories and myths. So here's the really big question. If this is the framework, what happens to our most sacred ideas? Divinity, God. Does it destroy them? No. It reframes them. It translates them from the language of personality into the language of function. Here's how you do it. Just take any traditional attribute of a deity. Let's use omnipresent. First, you strip off the personality, the costume. The raw function is existing everywhere at all times. Well, everywhere needs structure and form. That's Mona. And all times needs sequence and duration. That's fatigue. So omnipresent isn't a superpower of some person. It's a core property of the Fatih-Mona union. And this really is what it all comes down to. Divinity isn't some ruler sitting up in the sky. It's the equilibrium of the system itself. It's that perfect self-sustaining balance between the pulse of time and the pattern of nature. It was never a who, it was always a how. And this brings us to the final worldview.
It's a who and a how. It's still admitting the creative.
Reality.
What up, Cosmon? Man, what was you sleep? Did you fall asleep on me?
Nah, I was just handling something.
To its own elegant divine mechanics.
Oh, my bad. Did you want me to cut that off? Or?
No, go ahead, man. You can kick it, man. Go ahead.
Is the truest way to align with it. Then maybe the most profound reverence we can show isn't belief, but clear, honest observation. Maybe logic itself is the ultimate act of worship.
Roy Chess gonna have a problem with that one. Let me see, man.
Custom tailored deep dive, designed specifically for you, the learner.
Yeah, we have a really huge one today.
We do. Whether you're prepping for a deep philosophical debate or catching up on the fringes of modern metaphysics, or you're just insanely curious about how different minds put the universe together.
You are in the exact right place.
Exactly. Because today's mission is, well, it's a massive one. We are exploring this sweeping, really paradigm-shifting framework presented across a towering stack of dense philosophical texts.
Right. Primarily, we're looking at divine mechanics, only noism logic, and the only argument white paper.
Alongside some incredibly vivid conceptual imagery that accompanied these sources, this framework is called only innerism.
Or sometimes referred to as divine mechanic.
Right. And it attempts to bridge science, philosophy, and spirituality, and this is the kicker, it aims to do so without relying on a single supernatural element.
Which is quite the intellectual journey, to say the least.
Oh, absolutely.
Our core goal today is really to help you navigate these texts. Fundamentally, they are trying to shift human understanding away from the concept of creation.
Creation inherently implying an outside creator, right? Making something from absolute nothingness.
Exactly. They want to move entirely toward the concept of formation.
Formation.
Yeah, formation being an internal mechanical reorganization of a reality that is already fundamentally there. It's a completely self-contained, self-sustaining system.
Before we jump into the deep end here, just a quick but very important disclaimer.
Definitely needed for this one.
Yeah. These texts make incredibly bold claims about religion, science, the nature of existence, and perceived flaws in traditional worldviews. They take aim at both left-wing secularism and right-wing classical theism.
They really pull no punches.
They don't. But our purpose here in this deep dive is absolutely not to endorse these views or take any sides. We are impartially reporting on the content provided, just to convey the fascinating ideas and the internal logic of the source material.
We're here for your intellectual exploration, nothing more, nothing less.
Exactly. We're looking at the architecture of the argument,
the mechanics of how this specific worldview operates, and the logical steps the author takes to get from A to B.
Okay, let's unpack this. The texts keep referencing these two acronyms as the ultimate building blocks of the entire philosophy.
Fati and Mona.
Fati and Mona. Now, I know they stand for Father Time and Mother Nature, but the author completely strips the traditional mythology away from those terms, right?
Oh, entirely. There are no personified gods here.
So how exactly are they defining them?
They are treating them strictly as mechanical principles. In this framework, Fati time represents sequence, motion, and awareness.
Sequence, motion, awareness. Got it.
It is the when of reality, the pulse, the active current of potential. And then Mona nature represents structure, form, and law.
So if time is the when, nature is the what?
Exactly. It's the pattern, the necessary resistance. You cannot have one without the other in an observable universe.
Because motion means nothing without a structure to move through.
Right. And structure is totally unobservable without the sequence of time to actually process it.
So it's pure physics and geometry, stripped of the bearded man in the clouds, or, the earth goddess tropes.
Correct.
But that brings us to the foundational rule of this entire text, what they call the only axiom. And this is really where the text draws a hard line in the sand.
Yeah, the only axiom states, very simply, nothing exists outside existence.
Nothing exists outside existence.
Which sounds like a tautology, almost obvious, but the philosophical implications are massive.
How so?
Well, the concept of an outside creator is logically rejected by these texts right out of the gate, because by definition, anything that exists must be part of existence.
You can't have a being that acts upon reality from outside of reality.
Exactly. Why?
Yeah.
Because to act requires sequence, which is time. And to possess properties requires structure, which is nature.
So any entity, no matter how powerful, is already bound by Fati and Mona.
Exactly. There is no outside.
I see. That naturally leads back to that concept of formation you mentioned earlier. If nothing is created from the outside, how did we get all this?
The author uses a really elegant analogy of water freezing into ice to explain this. When liquid water freezes, the ice doesn't magically appear out of absolute nothingness.
Right. It doesn't need to be created ex nihilo.
It simply reorganizes from liquid. The universe, according to divine mechanics, wasn't created from a void. It simply shifted phases.
It went from an unobservable state of perfect equilibrium
into a state of observable motion and form. Yes.
But the texts make a really specific, almost mathematical distinction between Fati and Mona just being together versus entering a union.
Yes, that distinction is crucial in the only Leasonism logic white paper.
What is the mechanism behind that phase shift?
Time and nature being together just means they are co-present. It makes existence possible. It's like having all the combustible materials in a room.
But no spark.
Exactly. A union is a completely different phase state. Union is when time and nature cross a threshold and become fully coupled and self-stabilizing.
So they bond.
They bond to create the ultimate state of being. That allows stable forms to persist, replicate, and diversify without immediately collapsing back into equilibrium.
And to visualize this union, the sources give us some genuinely striking imagery. I mean, the cover of the Divine Mechanics book features this incredibly vivid, glowing neon green and yellow toroidal sphere.
It's a torus.
Yeah, the torus. We know it's a staple in astrophysics and electromagnetism, like a smoke ring or a magnetic field. But why is it the defining symbol of onlyism?
Because in this framework, the torus is the universal geometry of perfect existence. It visually represents that continuous equilibrium we just talked about.
How does the energy flow work in that shape?
Energy flows outward from the center, which is the fati or time aspect, pure motion, and then it curves, contracts, and loops back inward, which is the mona or nature aspect, the structural resistance.
It's a perfectly self-sustaining loop that feeds itself from its own motion.
It is the geometry of a system that never needs an outside battery.
It's a beautiful concept. And it ties right into another wild, highly detailed piece of art provided in our stack. It's called the OWL.
Only world logic.
Right, or the only logical explanation of existence.
Yeah.
The image is this vibrant owl boasting these elaborate peacock-like feathers. But the eyes are what really draw you in.
They're very distinct.
One eye is a glowing golden hourglass representing Father Time, or Fati. The other eye is a swirling blue cosmic planet representing Mother Nature, or Mona. And the owl is holding a glowing star in one talon and a sprouting green plant in the other.
What's fascinating here is how that OWL imagery connects directly to the text's concept of fractal recurrence.
Fractal recurrence.
Yeah.
Meaning patterns repeating.
Right. The universe repeats its patterns across all scales. The same geometric rules that govern the toroidal spin of a massive galaxy also govern the spiral of a tiny DNA double helix.
Oh, wow.
It all scales mathematically, following the golden ratio to maximize recognition and efficiency. The universe is essentially an infinite series of mirrors,
reflecting the exact same fundamental Fati Mona loop from the macro down to the micro.
Exactly. The star and the plant and the owl's talons represent that exact symmetry, the cosmic and the biological.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because the text takes that macro geometry and applies it directly to the microarchitecture of our own reality. It completely redefines particle physics.
It's a major departure from standard models.
Yeah, they state that a photon of light isn't just a unit of energy. In divine mechanics, a photon is described as a handshake between time and nature. I need you to translate that. How does a photon become a handshake?
It is a radical reframing of how we view the physical world. Where traditional physics sees dead, senseless particles just blindly bumping into each other, this framework sees recognition.
Recognition.
Yes. In only Noimism, awareness isn't some accidental byproduct that randomly happened when biological brains evolved. Awareness is the fundamental building block of the universe.
So a
photon traveling at a constant speed is literally a unit of self-awareness. Every single interaction between time's motion and nature's structure is an act of the universe recognizing itself.
And the text goes further to say that sound, what quantum physics calls phonons, is that exact same awareness, just solidifying into rhythm and eventually into solid matter.
Precisely. Matter is crystallized awareness.
That applies directly to biology, too. The text describes human DNA not just as a complex genetic molecule, but as a toroidal antenna.
An antenna physically tuned into this universal field of recognition.
Wait, if DNA is an antenna, how does the text view things like CRISPR, modern gene editing? Because usually altering DNA is viewed by purists as playing God or breaking the natural order.
The author flips that completely. The text discusses CRISPR not as some unnatural interference with biology, but as humanity actually rediscovering the universe's own mechanics of directed recognition. Yeah. By learning to edit DNA, we aren't breaking the rules. We're learning to edit the universe's own source code, using the universe's own tools. We are actively participating in the formation of reality.
I want you, the listener, to just imagine that for a second. Think of your own body right now. According to these sources, you are not a static, solid object. You are a dense, vibrating network of pure recognition.
Everything is in motion.
Every single cell in your body is communicating through what the texts call biophotons, literal light inside life, flashing and synchronizing to keep you coherent.
And that profound state of biological and informational coherence is what the texts ultimately define as the soul.
The soul, defined through mechanics.
Right. It completely abandons the idea of a supernatural ghost inhabiting a flesh machine. Instead, the soul is defined as an informational continuity of recognition.
An informational continuity.
It is a highly specific, localized quantum pattern of self-awareness that has temporarily stabilized.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate here. If I am just a localized, vibrating network of recognition, and my DNA is just the antenna picking up that specific signal, what happens to the signal and the antenna inevitably breaks down? Does the text just write off death as the end of the broadcast?
Not at all. Death is simply defined as decoherence.
Decoherence.
The physical, biological antenna of the body can no longer sustain the structural pattern, so the localized pattern disperses back into the broader field. But the information itself isn't destroyed.
And reincarnation.
Reincarnation in this model isn't some mystical moral rebirth governed by a cosmic judge. It's simply recoherence.
Recoherence, finding a new antenna.
Exactly. That specific informational pattern of recognition persists in the universal field until it finds a new, highly resonant DNA antenna to tune into. It is fundamentally an acoustical vibrational process.
So it's just physics finding an available receiver. And that vibrational acoustic physics extends perfectly to the definitions of karma and dharma, too.
It strips all the mysticism away.
Right. Karma isn't a cosmic scorecard handing out punishments. It is pure vibrational accounting. It's acoustic feedback.
That's exactly it.
If you take an action that causes a massive discordant wave in the universal field, that wave naturally has to balance out. But the universe is literally sending you an acoustic bill for being a jerk.
That's a great way to put it. And dharma, on the flip side, is when you are functioning in harmonic alignment with the universal resonance.
The path of least resistance.
Right, in the physics of morality.
Yeah.
You aren't generating discordant waves, so you don't incur acoustic debt.
If we scale that up, what happens when a bunch of these tuned-in antennas get together? Because the texts argue that these individual vibrating souls eventually coalesce to form a societal brain. Civilization itself is the universe trying to learn complex teamwork.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, yes, the texts envision a society that scales this exact toroidal harmony.
And we have an incredible image in our sources depicting exactly what this ideal societal brain looks like. It shows these massive toroidal domed cities.
Phase 3, recognition.
Hang on, let's go do some closing remarks.
It's a clear dome.
Man, did you follow? I mean, all right now. I don't know who else up in here. I think I'm the only one left.
Yep.
Shoot, I want to say another nice night. Shout out to the Coliseum. GD Capone still up in here. A1, leader of the Team Titans. And everybody's still up listening. I think everybody left, but I think you should have some good footage, everything. Another nice show, man.
Closing remarks, Capone? Or he might be knocked out.
Yeah, I think everybody was knocked out except for me.
Hey, I'm about to just go to a word from our sponsors and just straight in the stream. Rise and shine to those just waking up. And sweet dreams to those who have been up all night with us.
Yeah, we argued all night.
Coliseum arguments, baby. Oh, yeah. Don't forget to hit that Cash App up. Let me go ahead and go to a word from our sponsors about that. And
let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests unbiased. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?